Match Me by Christmas. No Match for Love, Book 8. Written by Lindzee Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. Blessed is the season which engages the whole world in a conspiracy of love. Hamilton Wright Mabie. Chapter 1. Natalie stared out at the ship, one hand holding her floppy sun hat in place against the brisk December air. The boat, could you call it a boat if it held 5,000 passengers? Towered above her, its pristine white paint gleaming in the late morning sun. A sky-blue stripe ran down the middle of the boat, the name Ocean Dream written in elegant cursive. Beams of light glinted off the portholes and sliding glass doors leading to private balconies, while the excited chatter of guests embarking on an early Christmas vacation mingled with the squawk of seagulls. Was this floating palace seriously going to be her home for the next 8 days? Natalie barely held back a squeal. She'd always heard cruise ships described as miniature cities, but never really appreciated what that would look like up close. In a word, awesome. She could definitely get used to this. She would get used to this after landing the job as a travel reporter for World Traveler magazine. This article was going to knock their socks off, even if it was on something as ridiculous as a matchmaking cruise. Someone bumped into her from behind, making Natalie stumble. An older man in a bright pink Hawaiian shirt mumbled an apology. Passengers poured out of the terminal where she had just checked her luggage, heading toward one of the gangways leading up to the ship. Natalie lifted her purse higher on one shoulder and fell in line with the crowd, eager to board. The California sea breeze caressed her skin, making her arms prickle with the chill. Hopefully, the temperatures would be warmer in Mexico. A trio of women in sundresses stood in front of Natalie in line, giggling. They all had the naturally tanned skin and sun-kissed highlights of native Californians and the hopeful glow of someone looking for love. "Do you really think I'll leave this cruise with a boyfriend?" the tall brunette asked. Her companion, a curvy blonde, rolled her eyes. "You'd better. We'd all better for what this is costing us." "Toujour has phenomenal success rates," the girl in sunglasses said, confirming Natalie's initial suspicions that they were part of the singles group. "I just know I'll find love this week. I can't wait to introduce whoever he is to my family at Christmas." The blonde let out a happy sigh. "That sounds amazing. If I have to show up solo to one more family party." Natalie tightened her hold on her purse and tuned out their conversation. The idea of falling in love with a complete stranger, in 8 days no less, was completely ridiculous. Natalie had been around the block enough to know that wasn't how relationships worked. The last 3 guys she had dated had all left her with a broken heart and crushed dreams, and they had known each other for months beforehand. Her relationship with Cole, her last boyfriend, had ended in a particularly brutal way 3 months ago. She'd thought he loved her, but it turned out he'd only loved her older brother Wyatt's pro football career. Cole was majoring in sports medicine and thought Wyatt could use his connections to get him a job with the team. So, Natalie was no longer the wide-eyed romantic she had been as a new college student, eager to take on the world. Next semester, in only 5 short months, she'd be a college graduate. And if she nailed this piece, she'd be a reporter for World Traveler, jetting around the world on their dime under the guise of work. The line of people slowly shuffled forward. Natalie stepped onto the ship's deck and presented her key card to the attendant waiting at the scanner. "Ah, Miss James," the man said. He had a thick Jamaican accent and smiling brown eyes. "Welcome aboard the Ocean Dream." "Thank you," Natalie said. "Your room should be ready in about 2 hours. Please feel free to explore the ship and enjoy a bite to eat at the buffet." "I'll do that," Natalie said with a grin. She wanted that reporter job so badly she could taste it. Natalie took back her key card and walked across the deck and into the ship's interior. She gasped. The pictures had definitely not done the Ocean Dream justice. Chandeliers taller than a house hung high above her, illuminating the promenade. 5 levels of balconies draped in garlands looked out over the grand entrance. Signs advertising the various duty-free shops boasted everything from diamond rings to exotic chocolates. A Christmas tree stood in the center, decked out in gold and red ornaments and rising past 3 levels of balconies. Incredible, Natalie breathed. She owed Wyatt a killer Christmas present for helping her secure this opportunity. When she had sent her resume to World Traveler 3 weeks ago, Dana had promptly replied with a single question. Are you the Natalie James who is related to Wyatt James? Natalie's heart had leapt when she saw the editor-in-chief's name in the from line of the email, then promptly dropped at the one-line reply. Natalie loved Wyatt. He was her best friend. But being his sister wasn't always easy. Everyone, from boyfriends to bosses, wanted to use her to get to him. She'd reluctantly told Dana that she was indeed related to the famed lineman for the Los Angeles Coyotes. That had resulted in a phone call. Yes, Natalie was Wyatt's sister. Yes, Wyatt's fiancée Tamara had been a client of Toujour. Yes, Wyatt knew both Brooke, the owner of Toujour, and her husband, the owner of the Coyotes, reasonably well. Yes, Natalie was aware that Toujour was planning a singles cruise for the holidays. That's when Dana had issued the challenge. If Natalie could secure a spot on the Toujour cruise and write an article about the experience, she'd have her dream job waiting for her after graduation. And if she didn't? Well, Natalie could guess how many applications they had to pick from. Natalie's stomach growled, and she followed the stream of passengers heading toward the buffet. She'd boarded a red-eye flight last night after her last final and then crashed for a few hours at Wyatt's house before he dropped her off at the port. There hadn't been time for breakfast. The buffet was located at the front of the ship. The line already stretched nearly to the door, but it seemed to move quickly. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a spectacular view of the ocean. Carved fruit sat decoratively among the silver warmers and bowls holding everything Natalie could dream of. She'd have to try her hand at fruit carving when she stayed with Wyatt over the holidays. Her small student apartment in Arizona was too frustratingly cramped to do any really great cooking. 10 minutes later, Natalie loaded her plate with a taste of everything, no matter how weird the pairing. Chicken wings with a side of ranch, macaroni salad, Jell-O, pizza, a large helping of seasonal fruit, and popcorn shrimp. She'd come back for dessert later because that looked like it would require an entire plate by itself. At least she wouldn't go hungry this week. If she had to do an article on matchmaking, at least the accommodations were top-notch. Her plate overflowing, Natalie turned to find a seat. She was met by a wall of muscles. Her plate smashed into the man's chest, sending food crashing to the floor. Natalie tipped forward, her momentum smashing her against him. Her hands flew out, resting on his broad shoulders as she tried to right herself. They were falling. She let out a yelp as his arms tightened around her waist. His back thudded against the carpeted ground, and Natalie landed on top of him with an oof. "I'm so sorry." Natalie scrambled to stand, pushing away from the man. He sat up with a groan. "What happened?" His voice was low, with a subtle southern twang. Natalie lost her breath, but this time for a very different reason. The man was young, perhaps only a decade or so older than herself, somewhere in his mid-30s. He had eyes that were a vibrant gunmetal blue and dark brown hair that swept over his forehead. Her heart thudded in her chest and her cheeks began to burn. It was bad enough that she had clobbered some unsuspecting guest, but did he have to be so handsome? "Here, let me help you up." Natalie reached out a hand, but he waved her away and pushed himself to his feet. She saw the glob of Jell-O and ranch seconds before his foot stepped in the mess. Her hand reached toward his, desperate to stop the second impending disaster. "Wait!" It was too late. His foot slid in the concoction and his arms pinwheeled. Then he was flat on the ground once more. "Oh my gosh." Natalie dropped to the floor, her hands fluttering over the man's body. "Are you okay?" He groaned in response. "I am so sorry. I don't know what happened. Where are you hurt?" Mortified. That was the only way to describe this moment. She could feel the eyes of curious passengers witnessing her humiliation. She'd have to walk around with caution stamped on her forehead for the rest of the week so that people would know to avoid Natalie, the walking disaster. I'm fine. The man once again sat up, and he motioned to the passengers who stared at them. Really, I'm okay. Enjoy your meal. You shouldn't sit up, Natalie said, pushing against his shoulders. They were strong and broad, and her mouth felt suddenly dry. She swallowed hard. Let me get a medic or something. His hands closed around her wrists, and she froze. There's no need for that. He dropped his hold and rose to his feet with a grimace. Natalie stood as well, the humiliation of the moment making her blink back tears. That's when she noticed his shirt. The yellow button-down shirt was smeared with pizza sauce and ranch dressing. Bits of macaroni salad hung to the fabric, and an orange-pink stain across his breast pocket told her where the Jell-O had hit. The breast pocket, which was embroidered with the logo of the cruise ship and a name. Shawn. She closed her eyes. He was an employee. Look at your shirt, she muttered. I'm such a klutz. Here, let me grab some napkins. She turned to grab a handful from the buffet table, but the man caught her arm. It's okay, he said, but the tight clench of his jaw said otherwise. I've got a fresh shirt in my cabin. Are you all right? A short man in the white and blue uniform of the crew rushed forward. Mr. Erickson, are you okay? He asked in heavily accented English. I'm fine. Shawn, Mr. Erickson, whatever she was supposed to call him, said in a grumpy tone that suggested he was lying. Can you get a bucket and mop to clean this up? Certainly, the man said and scurried away. Natalie stood there, arms folded tightly and cheeks burning with embarrassment. Sorry, she mumbled again. What else could she do or say? Shawn motioned toward the buffet with his head. You should get in line and grab more food. The staff will clean this up. Natalie laughed uncertainly and motioned to his shirt. And you probably want to change. Right. Sorry again about this. He gave a brisk nod. No problem. Have a good day. You too, Natalie called faintly, but Shawn had already turned and was walking away. She ran her eyes down his lean frame, noticing a slight limp with each step. Was that her fault? She covered her face. This had better not be an omen of how the cruise was going to go down. She needed her article to impress Dana right into hiring her. Natalie hadn't spent 4 years in college so that she could work as some beat reporter at a small-town newspaper after graduation. Shawn was an employee. She'd probably be running into him in hallways all week. It wouldn't be easy to hide on a ship of 5,000. Natalie stifled a groan as she made her way back to the end of the line. There was a small grease stain on the bodice of her dress from the shrimp and a few drops of ranch dressing on the hem of her skirt, but she'd escaped their encounter a lot better off than Shawn had. She really hoped that limp wasn't an indication that he was seriously hurt. With a new plate of food in hand, Natalie carefully turned and searched for an empty table. A woman along one of the windows raised a hand. Natalie looked around, wondering who she was waving at, but there was no one nearby. The woman waved again. Natalie took a few cautious steps closer, squinting. The woman was slender, with shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair and a shy smile. Suddenly, the woman's identity clicked. Kendra, the Toujour matchmaker that Natalie would share a cabin with for the next week. Tamra, Wyatt's fiancée, had shown Natalie a picture of Kendra and told her how great she was. She had been Tamra's matchmaker back when she had been a Toujour client. Natalie paused right beside the table. Kendra? The woman's smile widened. That's me, and you're Natalie, right? I looked you up online. I hope that's not too weird. Natalie laughed and shook her head. Not at all. I would have done the same if Tamra hadn't shown me your picture. Mind if I sit? Kendra motioned to the chair. Please do. Are you okay? That looked like a hard fall. Natalie set her plate down with a groan. You saw that? Kendra smiled sympathetically. There weren't too many people around. I'm sure no one will remember. Shawn, with his clenched jaw and grunted words spoken with that soft southern twang, certainly would. Thanks for trying to make me feel better. And could they stop talking about this? The whole encounter was embarrassing enough without having to relive it with someone who was essentially a stranger. Kendra seemed to hear Natalie's unspoken plea and mercifully changed the subject. She speared a sliced strawberry and asked, So, are you ready for the next week? Absolutely. Natalie took a bite of her own strawberries and nodded enthusiastically. Hopefully she wouldn't spend the whole time ducking around corners to avoid Shawn. He was so handsome. Probably had a beautiful wife and 3 perfect children back at port. She batted the thoughts away like an annoying fly. Focus on the story. That's why she was here. I'm so excited for this trip. It'll make a great editorial piece for World Traveler. At least, that's what she'd keep telling herself. What did a travel magazine want with a singles cruise anyway? Sure, Toujour was the hottest new way to date for celebrities and plebeians alike, and yes, Brooke, the owner of Toujour, and her billionaire husband were an ultra-famous power couple. Okay, so it made total sense why the magazine wanted an insider's look at the cruise. Whatever. Natalie would just be grateful she had an in with Dana. I'm glad it worked out so you could come, Kendra continued. When Brooke asked if I'd mind a roommate and told me about you, I was so excited. This cruise is going to be so great for our clients, and I'm glad you'll be getting the word out. That was one way to look at it, Natalie supposed. The clink of silverware and gentle laughter of vacationers filtered through the buffet, but Natalie ignored her plate and focused on Kendra. Time to put on her reporter's cap. I heard a rumor that some celebrities have joined this cruise. Kendra raised an eyebrow and took a sip of her water. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that this particular rumor is out. Yes, we've got a handful of VIP clients who are on the cruise. Brooke even allowed one to come along purely for publicity. Natalie leaned forward. Well-known names and faces would add nice color to the article. Dana would be thrilled. Can you give me names? You'll need to check with the other stars whether or not they want to appear in the article. Some of them are pretty private. Hiding from the spotlight of fame is one of the reasons they come to Toujour. But Jace Larson is here doing research for a role, and Brooke only let him come with the understanding that he'd promote the cruise to his followers on social media and stuff. I'm sure he'll be fine if you mention him in the article. Natalie's mouth dropped open. She did know Jace, or of him at least. If she had been a teenage girl, she'd have had a poster of him on her bedroom wall. Jace Larson, the actor who was nominated for an Oscar? One and the same. He'll mostly be observing like you. Brooke was worried that if she let him participate too much, some of our clients might forget he's here purely for research. The last thing we want anyone to leave this cruise with is a broken heart. Yeah, Natalie muttered, chasing a grape around her plate. Her mind flashed again to Shawn. She wondered if he'd broken any hearts. Those blue eyes of his should be registered as lethal weapons. They were that piercing. So what can you tell me about the genesis for the cruise idea? 8 days doesn't seem like very long to fall in love. Kendra gave Natalie a knowing smile. You've been talking to Tamara. She was so promising at first, but quite skeptical about the whole process by the end. Natalie hadn't been talking to her future sister-in-law, actually, but she decided to let that go. You have to admit, a week seems pretty quick. Falling in love isn't about time, it's about compatibility. In my 4 years of matchmaking, I've found that around 60% of couples who end up together long-term put their files on hold within 3 dates. Wow, that high a number? Natalie dug into her purse, producing a notepad and pen. Do you mind if I write some of these facts down? Not at all, Kendra said. Great. Natalie jotted down a few notes. Now, what else can you tell me about Toujour? Chapter 2. Shawn shut his cabin door forcefully behind him, his bad leg already throbbing. He flipped on the light, illuminating the tiny living room and kitchenette. His bedroom was barely big enough to hold both a bed and a closet, while the bathroom boasted almost no counter space. But it was his alone, a luxury he'd enjoyed since making the leap from crew to staff. He'd take his microscopic cabin over a bunk in the crew quarters any day. He pulled his shirt away from his skin with a groan. Pizza sauce and ranch dressing seeped through the thin cotton, and sticky fruit juice plastered the fabric to his skin. After a decade spent on the Ocean Dream, he had come to expect the unexpected, but he had been totally unprepared for the tall woman with sandy blonde hair to knock him off his feet. Literally. He gingerly straightened his leg, feeling the familiar ache deep down in his bones from all the hardware. He'd ice it tonight before bed. This week was not the one for his old injury to act up. Why couldn't the woman have paid better attention to where she was going? She'd had the look of wide-eyed wonder all first-time cruisers held, and he was going to be late to his meeting with Brooke because of it. Shawn glanced at his watch, agitation making the movement jerky. There really wasn't time for a shower. He was supposed to meet Brooke in less than 30 minutes, but he'd have to make time. What was that saying? You never got a second chance to make a first impression? If there was one thing he couldn't afford today, it was a bad first impression. His boss, the ship's cruise director, had been practically giddy with glee when he approached Shawn 3 months ago and told him that Toujour had picked the Ocean Dream for their first ever cruise. "Do whatever necessary to make sure we're their ship of choice for all Toujour cruises," Mike had said. As VIP coordinator aboard the Ocean Dream, Shawn was responsible for specialty groups and especially important guests. Landing a permanent contract with Toujour would mean a lot of publicity and money for the Ocean Dream, which was why Mike had promised Shawn a hefty bonus if he convinced Toujour to sign one. A bonus that would finally give Shawn enough for the down payment on a small office space in Sunset Plains. He could finally open up his travel agency. He could finally go home. After a quick shower, Shawn picked a dark blue shirt with the cruise ship logo and tan slacks. Hopefully no more food mishaps were in his future and he was safe with the color choice. He gave himself a quick once-over in the mirror, making sure he looked presentable. The meeting with Brooke was a formality, since the itinerary for the next 8 days had been solidified weeks ago, but it would also be the first time they'd met in person. Not only was Brooke in charge of Toujour's Los Angeles office, she was the wife of billionaire Luke Ryder, who happened to own one of Shawn's favorite football teams. No pressure. A ding sounded from Shawn's laptop in the corner. He glanced again at his watch, then growled and headed to the computer. He didn't have time to check an email, but he wouldn't be able to concentrate on the meeting if he didn't. What if it was from his real estate agent back in Sunset Plains? Shawn was terrified that someone else would make an offer on the small brick storefront on Main Street before he had a chance to scrounge together the rest of the down payment. Unlikely in a town of only 5,000 people, the same size as the cruise ship, but it was still something that kept him up at night. Because he really, really wanted to go home. He was tired of spending months at sea and never having a permanent address. He wanted Friday nights spent at the high school football games and Sunday dinners with his family. He wanted to go grocery shopping and know the cashier by name. He wanted familiarity, a family. At 33 years old, it was past time to settle down. Shawn clicked open his email and realized it wasn't from the title company or his real estate agent. Instead, it was an email from the designer he had hired to create a company logo. Shawn opened the file and his breath caught. Erickson Travel Agency. Not a particularly imaginative name, perhaps, but it was his and he was proud of it. The solid block lettering was bold, the lines clean and modern. He could already envision the sign hanging on the coffee-colored brick all the buildings on Main Street boasted. See the logo painted on the glass front door. Ironically, it had been his sister's failed wedding 6 months ago that convinced Shawn it was finally time to come back. It was the first time he had been home in a few years, and the peace and familiarity had wrapped around his heart and not let go. Shawn had been working toward his goal of returning ever since. Soon, he promised himself. But showing up late to his appointment with Brooke wouldn't be a great start to the week, so he closed the email and headed to her suite on the far end of the ship. The hallways were filled with crew members stowing luggage in guest cabins. Shawn smiled at the familiar faces and nodded in greeting, but didn't stop to chat. He knew he'd reached the high-end suites when the hallways widened and the crew members disappeared. These rooms had been taken care of hours ago, and unlike the rest of the ship's guests, their tenants were already comfortably enjoying the amenities offered inside their rooms. Shawn knocked tentatively on the door of the presidential suite, the ship's largest and most opulent room. It opened a moment later, revealing a woman with dark hair pulled up in a bun. Shawn had known that Brooke and Luke Ryder were young, but the youthful face staring up at him, free of makeup and dusted with freckles, still surprised him. A small baby was strapped to her chest with some kind of scarf. Younger than him and already enjoying a husband and daughter. Shawn swallowed hard. He'd wasted so many years stuck on the ship, wallowing over lost dreams when he could have been chasing new ones. "You must be Shawn," the woman said with a friendly smile. He held out a hand and she shook it. "Yes, nice to meet you, Brooke." "You as well. Please, come in." Shawn nodded and followed her into the suite. The first time he had entered this room, he had been newly promoted from cabin steward to hospitality manager and had been dealing with a complaint. When he had walked into the room, he'd immediately wondered what the family staying in the cabin could possibly have to complain about. Luxury and excess seeped from every inch of the place, from the private balcony with a hot tub to the grand piano in one corner of the living room. This suite was made for high rollers. But over the years he had grown used to visiting various guests here as he ensured their vacations were perfect. The balcony door slid shut and a man appeared. He was tall with a full head of dark hair. "Looks like we're getting ready to set sail," he said before his eyes landed on Shawn. "Oh, I didn't realize someone was here." "Luke, this is Shawn," Brooke said. "Shawn, this is my husband, Luke." The billionaire CEO of the world's foremost tech company. He owned a basketball and a football team. And he was still in his 20s. Shawn swallowed back regret and held out a hand. A military career would have never made him wealthy, but it would have made him proud. Not that there was anything wrong with working on a cruise ship, but it wasn't the life Shawn had wanted. "Nice to meet you." "You as well," Luke said, returning the handshake. "Please, sit down." Shawn nodded and sank onto the couch across from the couple. Brooke nestled against Luke's side on the white linen couch littered with empty baby bottles and scrunched-up burp rags. "I can't tell you how excited I am for this week," Brooke said. She looked up at Luke, who smiled down at her. "I had the idea for this cruise months ago, but Luke insisted we wait to do the first one until after Grace was born. I think it's better this way, though. The holidays can be so hard for those looking for love." "Holiday cruises are always popular with the guests," Shawn said. "I think you'll be very pleased with what Ocean Dreams can offer Toujour this week. I personally met with the crew that's been assigned to Toujour this morning to make sure we're all on the same page. I briefed them on your preferred dating protocol, and right now they're hard at work getting the banquet room ready for tonight's welcome dinner." "Excellent." Brooke patted the baby's back almost absently, her ankles crossed. He'd never seen a new mom in a business skirt and top, or a billionaire in a t-shirt and jeans. The Ryders were nothing like Shawn had expected. "I'm meeting with all of my matchmakers in an hour to go over a few last details before the welcome dinner. I think I've decided against assigned seating for the first meal. I want to see how couples naturally pair up. A week isn't much to work with, and my matchmakers can observe the connections being formed and then use that information during the rest of the week. For dinner tonight, let's use round tables, big enough to seat 6 or 8. Is it too late for that? I know we originally talked about small tables set for 2 and assigned seating." Shawn was already mentally rearranging the banquet room. He'd have to radio his crew as soon as he left the presidential suite so they could make the change, but he didn't let the stress this change would cause show on his face. "Not at all. I'll make sure the bigger tables are set up and let the maitre d' know it's open seating tonight." "See?" Luke patted Brooke's leg. "Shawn's got everything under control. Relax. This week is going to be fantastic." "I hope so." Brooke shifted and the baby grunted in her sleep. "I have complete faith in you, Shawn. I'm just nervous because this whole thing was sort of my brainchild. Charlotte, that's the owner of Toujour, was a little hesitant, but I finally convinced her the cruise was a good move. I really don't want to let her down." "You won't." Shawn infused his voice with confidence. I've spent the last 5 years making sure specialty groups like Toujour have a dream vacation. Your clients will be praising this cruise to all their friends, and you'll have people rushing to sign up for the next one. I hope so, Brooke said. I think my biggest concern at this point is the celebrity clients. They all have potential matches, not only with each other, but with other people in the group. However, I know from past experiences that sometimes average Joes can lose their minds when they encounter a celebrity and do things that are out of character. She gave Luke a knowing smile, as though remembering something from long ago. Shawn had spent most of the last decade on the ocean without frequent internet access, and he used the times he did have internet to check scores on his favorite teams, so he wasn't sure if these events had shown up in the media. I've got my matchmakers all briefed on the situation, Brooke continued, but could you also be on the lookout for any celebrities in distress who need help escaping an overeager fan? Absolutely, Shawn said. We have 22 of them, correct? Oh, that's right, you don't know. Shawn's body tensed and his sore leg ached in protest. We've added another celebrity, Brooke continued. The baby started grunting and she patted her back rhythmically. Jace Larson, do you know him? Anyway, he's preparing for an upcoming role, a rom-com about a singles cruise. He'll be here in an observational capacity, but he's agreed to throw us some good PR in exchange for his presence. That made Shawn smile. He did know of Jace Larson. His films were favorites in the cruise movie theater. Having a Hollywood heartthrob tweeting about the ocean dream would make Shawn's boss very happy. Any specific needs I should be aware of? No, Jace said he doesn't want to interfere with the cruise, just observe. I get the impression he's a pretty down-to-earth guy. He typically has a more hands-on approach to his acting, but of course I said it was out of the question in the circumstance. I can't have my clients falling for someone who isn't looking for a relationship. Of course, Shawn said. He supposed that would be bad for business. None of the Toujour clients know about the celebrity guests. The welcome dinner tonight will be the first time everyone meets. I just want everything to go smoothly. I'll make certain that it does, Shawn said. And if they ever finish this meeting, he'd get to work making that happen. The baby began to fuss, and Brooke stuck a pacifier in the infant's mouth. She glanced at Luke, nose scrunched up. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Natalie, Luke prompted. Oh, that's right. Brooke lifted the baby out of the wrap and handed her to Luke. We've added a reporter to the group as well, Natalie James. Another addition? Shawn resisted the urge to wipe his sweaty palms on his slacks. Okay. Is there anything in particular I should watch out for with her? Anywhere you don't want her snooping? What? No! Brooke raised an eyebrow. I'm not worried. Natalie is writing a piece for a travel magazine, which is an untapped market for us at Toujour. I think it'll be great to help get the word out about our services to a wider audience. Charlotte's hoping to open a few more Toujour offices in the States over the next year. Answer any questions that Natalie has and give her free run of the place. She comes with excellent references. Natalie's the sister of one of my football players, Luke said. The name clicked into place and Shawn's eyes widened. Wyatt James? Luke nodded. Wow, okay. Shawn ran a hand over his short buzzed hair. James was a legend in the football world. Brooke shot Luke a look that made the man grin. Wyatt's fiancée is also a former client of Toujour, Brooke said. So we trust Natalie implicitly. She'll give us a rave review in the article, I'm sure. A movie star and a reporter on board the ship. Mike was going to jump with joy when he found out about this. Shawn could almost taste that bonus. I think that's it. Brooke and Luke both rose, and Shawn did so as well. Thank you so much for all your help, Shawn. Please, if you have any questions, feel free to call the cabin, day or night. Don't call before 6 a.m., Luke said, or after midnight. Brooke fixed her husband with a glare as they all walked toward the front door. Day or night. Shawn paused, holding out a hand to both of them again. Don't worry about a thing. Toujour is in excellent hands. 2 hours later found Shawn in the banquet hall, relaying instructions to the crew. He'd helped them put away all the small round tables and replace them with larger ones, just as Brooke had requested. She'd explained that everyone on the cruise had a minimum of 5 potential matches, and attendees would switch tables daily as they rotated between potential partners. The whole thing sounded like a load of boo-hooky to Shawn, but who was he to bite the hand that fed him? Maybe he should swallow his pride and ask Brooke for some pointers, since he wouldn't mind a relationship of his own once he got back on land. It had been a long time since Shawn had really dated. There weren't a lot of options on a cruise ship. Time flew by as Shawn adjusted tablecloths, inspected place settings, and made sure all the candle centerpieces were lit. Dozens of small tasks were up to Shawn, making sure the microphone worked at the front of the room, tasting the food to ensure nothing was amiss with the menu, talking with the bartender about when to cut off a guest's alcohol intake. Brooke didn't want her clients tipsy. Apparently, finding love required a clear head. If even the smallest detail was awry, the blame would rest squarely on Shawn's shoulders. Guests began entering the room, looking nervous but excited in their cocktail dresses and silk ties. Shawn took a deep breath. Showtime. The maitre d' welcomed the guests at the door while Brooke hugged each client and thanked them for coming. The baby was nowhere to be seen, and Shawn guessed she was with Luke back in the suite. Shawn pointed to the waiters standing with trays of champagne and hors d'oeuvres along one wall, silently signaling them to begin circulating. He recognized a few of the matchmakers circling the room, laughing with the guests and introducing clients to each other. Shawn noticed a candle had flickered out on a table near the front and whispered to a waiter to relight it. Noise filled the room as more guests arrived. Shawn stood in a shadowed corner of the room, observing the new guests and his waitstaff at work. Observing was the first thing he did with any new group. It was a great way to spot the troublemakers and hopefully head them off before major problems arose. There was always a few guests in every group who couldn't seem to help themselves and complained about everything. Seriously, how had he ended up here? Shawn scanned the room, trying to pick out the celebrity clients specifically. Past experience told him the rich and famous were tough to please. He'd wanted to be a Navy SEAL, not a glorified assistant cruise director. But that car accident almost 15 years ago had changed everything. Jace entered the room, his height making him instantly recognizable. He was trailed by a petite woman with bubblegum pink hair. It took longer for Shawn to place her, a pop singer simply known as Sky, no last name needed. The haughty tilt of her head made him instantly wary. He would personally introduce himself to each celebrity before the night was over and order a complimentary bottle of wine to be sent to each of their rooms. Celebrities weren't only the most challenging guests to keep happy, they were also the most dangerous if they decided to publicly voice their displeasure, and Shawn couldn't afford any bad press on this trip, not if he wanted that bonus. Shawn pushed back from the wall, satisfied with his appraisal of the 329 guests that were part of the group, including Jace, the reporter, and 15 Toujour employees. Sky was already heading toward the bar for her first drink. Shawn watched as she accepted a martini glass, her shrill laughter piercing his ears. At exactly 7 o'clock, Brooke rose and took her spot at the podium, the large expanse of the ocean glittering behind her as the blazing orange sun sank below the horizon line. Shawn nodded to the AV expert, who faded the soft instrumental music until eventually it disappeared. The group of giggling singles quieted down and turned toward Brooke. "Welcome to Toujour's first ever singles cruise," Brooke said, her voice echoing around the room. Too loud. Shawn made a down motion to the AV guy, who nodded. After 5 years as VIP coordinator, Shawn and his crew had this down to a science. "We are so excited to have you with us. Who's ready for the warm beaches of Mexico?" The room broke out in thunderous applause. Sky let out a loud whistle and someone laughed. So this was going to be an especially enthusiastic group. Good. People were typically happy to be on a cruise, but it was always easier to make their vacation memorable when they came into it expecting the best. "Thank you," Brooke said, her cheeks glowing pink with pleasure. "I'm just as excited to be here as each of you. I remember just how hard the holidays can be when you're single. Your Aunt Alice keeps asking you when you're going to settle down, your mom won't stop dropping hints about grandkids, Dad asks you about your plans every chance he gets, and Cousin Nellie, who's way younger than you, just brought home her new fiancé. "You're preaching to the choir," someone called out, his deep voice cutting through the room. A rumble of laughter filled the room, and Brooke chuckled as well. "I know. And this is precisely why I wanted to do our first ever cruise in December, right before the holidays. I'm hoping that over the next week, Toujour can work a Christmas miracle for each and every one of you." Happy sighs and excited claps filtered through the room. Shawn scanned the crowd, keeping an eye out for anyone who might be less than enthusiastic. Jace clapped politely. Skye clapped enthusiastically. But Shawn noticed a woman sitting alone at a table near the back who wasn't clapping at all. He stifled a groan. Maybe she would be the troublemaker of the cruise, never satisfied and critical of everything. He silently walked toward the other side of the room, wanting a better look at the cynic. She wore a black cocktail dress, but he caught a flash of pink heels as she adjusted her feet underneath her chair. So she was bold and perhaps a little flirtatious. Sandy blonde hair hung down her back in loose curls, and a jeweled clip that held her hair back on one side flashed in the chandelier light. Her profile showed a pert nose and full lips turned up in a smile. So she wasn't displeased then. Maybe she had something against clapping. Or wait, maybe it was the reporter that Brooke had mentioned, Natalie James. Yes, it would make sense that a reporter would be observing more than participating. It also made sense that she would be sitting alone on this first night. More clapping filtered through the room. The woman adjusted, and Shawn finally caught a glimpse of her face. His breath caught in his throat as recognition dawned. No way. What were the odds? He closed his eyes, breathing deeply. She was the last person he wanted under his care. It was the woman who had doused him in food at the buffet. Chapter 3. Natalie crossed her legs, leaning back in her padded high-back chair. Tables big enough to seat 6 were scattered around the open room with high ceilings and glittering chandeliers. The women had crowded together, cramming chairs into non-existent spaces around those tables. Every time Brooke mentioned a cruise activity, the women would giggle and whisper together. The men were more stoic, mostly sitting 2 or 3 to a table and giving each other sideways glances and occasional nods, but every once in a while a grin slipped through. The room buzzes with a tangible excitement as the sun disappears behind the gentle crests of the ocean. Brooke Pierce Ryder, the head of Toujour's Los Angeles office, outlines the week's upcoming activities to the group of hopeful guests eager for love. Through the glass windows behind her, a whale breaches the waves for just a moment before crashing back into the watery depths of the sea. The article practically wrote itself, and Natalie's fingers itched for a computer. Hopefully she could find a quiet corner of the ship after dinner and spend a few hours writing down her observations. "My matchmakers and I have dreamed up a very exciting Christmas treat for this week," Brooke said. Natalie's ears perked up. That sounded like something that would add great color to the article, maybe even something she could frame the narrative around. Natalie laughed as the matchmakers paraded into the room wearing Santa hats. She hadn't even noticed they had temporarily disappeared. "The most exciting part of any new relationship is the flirtatious way you let each other know that you're thinking about each other," Brooke said as the crowd began to titter. "That's why, for the next week, we encourage all of you to don a figurative Santa hat and leave flirtatious gifts and notes for that special someone you're developing feelings for." A low murmur filled the crowd, and Natalie glanced around, observing the group's interactions. This would definitely add a little pizzazz to the piece. She could tell by the way the women whispered together and the guys gave each other knowing eye raises that everyone loved the idea. Brooke held up a hand and the crowd quieted. "This isn't about the size of the gift, it's about the thought behind it. Remember, this week is all about building a relationship with someone that you want to continue beyond the next 8 days. Secret Santa is all about proving that you're forming that connection with each other. It's a way to show her that you're listening, It's a way to show him you understand what's important in his life. What made people go on this kind of cruise? That all seemed like a lot of effort for someone you barely even knew. Natalie's few serious relationships certainly hadn't formed over Secret Santa gifts and 8 days of vacationing. She'd have to work hard to hide her skepticism when she spoke to the guests for the article. 2 years ago, my darling husband and I were at a crossroads, Brooke said. We'd been friends for years, but I wasn't convinced that we could ever be anything more. For Christmas that year, Luke gave me a box of items he had saved throughout our friendship. They were financially worthless items that would have seemed unimportant to anyone but us. Luke could have purchased me anything I asked for, but he chose instead to remind me how much we meant to each other. A gentle sigh floated over the crowd, and women shared "isn't that adorable" looks with each other. Natalie had to admit the whole thing sounded pretty romantic. She could see the glimmer of happy tears in Brooke's eyes as she gripped the podium. That heartfelt reminder of our relationship is what ultimately made me begin to consider a future with Luke, Brooke said. And that is the type of magic I hope Secret Santa will work for our potential matches during this next week. Natalie had hit the jackpot. She had a feeling that more than a few romantic vignettes would emerge from this twist that she could use to make her article stand out. Dana would be begging Natalie to come work for World Traveler once she finished reading the piece. Brooke motioned to the matchmakers standing beside her, festooned in Santa hats. Our matchmakers are on hand and ready to help you execute any ideas you may come up with for Secret Santa. Within reason, of course. A chuckle rose from the matchmakers. Kendra gave a little curtsy and the crowd laughed. If at any time you have any questions or concerns, please speak with your matchmaker immediately, Brooke continued. This week is supposed to be magical, and we want to make sure it stays that way. Natalie had to admit that Brooke was good. She made falling in love seem not only possible, but inevitable and wonderful. Not the painful train wreck Natalie knew it to be. She'd always fallen too hard and too fast, only to find out that the guy she thought she was in love with wasn't really invested in the relationship. An occupational hazard of being a hopeless romantic, her mother had always said. Well, Natalie was done being a hopeless romantic. Cole had cured her of that once and for all. Losing his mind when she said she didn't get him tickets to the football playoffs in February was the last straw. What a joke their relationship had turned out to be. She blinked quickly and tried to focus on Brooke, who was describing the various activities on the cruise ship's private island, where they'd spend 2 days at the end of the week. The wide expanse of the sea spread out behind her, sunlight glittering off the white caps of the waves. The whole thing was beautiful, picturesque, the perfect backdrop to fall in love. Natalie wondered if she'd ever feel as open and optimistic about love as Toujour clients, if she'd ever again be willing to trust someone with her whole heart. Enthusiastic clapping filled the room. Natalie blinked and joined in, realizing Brooke had stepped down from the podium. The room filled with a gentle murmur of voices as people rose and began to mingle. Natalie stood as well, feeling suddenly drained. She knew she should stay and mingle, talk to the clients, and begin exploring what made them come on the cruise. Dinner would be served soon, giving her the perfect opportunity to get to know people better. But all she wanted to do was go back to her cabin and order room service. Wyatt would tell her to go to her room and unwind. Tamara would tell Natalie to start introducing herself to the others and have a good time, that the cruise would be a lot more enjoyable if she made a few friends along the way. But Natalie's first foray into interacting with others hadn't gone so smoothly. She still couldn't believe she had thrown her plate of food all over that poor guy earlier. He had tried so hard to hide his annoyance, but she had still known he was upset. Not that she could blame him. Natalie took a deep breath, straightening her shoulders. She couldn't write the article if she didn't spend every spare minute observing Toujour and its clients. Dana didn't want a review of a cruise ship. She wanted an editorial about Toujour's first singles cruise, and Natalie was going to give it to her. She pushed her chair underneath the table and turned with the vague idea of heading toward the bar. Alcohol always made people more willing to talk to a reporter. But the man leaning against the wall a few feet behind her made her freeze. He was tall, with a dark blue button-up shirt and piercing gunmetal blue eyes. A muscle in his temple flickered as Natalie sucked in an unsteady breath. He'd looked good that morning in his light yellow shirt, tomato sauce and ranch dressing notwithstanding, but in the blue shirt, he was downright gorgeous. And he was totally glaring at her. Natalie quickly looked away, brushing her hair behind one ear. What was he doing here? He was a member of the staff, not a client. Oh no. What if he was specifically assigned to work with Toujour? There would be no avoiding him if that was the case. The heat of humiliation washed over her afresh as she remembered plowing into his chest, food flying everywhere. She would die of mortification if he was working with Toujour. The heat of his gaze burned her, and she glanced back again. Shawn had shoved his hands in his pockets and was slowly walking toward her. Oh gosh. Her heart throbbed against her chest as her entire body flushed with embarrassment. He paused a few feet from her. Holy cow, he was tall, well over 6 feet. She could wear heels with this guy and he'd still have a few inches on her. And she loved heels so much. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. His voice flowed over her like too hot water, deliciously warm but also a little painful. His tone was even and polite. Was he still mad about this morning? Me neither, Natalie said. Hi again. I didn't realize you were here with Toujour. That would be the day. I'm actually here to do a story. I'm a reporter. She didn't know why she made that sound like a question. He'd folded his arms and she couldn't seem to stop staring at his bulging biceps. Clearly, he made frequent use of the onboard gym. She curled her fingers reflexively. Squeezing his bicep to see if it was as muscled as it appeared was definitely out of the question. She couldn't quite forget the way his chest had felt underneath her palms as she pushed herself off him that morning, though. There had been definite muscles there as well. Ah, Shawn said, his expression suddenly lightening. He had a square jaw that showed a hint of stubble and a small cleft in his chin, just enough to add interest to his already gorgeous face. Brooke told me you'd be on the cruise. She did? Natalie blinked, staring up at Shawn. She wasn't used to looking up at a man. His intense eyes suddenly seemed less guarded. I mean, you know Brooke? Just from working with her the last few months. I'm Shawn, the VIP coordinator for the Ocean Dream. He held out a hand, sending a waft of something spicy her way. She slowly slipped her hand into his. It was warm and rough and everything a man's hand should be. Natalie. Wyatt James's sister. I've loved watching him help turn the Coyotes around this past season. Great player. Well, that killed all thoughts of running her hands across his military buzz cut. Guys always seemed more interested in Wyatt than in her. Not that she was interested in Shawn. Wyatt's a great guy, Natalie said. A couple brushed behind Shawn, their heads bent close together as they laughed. Shawn took a step forward, putting him nearly toe-to-toe with Natalie. She quickly took a step back, needing some distance between them. He made her stomach twist itself into knots. She was pretty sure she didn't like it. Well, if you need anything this week, let me know and we'll do our best to accommodate your request. I'll do that. Another couple passed nearby on their way to the open bar, and Natalie took another careful step backward. I should go meet some people, get some quotes for the article, you know? Of course. Make sure you try the spinach puffs at dinner. They're a chef's specialty. I'll do that. Natalie pressed her hands to her stomach, trying to quell the butterflies that couldn't seem to stop swarming there. Well, I guess I'll see you around. See you around, he echoed. Natalie walked away, putting a hand to her forehead. Tamara would laugh herself silly when Natalie told her about this. If she told Tamara about this. What was it about Shawn that turned Natalie into a bumbling idiot? Maybe the crow's feet just beginning to form near his eyes, the sun-kissed bronze skin of his forearms, his broad chest and trim waist. Stop it, she demanded. This wasn't spring break in Florida. She didn't have time for romantic entanglements on this trip. Besides, she was totally over guys. especially ones who worshipped her brother's career. Chapter 4. Natalie walked into the banquet hall, eager for her first full day on the ship. She looked around the room, so different in the light of day. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The large round tables from the night before had been replaced by smaller tables, just big enough for two. Large placards in the center of each table held a number, and the white tablecloths with black runners had been replaced by a light sky blue that perfectly matched the cruise ship logo. The room positively buzzed with energy as women in flirty sundresses and men in polo shirts spoke to each other. During Brooke's welcome meeting last night, it had been clear the guests were sizing each other up while sticking close to those they had come on the cruise with. Today, that appeared to have all changed. Natalie played with a thin strap of her messenger bag as she watched the women toss their hair and laugh while the men leaned closer. After dinner last night, she'd found a quiet nook overlooking the main promenade and written until nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. The words had flowed as she jotted down her observations, made notes to remind her of the facts, and even wrote the first few paragraphs of the article. The words were rough, but they were written, and that was a start. When she had finally tiptoed into her room, Kendra had been snoring softly in her bed. Natalie had stowed her laptop and dreamed all night about gooey chocolate chip cookies and blue eyes that sucked her into their warm current. Someone bumped into her from behind and muttered a quick apology. Natalie blinked quickly, erasing thoughts of broad shoulders and a muscled chest from her mind. Today she'd get to observe Toujour's version of speed dating. Brooke had described it last night as a chance for the guests to get to know each of their potential matches. Ridiculous. Who trusted a computer system to find them love? Then again, she supposed people had done stranger things in the name of not being lonely. She had convinced herself Cole loved her, for instance. Matchmakers wandered among the crowd, handing out little cards that Natalie assumed told them where to go for the speed dating. Natalie watched the happy buzz of activity, feeling very out of place among the crowd of excited and hopeful romantics. She almost felt, well, lonely. There was a definite twinge somewhere in the vicinity of her heart, and she didn't like it one bit. "Morning," a deep voice with a soft southern twang said. Natalie jumped, putting a hand to her chest. Shawn took a step forward, hands shoved deep in his pockets. He wore a salmon-colored shirt that brought out the tan in his skin. Most men couldn't pull off the color, but he wore it well. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to startle you." "I guess I was lost in my thoughts." Natalie brushed a hand through her hair, then folded her arms. Why did she feel so self-conscious around him? She wondered if he had gotten the food stains out of the yellow shirt or if it had been a complete loss. Maybe every time Shawn looked at her, he thought, "There's the woman who ruined my favorite yellow shirt, which made my eyes sparkle like sapphires and my teeth so white I could appear in a toothpaste commercial." Okay, probably not. "Are you ready to observe speed dating?" Shawn asked. Natalie patted the messenger bag that rested against one hip. "I'm planning on taking lots of notes. I must admit, Toujour's version of speed dating intrigues me. Kendra said that everyone will have 5-10-minute dates. The matchmakers give them a specific list of questions to discuss if the conversation lags. Each set of questions is tailored to what that particular couple has in common. Seems like a lot of work for the matchmakers." "I guess that's why people pay them the big bucks," Shawn said. Was that a smile at the corner of his mouth? She hadn't known he was capable of making a joke. "I'm interested to see how it plays out," Natalie said. "It seems like a few couples are already forming, which just seems crazy to me. We've barely been on board 18 hours. Shawn shrugged, his broad shoulders rolling with emotions. "These people seem to know what they want and aren't afraid to go after it." "I guess so." Natalie glanced surreptitiously at his left ring finger. Empty. Not that a lack of a ring necessarily meant anything. Lots of people chose not to wear one these days. It didn't matter to her either way. She was simply curious about this man who she had clobbered with fried shrimp and now stood here having a polite conversation with her. "I'd better go check on a few things," Shawn said. He pointed to a row of chairs lined up along the back wall. but I had some chairs set up for you in case you get tired of walking around the room. Jace Larson might join you. He's here doing research, just like you." "Kendra mentioned that," Natalie said. She'd caught a glimpse of Jace at dinner last night in a pair of expensive black pants that hung low on his hips and a fitted suit jacket that showed off the hours he spent in a gym. She bet Shawn's muscles were more from hard work than hours spent in a gym. He seemed like the type who'd jump in to set up tables and stack chairs, or whatever it was a VIP coordinator on a cruise ship did. Bench press lifeboats, maybe. "Let me know if you need anything," Shawn said with a nod. "I'll be around." "Bye," Natalie said faintly, watching as he strode away. The limp was still present, making her wince. She'd really done a number on him yesterday. It was a wonder he'd even spoken to her. "Everyone take your seats and we'll get started in just a moment," Brooke's voice echoed across the room. The crowd gradually quieted down as everyone found their seats. Natalie shifted from foot to foot, not sure what to do. Stand near the tables and stare down at everyone awkwardly? Watch from the side of the room? The room was growing quieter by the second as everyone's attention focused on Brooke. Natalie tiptoed to the chairs Shawn had set up along the back wall and sank into one as Brooke began describing how speed dating would work. A man sat down in the chair beside her, his long limbs and broad shoulders encroaching on her space. Jace Larson, total Hollywood heartthrob. Natalie brushed a strand of hair behind one ear and gave him a tentative smile. In the years since Wyatt had begun playing professional football, she had met quite a few celebrities, but the feeling never got old. "Hi," she whispered quietly. He held out a hand and she shook it. "Hey, I'm Jace Larson. You must be the reporter. Brooke told me about you." "That's me. I'm Natalie." Jace smiled, a dimple popping in one cheek. "I'm a huge fan of your brother's. He's really turning the Coyotes around." "Great. Another hot male obsessed with her brother. Just what Natalie needed." "Yep, that's Wyatt." The first round of speed dating began then. Natalie forgot all about Jace as she watched with fascination as the room exploded in animated conversation. "Wow," Jace said. "No awkward pauses for these couples, huh?" Natalie glanced over at him, not quite sure if he approved of this whole cruise or not. "I guess not." "The Secret Santa stuff was a great idea, though, wasn't it? I'm going to suggest something similar to the producer of Love on the Seas." "Is that the movie you're researching for?" Jace nodded, running a hand through his thick, dark hair. It was longer than Shawn's and styled with gel so that it stuck straight up. "I think it would add a fun angle to the film, give a bit of mystery to the storyline, perhaps. If Secret Santa could bring you anything, what would it be?" Natalie let her chin rest on one hand and thought of her craving for cookies last night. "A warm chocolate chip cookie and tall glass of milk delivered to my room every night of the cruise." Jace laughed, his body angled toward hers. "That's what room service is for." "Yeah, but they stopped delivering at 11 p.m., and last night I didn't get back to my room until after 1 a.m. A deep voice broke into the conversation, and Natalie looked up into Shawn's gunmetal blue eyes. "Is there anything I can do for you two?" Natalie blinked and quickly rose, feeling like she had been caught goofing off in class. "No, sorry. Didn't mean to bother anyone." Jace chuckled and rose as well while Shawn blinked. "I didn't mean to imply you were disturbing the event," Shawn said. "It's my job to make sure all of your needs are seen to while you're on the cruise. I can have my staff bring you a glass of water if you're thirsty, or maybe something to eat. I know some of the guests choose to forego breakfast this morning in favor of sleeping in." Jace held out his hand, giving Shawn's a firm handshake. "I'm doing just fine, but thanks for asking. Do you mind if I walk around for a while? I forgot to ask Brooke this morning." "Of course not." Shawn motioned to the room. "Let me know if you need anything." Jace nodded and wandered off. Natalie clutched at her messenger bag, her entire body somehow hot and cold simultaneously. "I should wander as well," Natalie said. "Maybe write down a few quotes for the article." "Are you sure there's nothing I can get you?" Shawn asked. "A chocolate chip cookie, perhaps?" His lips were definitely twitching upward into an amused smile now. Natalie flushed, backing away from Shawn. Nope, I'm good. No cookies for me, thanks. He'd overheard her conversation with Jace. Natalie wasn't sure why that made her heart beat rapidly and her palms grow damp, but it did. She pulled out her notepad from her messenger bag and forced herself to concentrate on the speed dating and forget all about Shawn. Soon, Natalie became totally absorbed in the conversation swirling around her. She'd been on enough first dates to know the typical questions. Where are you from? What's your job? What are your hobbies? Surface-level stuff. But these couples were on like fifth date questions. She overheard a curvy redhead and a stick-thin man with a shaved head playfully arguing about whether Santa Claus was a tradition worth carrying on with their own families. A woman with a pixie cut telling her mustached partner how hard it had been to grow up in a mixed-religion home. An older man discussing the difficulties he was experiencing with his teenage son to a very attentive brunette with bright red lipstick. Natalie furiously scribbled her observations in the notebook. She noticed a few of the celebrities on dates with each other, but for the most part, they were sprinkled in with the rest of the group. Jace roved the room, listening in on conversations just like Natalie was, although he didn't seem to be writing any of his observations down. Natalie caught a glimpse of Shawn more than once as he relayed instructions to some other member of the staff, and each time her stomach gave a leap. So stupid. Yeah, Shawn was attractive, but so was Jace, and her nerves didn't quiver with anticipation each time he entered her line of sight. By the second to final round of speed dating, Natalie's hand ached from all the note-taking. She was used to typing on her laptop, not writing longhand, but going old school seemed to make the most sense considering she never knew when she'd have access to an electrical outlet for charging her computer's battery when it ran low. A chime rang across the room, signaling it was time to switch for the last date. Natalie rolled her neck, then paused, feeling eyes on her. She glanced back to see Shawn quickly turning away. Had he been staring at her? The idea made her grin. A few tables over, a woman with bright pink hair pushed back from her chair and rose. "No, I'm not switching yet. I don't want to switch." Sky, the pop star so famous she didn't need a last name. A matchmaker Natalie didn't recognize leaned close, whispering something in Sky's ear. "I said I don't want to switch," Sky exclaimed. "I paid to be here, didn't I? So I should be able to talk to whomever I want to for as long as I want to." Oh boy. Natalie had been to enough parties with Wyatt to recognize an unstable, spoiled celebrity when she saw one. Natalie took a tentative step toward the table while Brooke hurried across the room. A man with a trim goatee and panicked expression leaned back in his chair as though trying to get as far away from Sky as possible. She held out a hand toward him, and when she spoke, her voice was thick with tears. "You're just so nice. So nice. I just want to." She lunged across the table and toward the man as though to kiss him. It was the panic on the man's face that made Natalie step in. Sky's matchmaker seemed frozen, her mouth open in shock, and Brooke was still half a dozen feet away. Natalie's heart beat furiously as she grabbed both of Sky's hands in hers and did the only thing she thought might defuse the situation: stroke Sky's ego. "Oh my gosh," Natalie exclaimed, holding Sky's hands out to the side. "I can't believe it's really you. Sky, I am such a fan of your music. Would it be too much to ask for a photo?" Sky glared at Natalie, her glittery blue eyeshadow exaggerating the look. Natalie quickly dropped Sky's hands and took a step back. Crap. Her plan had backfired, and Brooke would tell Natalie she could head right on back to California as soon as they made their first port tomorrow morning. "And who are you?" Sky demanded, placing her hands on her hips. Her voice held the barest of slurs, and Natalie noticed she appeared a little unsteady on her feet. It looked like Sky had been trying to fend off last night's hangover with a few too many mimosas that morning. Natalie kept her voice light and airy, that of an overeager fan. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Brooke pause at the table and Shawn approaching at a rapid clip. "Natalie James, I think you've met my brother Wyatt, the football player. You did the halftime show when he was in the playoffs." Sky's scowl immediately dropped, and a pleased smile turned up her cherry red lips. "Wyatt, of course, he's such a dear. Well, I'm a big fan of his. Too bad he transferred to the Coyotes. Such a shame. Natalie glanced quickly at Brooke. She stood next to Natalie now, her hands clasped together tightly and smile tense. Had Skye forgotten that Brooke's husband owned the Coyotes? Shawn paused on the other side of the table, near the cowering man. "Isn't that fun that the two of you know each other?" Brooke said smoothly. "Skye, can I talk to you outside for just a moment? We'll get everything straightened out." I actually wanted to talk to Skye for a few minutes about some complimentary spa treatments that come with her room. Shawn cut in smoothly. You don't mind, do you, Brooke? Brooke blinked, then gave Shawn a real smile. "Of course not," she said. "Skye, why don't you take advantage of one of those right now? We're almost done here and have got free time until after lunch." Skye blinked like this was all a lot to process, then nodded. "Okay, a massage sounds fantastic right now." "I can have a masseuse sent up to your room immediately," Shawn said. "Wonderful," Brooke said. "We'll see you at the towel folding demonstration after lunch, okay?" Skye nodded and Shawn began to guide her from the room. "I'll go with him and make sure everything is okay," Natalie said quietly to Brooke. "Thank you," Brooke said, her eyes filled with gratitude. Natalie nodded and hurried after Shawn and Skye. Chapter 5. Skye had definitely had too much to drink. As Shawn led her from the banquet hall, he made a mental note to talk to the bartender about limiting the pop star's alcohol intake. But first, he'd talk with Brooke and find out what protocol she wanted for guests who imbibed too much. He should have discussed the matter with Brooke when they met yesterday. Where was his head? Natalie James was burrowing her way into his thoughts and distracting him from the job at hand. But it had also been Natalie's quick thinking that had diffused the situation with Skye. Playing to Skye's vanity had not only been smart, it had probably prevented a bigger scene from occurring. The only person who probably remembered the outburst was Skye's hapless date. The poor guy had been terrified. Skye leaned heavily on Shawn as they paused outside the banquet hall doors, but he was pretty sure it wasn't because she was having trouble walking. What a flirt. A man in a white and blue uniform of the crew was just down the hallway, emptying a trash can. "George," Shawn called. The older man looked up. He was in his 50s, with deep lines in his leathery skin. He quickly replaced the new trash liner and walked over to Shawn. "Yes, Mr. Erickson?" Skye dropped her arm low on Shawn's back. He jumped away and Skye laughed. George sent the pair a look, his eyes lighting with understanding. Inebriated guests in need of help back to their rooms weren't uncommon. "Would you please call up to the spa and have a masseuse sent immediately to Miss Skye's room?" Shawn asked. "Of course," George said, already reaching for the radio on his belt. "Will you be in your room after dinner, Mr. Erickson? I've got some things to drop off for the school." "Just for a few minutes, then I've got the 1920s dance in the Liberty Lounge. I probably won't be back from that until well after midnight." "I'll drop it by right after dinner then," George said. He pressed a button on his radio. "Can we get a masseuse sent immediately to Miss Skye's suite?" "Thanks, George," Shawn said as the man walked away with a wave. Skye leaned into Shawn's chest with a sigh. "I wouldn't have been so upset about having my date cut short with Declan if I knew you were on board," she said. Her words were clear with only the faintest of slurs. Oh boy. He glanced down the hallway, contemplating calling George back. Maybe he should have asked someone else to escort Skye to her room. He'd been worried she'd try and return to speed dating if someone didn't make sure she stayed away, and he hadn't wanted to take Brooke away from the event. He knew she needed to be there for wrap-up after the final date, which would be ending right about now. Shawn gritted his teeth and took a step toward the elevator. Skye followed closely behind him. He was not about to let her ruin his chances for that bonus. As soon as he got her safely to her room, he'd come up with a plan to avoid these situations and present it to Brooke. The banquet hall door opened again, letting Brooke's enthusiastic chatter filter into the hallway. She must be giving her closing speech. Natalie emerged, letting the door swing shut behind her. She wore denim shorts that showed off tanned legs that went on for miles and a flowy white blouse with strings crisscrossing the V neckline. Shawn's heart was suddenly back in his throat, making it hard to think. He seriously had to get that under control. Skye squinted, then pointed one finger at Natalie. "Hey, it's Wyatt James's sister!" Natalie's smile tightened, her full lips pursing into a thin line. "That's me." Natalie glanced at Shawn, then back at Skye. "I'm actually doing an article for World Traveler magazine about the Toujour cruise. I wondered if I could walk with you to your room and maybe ask you some questions. I'd love to talk to you about your experience so far." "I guess that's okay." "Great." Natalie fell into step beside them, and Shawn noticed once again how tall she was. He'd barely have to dip his head for their lips to meet. No, he wasn't thinking about Natalie like that. She was heading back to wherever she had come from in a week, for starters. And she had to be at least a decade younger than him. She was a guest on the Ocean Dream. "Will you mention my name in the article?" Skye asked. "Only if you want me to," Natalie said as the elevator door slid open. They all stepped inside. Skye was positively preening. It was a good thing she was a singer and not an actor, because she was doing a poor job of hiding her obvious pleasure. "I guess it would be okay if you mentioned my name. What would you like to know?" Natalie leaned against the glass wall as the elevator rose past the promenade and toward the upper decks of the ship. "I'm curious about what led you to Toujour. I can't imagine that you have any trouble finding dates on your own. I mean, you're Skye. Any guy would be lucky to be your boyfriend." It had been the right thing to say. Skye's chin rose up a notch as she smiled. "It's true that I have my choice of men, but I wanted to try something new and exciting. Everyone who's anyone is trying Toujour right now. I mean, they're love experts. I figured that I deserved the best." "Oh, definitely," Natalie said, nodding. "That makes complete sense." Shawn looked away, brushing one hand over his mouth to hide the laughter begging to escape. The elevator dinged open and Shawn motioned for them to exit. "So far, I'm not sure that I like this cruise very much." There was a definite pout to Skye's voice that instantly turned Shawn's amusement to worried. "Declan and I were really making a connection, and then that stupid buzzer rang and ruined everything. Why can't I talk to him for as long as I'd like? The whole speed dating event seems silly. I'm going to give Brooke a piece of my mind later." "That must be very frustrating," Natalie agreed. Her toenails were painted some bright pink color, and there was a white daisy with a jewel in the center on each of her big toes. He'd never realized how attractive women's feet could be. "It's infuriating is what it is," Skye said. "I'm paying to be here, aren't I? All these rules and events are just dumb." "I don't think Brooke meant any disrespect." Natalie's voice was so calm and soothing. Shawn could already see Skye's shoulders relaxing. "She just wanted to make sure she was being fair to your other dates. Every guy here wants a chance to get to know you better. Declan seemed very nice, but I'm sure the other men are too." "I guess I never thought of it that way. I didn't mean to deny the other men my company." "I know you didn't," Natalie said, giving Skye's hand a quick squeeze. "All I'm saying is keep your options open." "Very wise," Skye said. Shawn let out a slow sigh as they finally paused outside Skye's door. "Here you are," he said. "Your masseuse should be here any moment now. Please let me know if you need anything else. Ocean Dream wants to make sure your vacation is absolutely perfect." "It's already looking up. Thank you so much for your help today, Shawn." Skye's voice was practically a purr, and she ran a long red nail down his chest. Shawn took an involuntary step back, bumping into Natalie. She covered her mouth, shoulders shaking, and did nothing to help him out of the awkward situation. "Traitor." "Maybe we can get together later," Skye said. "Natalie's right. I shouldn't limit myself to just Declan." Shawn took another step back and cleared his throat. "I'm pretty busy today, but you should definitely attend the dance in the Liberty Lounge tonight. There will be plenty of men from Toujour for you to dance with." "Won't you dance with me?" "I'm not really much of a dancer." She put a finger to her pouty lips and frowned. Shawn took another step toward Natalie as a slight woman with jet black hair walked toward them, a massage table folded over one shoulder. "Ah, looks like Azumi is here for your massage," Shawn said. "We'll leave you to it." "Thanks for talking to me, Sky," Natalie said brightly. "We'll catch up with you later." Sky nodded and slunk inside, leaving the door wide open for Azumi. "I guess that means she's ready," Azumi said in a low voice. "Guess so," Shawn said. "Don't let her near the liquor cabinet, okay? She needs to dry out a bit before dinner." "Sure thing, Mr. Erickson," Azumi said. "Thank you." Shawn let out a heavy sigh. Maybe he'd get through this cruise okay after all. The door clicked shut behind Azumi, and Shawn let his shoulders sag with relief. "She's quite the character, isn't she?" Natalie said. "That's one way of putting it. Thanks for helping out." Natalie paused in front of the elevator, her painted toes covering the rug that announced today was Sunday. It was easy to lose track of time and days on a cruise ship, but Shawn had adjusted over the past decade. He wondered if it would be just as hard to adjust again to life on land. "I hope I was actually helpful and not interfering," Natalie said. "Definitely helpful." Shawn folded his arms, unable to stop staring at Natalie. Her sandy blonde hair hung nearly halfway down her back in soft waves, and her hazel eyes held a wisdom that hinted at an old soul. All of his irritation with her from yesterday had completely disappeared, replaced with something that both exhilarated and frightened him. "I'm surprised Toujour even signed Sky as a client." Natalie shifted beside him, making the hairs on his arms stand up in awareness. The elevator doors opened and they stepped inside, still standing close together. He'd have to be careful not to speak badly about the customers around Natalie. She was a reporter, after all. He chose his words carefully. "I imagine it's very hard to say no to Sky." Natalie laughed, and the sound was low and raspy, just like her beautiful alto voice. "Yeah, I guess you're right. It was probably less dangerous to accept her as a client than to turn her down. But Tamara said the interview process was pretty intense, and she joined before Toujour became a household name. I imagine it's even more so now." The name sounded vaguely familiar to Shawn, but he couldn't quite place it. "Tamara?" "Yeah, my brother's fiancée. She actually went on a date with Luke before he and Brooke ended up together. It was all over the tabloids." Interesting. He had the sudden urge to rush to a computer and find out all he could about Natalie's family. Never mind that internet on board the ship cost a fortune, VIP coordinator or not. "I don't remember hearing about that, but I don't spend much time on the internet." "Too busy working? I imagine taking care of all these specialty groups takes a lot of time. Do you have to deal with a lot of people like Sky in your groups?" The promenade slid past while the elevator descended to the lower levels of the ship, but all of Shawn's attention was on Natalie. She brushed a lock of hair behind one ear while her cheeks glowed a delicious pink. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt this comfortable with a woman. He'd dated a few crew members in the past, and even a guest or two, but it had never lasted long. Either long distance became an issue, or his job got in the way, or the chemistry just wasn't quite right. "Off the record?" Shawn asked. "Of course. I promise I won't put anything you say in the article. I'm just curious." Shawn nodded. "There's usually at least one person on every cruise that needs a little extra attention." "Well, that was really nice of you to give her complimentary spa treatments, especially after how she behaved." Shawn laughed. He was leaning toward Natalie, and she was leaning toward him. "I always take care of my guests. My mama used to tell me you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. I've found offering complimentary services to upset guests often smooths the situation over better than anything else I could do." Natalie arched an eyebrow. "Ah, so you were buying Sky off." The elevator dinged open and they both stepped outside, but neither of them made a move to leave. Instead, Natalie leaned up against the wall just outside the banquet hall, her arms folded and attention fully on him. The air felt thick and warm. Shawn knew he should go check on Brooke, but he didn't want this conversation to end. This cruise is really important to me, Shawn said finally. I want Toujour to have a good experience and book future single cruises on the Ocean Dream. We value their business. Ah. Natalie absently wrapped her hand around the strap of her messenger bag. Job pressure. That I can definitely relate to. The article? Natalie nodded. She looked around, then took a step closer and lowered her voice. The magazine's editor kind of promised me a job if I do well on the article, so I'm trying to suck it up and pretend like I don't think this whole thing is insane. It was definitely too warm in this hallway. He'd make sure to have George check the thermostat. The laughter of guests mixed with the clank of tables and chairs told him that the speed dating event had ended and his staff were preparing for lunch. You don't think Toujour works? Natalie lifted a shoulder in a shrug. Maybe, but in 8 days? I thought it was impossible when I boarded the ship yesterday, but I swear I saw some real relationships forming today during speed dating. His throat felt tight and his heart was beating too fast. Maybe it's not about the length of time, but the commitment level of the couple. Natalie's bag slipped off her shoulder and she fumbled to catch it. Her eyes were wide and a little fearful. That's what Kendra said. Have you been talking to the matchmakers? Shawn stared down into Natalie's eyes. They were hazel, with a ring of gold around the irises that caught the overhead lights and made her eyes positively dance. What was he doing? Natalie was a guest, an attractive one, sure, but that shouldn't matter. He cleared his throat and took a step back. I just think the whole idea of Toujour is interesting. Oh, it's definitely that. I'm just not sure it's viable. Her eyes stared up into his. Do you think it's possible to fall in love in 8 days? The banquet hall door banged open and a stream of laughing people emerged. Natalie jumped back, a mask falling over her face. Shawn took a few steps back, needing to put some distance between him and Natalie. Looks like speed dating is over, Natalie said. I should go get ready for the belly flop competition. I know it's not an official Toujour event, but Brooke said she was going to encourage everyone to attend. Something about laughter bringing couples closer together. Yeah, I should go too. Shawn jabbed a thumb over one shoulder. I need to talk to Brooke about a few things before the competition starts. You're going? Yeah, that's where most of the Toujour guests will be. Natalie would be there, and that was reason enough to attend. Natalie walked backward, lifting a hand in a wave. Okay then, see you later. See ya, Shawn agreed. But he didn't go immediately back into the banquet hall. Instead, he watched Natalie hurry away, her long legs quickly crossing the distance to the wide staircase leading up to the promenade. When she finally disappeared from sight, Shawn shook his head and headed into the banquet hall. He was in big trouble, and he wasn't sure that was a bad thing. Chapter 6. Natalie stepped out of the sliding glass doors and onto the Lido deck, her sunglasses and floppy hat firmly in place. She blinked quickly, her eyes adjusting to the brilliant sunlight reflecting off the pool water, while her ears were immediately assaulted by the cacophony of cruisers enjoying their early Christmas vacation. The deck teemed with excited singles sipping frozen drinks or snacking on plates of food. People sat close together on the pool deck, their legs dangling in the water and shoulders shiny with sunscreen. Nearby, the hot tub overflowed with bare-chested men and women in bikinis. A warm breeze played with Natalie's hair as the sun's rays warmed her skin. The warm temperatures said they were indeed sailing south. She never would have guessed it was December from the weather, but a large Christmas wreath with red and gold ornaments hung from the windows of the Sky Lounge, which towered above them. Where was Shawn? Natalie craned her neck, searching the crowd. Anticipation made her stomach swarm like she had swallowed a colony of butterflies. Had she really only met him yesterday? There was something about him that made her lose all train of thought when they were together, a magnetic pull between them she couldn't quite name. She had thought she liked guys before, but if this was what chemistry felt like, she wasn't sure she'd ever experienced it until now. Natalie? The single word drifted over the breeze, capturing her attention. She twisted in a circle, searching for the low voice that had spoken her name. Shawn stood on the opposite side of the pool, one of his large hands raised in a wave. He motioned her over and she raised her own hand in acknowledgement. The insecurities hid as she began weaving her way through the crowd toward him. She had changed into her favorite swimsuit, a cute hot pink one-piece with a floral sarong tied low on her hips, and spent way too much time freshening up her makeup before taking a deep breath and emerging from her room. But maybe she had misread the situation entirely. Some guys were just friendly. Although that didn't really describe Shawn either, at least not at first. He'd changed as well, into a light green polo shirt and khaki shorts. She felt suddenly breathless. It wasn't because he looked good enough to eat, though. That flat trek across a few yards of the Lido deck had been quite the athletic feat. "Hey," Natalie said. "Hey, I'm glad you came. I was worried you'd change your mind." What would he say if she told him she'd been primping in front of the mirror, hoping he'd notice her? His warm blue eyes were drawing her in, making her consider all kinds of ridiculous things, like how it would feel to kiss him. She adjusted her sunglasses, glad he couldn't tell she was staring. "I had to take care of a few things. I'm here now, though." "I'm glad. The belly flop contest is always a lot of fun." He motioned to an empty chair right at the pool's edge, with a perfect vantage point for the contest. Another empty chair sat beside it. "I saved you a lounge chair." Her heart gave a weak flutter in her chest, and Natalie swallowed hard. Maybe the second empty chair meant he was planning on joining her. She definitely wouldn't mind his company. Already her mind was conjuring images of the two of them sitting side by side, their bodies angled toward each other and heads almost touching as they talked about who made the biggest splash. "That's so sweet. You didn't have to do that." The grin he sent her way would have sent a weaker person into cardiac arrest. "I wanted to make sure you had a good view of the contest. For the article, I mean." "Oh, right." She deflated like a balloon as all hopes for a flirtatious hour spent watching the contest disappeared. Suddenly, the laughter of the guests in the lounge chairs surrounding them seemed obnoxiously loud. It was a belly flop contest, not the eighth wonder of the world. She probably shouldn't even watch. Her time would be better spent working on the article. Because that was why she was here, and that's why Shawn was being so nice. She was a reporter writing a story for a major travel magazine. He was a cruise ship employee, and he would want to make sure she had a great experience. Ocean Dream probably wanted her article to be favorable almost as badly as Toujour did. Not that Natalie had any intention of giving anything but a glowing report. She knew Brooke's attention to detail would make the week practically perfect. "Sit down," Shawn said, motioning to the chair. Natalie slowly sank into her seat. "Who's the other chair for?" "I told Jace I'd save him a spot. He should be here soon." Shawn perched on the edge of Jace's lounge chair, his attention focused completely on Natalie. He had a small scar that cut through one eyebrow. She hadn't noticed until now. "So, have you ever watched a belly flop contest?" Natalie blinked, mentally scolding herself for staring. Had he noticed? She pretended to readjust her sarong to give herself time to think. "A few. I did grow up in Arizona, after all." "Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing that in one of Wyatt's interviews." The mention of her brother was like a bucket of water to the face. "Right." He ran a hand through his short dark hair, making his bicep flex and her mouth go dry. "Ever participated in one?" Natalie couldn't help it. She laughed, attracting the attention of a few nearby guests. The sound abruptly cut off and she felt her cheeks heat. That's a big fat no. I can't swim." Shawn leaned forward, his arms resting on his tanned legs. She noticed another scar, this one thick and jagged running alongside his knee. "You really can't swim?" "I can't even doggy paddle." "But you grew up in Arizona. Doesn't everyone there live in a pool during the summer months?" Natalie shrugged, holding onto her hat as a strong breeze swept across the deck. They were surrounded by people, and yet somehow she felt as though she and Shawn were completely alone. "When I was 4 or 5, I wandered out of the house while my mom was making lunch and fell into our pool. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a hospital. As a kid, it was kind of terrifying. His eyes darkened with concern and his hands twitched. Maybe like he wanted to hold her hand? No, she was reading way too much into things. I can't even imagine how scary that would be to a kid. The fear of that day was one of Natalie's earlier memories and definitely her strongest. She could still remember the panic that had her inhaling water as she kicked and struggled for air. Yeah, after that, I pretty much screamed bloody murder anytime my mom took me near a large body of water. After a while, my parents stopped pushing the issue. By the time my fear got under control, I was too embarrassed to take lessons. At least, that's what she had told her mom. The truth was, Natalie was still scared to get in water deeper than her waist. She glanced toward the pool. It was only 5 feet deep, definitely not deep enough to cover her head, but she knew she'd never go swimming on the ship since there was no shallow end. Shawn looked around pointedly at the water that surrounded them on all sides. Being in the middle of the ocean doesn't scare you? No. Natalie had worried it might when Dana first gave her the assignment, but had forgotten all about her fears as soon as she saw the size of the ship. I don't plan on falling overboard, thank you very much. Somehow I don't think being a strong swimmer would help someone much if they landed in the middle of the sea. Shawn stared into her eyes, making her insides squirm. There was a sincerity and depth to his gaze. It made her feel exposed, vulnerable, like he could see behind her walls. Hey, Shawn, someone interrupted. Shawn quickly rose and Natalie blinked, the spell broken. Jace stood beside them, the baseball cap shading half of his face, not quite managing to hide his large grin. Jace, Shawn said. The two men clapped each other on their backs. I'm glad you made it. I saved you the best seat in the house. And beside the prettiest lady, Jace said. He gave Natalie a Hollywood smile she was sure turned most women to jelly as he took his seat beside her. Nice to see you again, Natalie. You too, she said. Are you enjoying the cruise so far? Definitely. Shawn here has been a huge help. I've probably driven him nuts with all my questions about cruising. Not at all, Shawn said. Can I get either of you something to eat or drink before the contest begins? Jace shot Natalie a sly look. In the mood for a chocolate chip cookie? Her cheeks burned as she quickly shook her head, not able to even look at Shawn. I'm good, thanks. Me too, Jace said. Okay then, let me know if either of you need anything. Shawn stared straight at Natalie. See you at the dance tonight? And like that, it was hard to breathe again. Yeah, see you. Shawn nodded and walked away. She couldn't help but admire his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and lean legs. Wait, that limp was still there. Natalie frowned, watching carefully. Yes, he was definitely still limping. There had been a thick scar on his knee. Had their unfortunate encounter in the buffet room aggravated an old injury? She really hoped not. He'd been so nice to her today. Men were lining up, flexing their muscles and making exaggerated faces while the cruise employees spoke into a microphone, giving instructions to the crowd about how the competition would run. Everything okay? Jace asked, breaking into her thoughts. Natalie's cheeks heated as she realized she had been staring at Shawn for far too long. She glanced over at Jace. Maybe she could play the whole thing off. Yeah, I guess. Shawn's limping. I noticed it yesterday. Jace shrugged. A waitress passed by and he lifted 2 frothy daiquiris from her plate and handed one to Natalie. Maybe he hurt his leg or something. Natalie accepted the drink, taking a determined sip. She would not let Jace see her blush. Yeah, I think it was kind of my fault. Jace leaned forward, his attention fixed on her. Behind him, Natalie noticed men lining up on the pool deck and someone in the sky blue polo of the cruise ship speaking to them. It seemed the contest was about to begin. Sounds like there's a story there, Jace said. Natalie took another sip of her drink, letting it cool her rising temperature. Just one that leaves me humiliated and embarrassed. Jace raised an eyebrow in question. We sort of crashed into each other yesterday. His shirt fought with my plate of food, and I think his shirt lost. Ah. Jace relaxed back against his chair and chuckled. I'm sure he's fine. Shawn seems like a tough guy. Tough, gorgeous, perfect. Shawn was on the other side of the pool now, motioning with his hands while he spoke to the lifeguard on duty. Yeah, I guess so. Welcome to the Ocean Dreams world-famous belly flop contest! A voice boomed across the speakers. Today, these fine gentlemen will compete for the honor of being crowned the belly flop champion. The crowd clapped loudly as they whooped and hollered. Natalie noticed quite a few of the Toujour men lined up to try and impress the ladies. Not Shawn, though. She couldn't imagine him ever doing something so juvenile. He'd finished talking to the lifeguard and was speaking to two ladies, old enough to be her grandmother. You know, I think he's single, Jace said. Natalie's attention snapped back to him. What? Shawn. Jace's eyes crinkled with mischief as he motioned with his head across the pool. Involuntarily, her gaze returned to Shawn. He was hefting two lounge chairs over his head now, muscles flexing, but didn't seem to even be breaking a sweat. He set them down close to the pool and motioned for the two ladies he had been chatting with to take a seat. Adorable. Natalie was pretty sure her ovaries had just clapped in delight. I think he likes you, Jace said. Oh gosh. Natalie's cheeks were going to burst into flames any second, maybe her entire body. If someone had told her yesterday she'd be having this conversation with a movie star, she would have laughed in their face. He's just being polite. There had been that weird whatever between them after they helped Skye to her room, but Natalie was like 60% sure she had imagined the whole thing. Jace snorted. There's polite, and then there's infatuated. I'll give you one guess which category Shawn falls into. Natalie glanced across at Shawn again. It took her a moment to find him. Brooke had arrived, almost unrecognizable in a dark navy swimsuit with a baby in her arms. Shawn was nodding while Brooke spoke rapidly. Whatever they were talking about, it must not be too bad because they were both smiling. Probably an update on Skye. You should go for it. Jace nudged Natalie's shoulder with his own. He's single, you're single, why not? Natalie held her daiquiri with both hands, barely registering the chill. Maybe because we're only on this boat for another 6 days? That seems like a great reason not to go for it. Besides, you're misreading things. Shawn doesn't think about me like that. But you think about him in that way, Jace said. Natalie bit her lip. The baby must have thrown up or something because Shawn was handing Brooke a pile of napkins, which she used to dab at her shoulder. Just a suggestion. Shawn seems a little reserved, but I can tell he's into you. He probably won't make the first move, though. Men like Shawn are honorable and don't want to cross any lines without permission. He's an employee, you're a guest. Jace lifted his shoulder as though that said everything. The first man stepped up to the pool's edge, flung out his arms, and fell face first into the water. A splash rose into the air as the crowd laughed and clapped. The man emerged from the water a moment later, holding his fists in the air as though he had just won a medal. But the contestant only held Natalie's attention for a minute. Like a magnet, her eyes were drawn back to Shawn. He watched the contest from the back of the crowd, his arms folded across his broad chest and a small smile on his lips. He glanced across the pool as though sensing her gaze. Their eyes locked and his smile widened. He lifted a hand in a small wave. Natalie lifted her own hand in response while her heart beat frantically in her chest. Another employee walked up to Shawn, stealing his attention. The two men spoke for a moment, then both turned and walked through the sliding glass doors leading into the buffet. Natalie turned her attention back to the contest. Maybe Shawn was interested in her, and maybe Natalie was interested in him. The real question was, what did she want to do about it? Chapter 7. Sorry to pull you away from the contest, Gage said as Shawn followed him from the Lido deck. I just knew this was the only time I'd be able to catch you before tomorrow. Don't apologize, Shawn said. I'm so happy you have more supplies for the school. We're doing pretty well on toys for the kids, I think, but not quite where I'd like to be on necessities. It's a good thing you do, Shawn. Gage gave him a rough pat on the back. This is what, the 4th year we've done this? 5th, Shawn said. He'd first gotten the idea after going ashore in Belize 6 years ago and seeing a group of orphaned school children singing Christmas carols in the town square. Every year since, he had chosen a port that they would be docking at near Christmas and gathered supplies and gifts for the children of a school or orphanage, or sometimes, like this year, somewhere that served as both. He even had a Santa suit he dressed up in to add a little magic to the event. It made being away from his own family during the holidays a little easier. We're meeting in your room at 11 in the morning, right? Gage asked. Right, Shawn said. I've already cleared it with Mike. Anyone who wants to help can put in a request to their supervisor and will be granted 2 hours of shore leave. It hadn't been easy that first year to convince the crews to let so many employees off the ship to help deliver the presents, but the goodwill it garnered with the communities in the various ports of call had eventually convinced Mike it was worth it. Maybe not a particularly philanthropic attitude, but Shawn would take what he could get. Shawn followed Gage into the crew quarters and grabbed 2 of the boxes loaded down with school supplies, while Gage grabbed the remaining box. Shawn barely even registered their weight as he headed back to his own cabin, Gage following close behind. Most of Shawn's free time was spent in the crew gym, and the result was he was stronger than he'd ever imagined he could be after the accident. He wondered what Natalie did to celebrate the holidays. She seemed like the type of girl who'd be close to her family and go home to celebrate. Wyatt James was always talking in interviews about how much he appreciated the support of his parents and sister, at any rate. A twinge of sadness encompassed Shawn at the thought of spending another Christmas season alone. Last one, he promised himself. When he'd first applied for a job on the cruise line, he hadn't really thought through all the implications of joining. His leg had been stiff and practically useless from the car accident 3 years earlier, his dreams completely shattered. That first year, he'd relished spending the holiday alone. Christmas, and more specifically Christmas Eve, was just a reminder of how much he'd lost. But then he had seen those nuns with the schoolchildren in Belize. Slowly but surely, his heart had changed. Now he was finally ready to embrace his future, one that didn't include the military, but was still bright. He wondered what Natalie would say if she knew his story. She seemed like the type who would understand. When she had first run into him in the buffet, he had thought she was another thoughtless tourist only interested in a good time. But she was complicated, fascinating, an Arizonan who didn't swim. And he couldn't get her out of his mind. Shawn set down one of the boxes and unlocked his cabin door. He motioned to the stack of boxes beside his couch. The gifts had all been sorted according to age groups and wrapped in brightly colored Christmas paper, and the supplies sat neatly stacked beside them. You can set it down there. Gage nodded and dropped his box beside the others before going back for the one Shawn had left in the hallway. Thanks again, Gage said. No problem. Shawn clapped him on the back as they walked toward the door. See you tomorrow? Tomorrow, Gage agreed. He gave a little wave and left. Shawn shut his cabin door, surveying the items he had collected with pride. The kids at St. Marguerite's would have a very Merry Christmas this year, even if Shawn would have yet another lonely one. He hoped Natalie wouldn't spend the holidays alone, that she had big plans with her family, would open presents on Christmas morning surrounded by her loved ones. Time to push Natalie out of his mind. He shook his head and left the room again, determined to focus on the job at hand. Natalie was a decade younger than him, a journalist writing about Ocean Dream, part of the Toujour cruise. Having feelings for her was, well, certainly unprofessional, but maybe also kind of unavoidable. 2 days. He had only known her 2 days, yet already she was consuming way too many of his thoughts. A miscommunication about how lunch was to be served occupied Shawn for the next few hours. He caught brief glimpses of Natalie, laughing at a table with Jace while they both enjoyed their food. It seemed they weren't disappointed that the crab cakes had been replaced with fried zucchini bites. Each smile from Natalie shot a twinge up Shawn's spine. Had he imagined the moments between them? Natalie left the dining room with Jace. Shawn didn't see her again for the rest of the afternoon. By the time 8 o'clock rolled around, Shawn had convinced himself that he'd imagined whatever chemistry he had thought was between them. He'd spent the better part of the afternoon with his crew, transforming the Dream Lounge into a 1920s speakeasy. Purple mood lighting cast the entire room in a romantic glow that Shawn knew the Toujour crowd would love. A jazz band was setting up near the grand piano, and Shawn had already inspected the recently swept dance floor to ensure there was nothing that might make the guests trip and fall. And then the jazz band was playing, and the room teemed with excited Toujour clients flirting with potential matches. Despite the crowds, Shawn knew the moment Natalie entered the room. He'd slicked back his hair, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and donned suspenders in honor of the night's theme, and suddenly every exposed hair on his arms stood at attention. The entire room was charged with her very presence. Shawn slowly turned toward the doorway. She stood nearly as tall as the men in the room, her sandy blonde hair glowing almost bronze underneath the colored mood lights of the lounge. Her hair was pulled back in a low bun at the nape of her neck, and a headband encircled her forehead with black feathers and glittering diamonds near one ear. Her black dress glittered as she shifted from foot to foot, and the fringe at the bottom of her dress just brushed her calves. She would have made a beautiful 1920s flapper girl. All the men would have fallen to their knees and begged her to be their gal. Not Shawn, though. He couldn't kneel even if he wanted to. Not without a lot of pain and the risk of re-injuring his leg, and Natalie deserved a man who could one day propose on bended knee. Whoa, where had that come from? "You've outdone yourself this time, Shawn," said a feminine voice beside him. Shawn jumped, glancing over at Brooke. She also wore a 1920s-style dress, but hers was lacy and the color of champagne. He hadn't realized anyone was standing near him. Where was his head? "Thank you," Shawn said. "That's what I'm here for. I spoke with the staff about what we discussed previously, and the situation has been taken care of." He was careful not to mention Skye's name. He could see her across the room surrounded by a cluster of guys, her bright pink hair hard to miss, so it wasn't like she could overhear their conversation, but it was always smarter to err on the side of discretion. "Perfect." Brooke pulled her green feather boa up around her shoulders. "Perhaps next cruise we should adjust our open bar policy." Next cruise. The words were music to Shawn's ears, but he tried to keep his face passive. Of course. Luke pushed his way through the crowd then, his hair slicked back and a white shirt almost neon underneath the lounge lights. He handed Brooke a glass. "Here's your water." "Oh, hey, Shawn." "It's good to see you," Shawn said. They must have left the baby with a nanny. "You as well," Luke said, putting an arm around his wife's shoulders. "Brooke and I have both been so impressed with the cruise so far. Everything has been even better than we'd hoped." "It's been my pleasure," Shawn said, "and please, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask." Whatever convinced Toujour to stick with Ocean Dream and got Shawn his bonus. "We appreciate that," Luke said. He kissed his wife on top of her head, and the gesture was so unexpectedly intimate that Shawn had to look away. "Ready to dance?" Brooke took a long sip of her water, then nodded. She gave Shawn a hard look, then smiled as though coming to a decision. "You should ask someone to dance tonight, Shawn." He practically choked on his own spit. "I'm sorry?" "Brooke," Luke said, drawing her name out into 2 syllables. She ignored her husband, focusing on Shawn. "Natalie's a beautiful girl, don't you think? Very friendly and engaging. The clients love her. Skye can't stop talking about the journalist who's writing an article about her." Shawn folded his arms, wondering if his feelings were that transparent. "I don't really know her that well." "Dancing is an excellent way to get to know someone better." She looked up at Luke and smiled. "Don't you think so, sweetie?" "I think Shawn isn't one of your clients," Luke said, giving Shawn a pitying look. "Neither is Natalie." Brooke waved her hand through the air dismissively. "Just a suggestion. Since she's not here as a client, she doesn't have any Toujour matches and will probably be a wallflower all evening. That doesn't sound very fun." Shawn seriously doubted Natalie would spend the evening alone. No doubt Jace was already chatting her up. The thought of the two of them standing close together as they danced had his blood boiling. But Shawn wasn't much of a dancer anyway, not with his limp. I don't think Natalie's looking for a dance partner. She's here to observe. Brooke raised one shoulder in a delicate shrug, making the feather boa fall to the crook of her arm. Even reporters need a break from work every once in a while. Shawn gave an uneasy chuckle. This whole conversation was ridiculous. I'm sure Natalie will be just fine. I'm working right now. Your job is to keep the cruisers happy, right? Brooke winked. I promise not to tell Mike you took a 5-minute break. Come on, Luke, let's dance. Shawn watched as Brooke and Luke stepped onto the dance floor. Luke immediately pulled Brooke close, setting his hands low on her waist. Brooke laughed and rose on her tiptoes, raising her lips to her husband's. Shawn looked away, his chest feeling tight and warm. Brooke didn't seriously think he should ask Natalie to dance, did she? His eyes searched the crowd for Natalie. She wasn't on the dance floor with Jace, and Shawn breathed a little easier. He eventually found her sitting alone at a table near the back of the room, watching the dance floor while she sipped a glass of something clear. Without consciously deciding to do so, Shawn began walking toward her. She glanced up, and the smile that bloomed across her lips made his heart warm. Was he seriously going for it? This was ridiculous. She was younger than his baby sister Cassidy, a guest on the ship. But somehow his mouth opened and he said, You look awfully lonely sitting here by yourself. Natalie laughed, her raspy alto jumbling all rational thought. She patted the chair beside her. Come sit by me, and I won't be so lonely. He was crazy to even consider it. Shawn glanced around the room, but the Toujour guests seemed to be enjoying their evening. His staff had everything well in hand, and Shawn desperately wanted to accept her offer. He sank into the chair she had offered, his stiff leg not quite wanting to bend. How did you enjoy the belly flop contest? Well, I had excellent seats, thanks to a very kind VIP coordinator. The contest was every bit as entertaining as you promised it would be. I'm glad, Shawn said. The dim lights of the lounge reflected off the gold ring around her irises, making her eyes sparkle, making his heart pound. He hoped she hadn't enjoyed the contest so much because she had been sitting next to Jace. He cleared his throat, feeling suddenly uncertain. Thanks again for your help today. I appreciated it a lot, and I know Brooke did too. She leaned forward, her head in one hand. So comfortable, so relaxed. It wasn't a problem. I'm glad I could help. Aside from that one blip, the cruise seems to be going really well. Everyone I've spoken with is having a great time. Good. Shawn couldn't seem to stop nodding. Why is this cruise so important to you? The question startled him. He wasn't used to people asking him about his plans. 10 years on a cruise ship had taught him how to be friendly to everyone while never actually becoming friends with anyone. If I'm prying, just tell me to buzz off, Natalie continued. But you said earlier that you need this to go well. Is this your first cruise as a VIP coordinator or something? He laughed, the hundreds of cruises he had been on over the years flashing through his mind. Hardly. I promise Toujour is in good hands. I've been a VIP coordinator for about 6 years, and I've worked on the Ocean Dream for 10. Her eyes widened, and the hand supporting her chin fell into her lap. You've lived on a boat for that long? He nodded, the easy conversation making him relax. Since right after graduating from college. He'd done it all online while living at home and being shuttled to Tulsa 3 times a week for physical therapy. For the first few years, he had still held on to the hope that he'd make a full recovery and be able to enlist. Wow, 10 years ago I was barely starting junior high. So he hadn't been mistaken about the age difference. He knew it should bother him, but Natalie felt mature, nothing like he had come to expect from the college girls spending spring breaks on his cruises. So that makes you what, 22? He asked. Had he just overstepped some invisible line? Women didn't like being asked their age. Good guess, Natalie said. And you're in your 30s? 33, he said. Natalie's hand stretched across the table, reaching towards his before quickly retreating. She reached up, adjusting her headband. 11 years isn't really that much. It's funny how once you graduate high school, age differences don't seem like such a big deal anymore. Shawn swallowed hard. Yeah, I guess so. The jazz band started singing a fast-paced swing song, and the energy in the room picked up. Natalie's eyes flicked to the dance floor, and the question he was dying to ask burned in Shawn's throat. Want to dance? But then Natalie blinked, and the moment was gone. You still haven't told me why this cruise is so important to you, Natalie said. Oh, right. Shawn carefully stretched his aching leg, glancing around to make sure no employees were close by. Then he leaned forward and lowered his voice. My boss has promised me a huge bonus if Toujour chooses our ship for future cruises. It'll finally give me enough money to quit here and go back home. He had never said those words aloud to anyone but his family. It felt strange to talk of life on land, but good, too. And what will you do at home? Natalie asked. But there was no judgment in her voice, just curiosity. Open a travel agency, Shawn admitted. Sunset Plains isn't a big town, but really, that kind of business is mostly done through the internet or over the phone, so I don't think the location will matter much. I think that's fantastic, Natalie said. A travel agency. Wow, I bet you'll be really good at it since you've visited so many places. You'll be like the cruise ship whisperer, making sure everyone books the perfect family vacation. He blew out a breath, not realizing how much he had needed outside validation until he had it. That's what I'm hoping for. Sunset Plains, is that in the south somewhere? Shawn gave her a warm smile. Are you saying I have an accent? She held up her thumb and forefinger so they were mere centimeters apart. Just a little. Her long eyelashes fanned against her cheeks as she looked down. It's kind of adorable. And he was kind of falling for her. Shawn swallowed hard, feeling the need to bring the conversation back around to a safer topic. Sunset Plains is in Oklahoma, about an hour outside of Tulsa. My parents and little sister still live there. I've got another brother finishing up his master's degree in Texas. So you're the oldest. I can see that. You're very good at taking charge. Not in a bad way or anything, she hurried to add. I just mean you're good at making things run smoothly on the cruise. Thanks, Shawn said. He thought her cheeks glowed the faintest pink under the lights, and it made his mouth go dry. So what about you? It's just you and your brother, right? Yeah, my parents just retired and are talking about moving to California to be near Tamara and Wyatt. With a wedding coming, they want to be close for the future grandbabies. They're trying to talk me into moving to LA after graduation this spring, but I'm not sure if that's what I want. What do you want? Shawn asked quietly. Their hands had gravitated toward each other sometime during the conversation and were almost touching. Natalie brushed a strand of hair behind one ear and smiled. I really want this job with World Traveler magazine. I get to see the world and write about it. I can't imagine anything better. I felt much the same when I first started working on Ocean Dream, Shawn admitted. But you don't anymore? Her eyes were so earnest, so trusting. Shawn swallowed hard. Now I want something more stable, I think. Something permanent. Their eyes were locked across the table, and Shawn's heart was beating rapidly in his chest. The music changed again, this time to something with a slower tempo. His entire body ached to pull Natalie into his arms and dance with her. When was the last time he had been this attracted to a woman? He honestly couldn't remember. There had been flings with a few passengers throughout the years, and he had tried the long-distance thing once or twice with a girl he felt more than the usual amount of attraction for, but nothing had stuck. He watched Natalie swallow, noticed she had curled her hands into fists. Would you like to dance? She breathed. Her eyes were wide and luminescent in the lamplight, and he had a feeling that if he rejected her now, he'd be shutting the door on any chance they might have. Slowly, Shawn rose and extended his hand.
I'm not a very good dancer.
A smile bloomed across her lips, and he had to look away so he wouldn't taste them with his own. I'm not either. It'll still be fun, though, don't you think?
Definitely.
He took a deep breath, then clasped her small hand in his. It was warm and soft and sent sparks of electricity straight to his heart.
Let's dance.
Chapter 8. Holy freaking cow. Shawn was holding her hand. Shawn was holding her hand. Natalie's body couldn't seem to decide if it was hot or cold. She clutched that strong hand, feeling the rough skin that spoke of hard work. Tamara would die when Natalie told her about this. Was that seriously this week? Only 6 days away? Shawn led her to the dance floor, his limp more pronounced than she had remembered from earlier today. She had been so entranced by his strong arms and even stronger gaze that she had nearly forgotten about his limp. Natalie couldn't believe she had actually asked him to dance. She had scoffed when Jace made the suggestion, but the magic of the moment sort of stole away her better judgment. Right now, she was really glad it had. His hand felt familiar in hers, comfortable, like it was made to hold hers. The dance floor glowed with the soft pink and purple lights of the lounge, and the saxophone and trumpets rang out over the piano as a busty middle-aged woman belted into the microphone. Shawn lifted Natalie's hand high above her head, and she gave a twirl, laughing as the fringe of her dress slapped against her bare legs. Then Shawn's hand was at her waist, and they were dancing. Natalie's stomach pooled with heat as he pulled her close. His warm, strong hand closed around hers, and she rested her free hand on his broad shoulder. She could feel the muscles underneath, stretching and contracting with each movement. He swung her in a tight circle, and she threw her head back and laughed. She felt free, safe, happy. I thought you said you couldn't dance, Mr. Erickson, Natalie said, keeping her tone teasing. His lips brushed her ear as he pulled her close.
I can't, but thanks for pretending.
He swung her out in a circle before pulling her back in again. The jazz music was loud and catchy, and all around them couples danced together. Brooke must be pleased with how things were progressing. Natalie never would have believed someone could fall in love in 8 days, but being on this cruise made her believe anything was possible.
So, Miss James,
Shawn said. She shivered as his breath brushed against her cheek.
What does the travel reporter think of Toujour's grand experiment with love so far?
You mean since we last talked about it this morning? Shawn chuckled, and she felt the low rumble beneath her hand.
I think 10 hours on the ship is like 10 days in the real world.
Natalie glanced up at Shawn from underneath her eyelashes. I think you're right, because I swear I'm seeing real relationships form right before my eyes. These couples seem so focused on a relationship. I've never seen such serious dates. Usually when guys ask me out, all they can talk about is my brother.
I'll admit I'm a fan of Wyatt James. I don't think you can grow up in Oklahoma without loving football, but I'm much more interested in finding out more about his little sister.
Natalie gasped as Shawn swung her out in a twirl before bringing her back to his chest. She let her fingers curl against his shoulder, fighting the urge to run her hand over his dark, cropped hair. What do you want to know?
I guess what I really want to know is if you have a boyfriend.
Her voice caught in her throat, and suddenly it was hard to breathe. Not at the moment.
Good.
Suddenly he dipped her low toward the ground, then brought her back up. His eyes pierced hers, even in the dimly lit room, and she wanted to press herself close and taste those full lips for herself. What about you? She stammered. You've been on this cruise ship for an awfully long time and are still single. He smiled, pulling her closer.
I'm definitely single. You might say it's hard to have a relationship when you don't even have a permanent address.
That'll all change soon, though. As his eyes darkened with desire, she felt her cheeks glow red. The address, I mean. You'll be back in Sunset Plains before you know it.
Yeah, he said. I guess we're kind of switching places. You'll be traveling across the world, and I'll finally be settling down. They'd stopped swaying and were simply standing in the middle of the dance floor, their bodies pressed close together and eyes searching each other's for something. Natalie wasn't sure what she wanted to find. "What are we doing?" she whispered. Shawn's grip tightened at her waist. "I don't know," he said, "but I know that I want to find out." She couldn't believe this was happening, that she was here on this cruise with Shawn, feeling things she had thought were the stuff of fairy tales. "Me too." His eyes were locked on her lips. Natalie locked her hands behind his neck, leaning into him. His head slowly lowered and her eyes fluttered closed. Someone stumbled into Natalie from behind. She pitched forward, knocking into Shawn. He stumbled backwards, letting go of her waist. Natalie reached forward to grab him as the person behind them apologized, but she was too late. Shawn was suddenly on the ground, his face contorted in pain. His left leg was splayed out straight before him while he knelt on his right. "Shawn!" Natalie dropped to the ground beside him. His leg was spread out at an awkward angle while he struggled to rise. She reached out a hand, her eyes roving him for any other signs of injury. "I'm fine," he said through gritted teeth. Tiny beads of sweat had popped out along his hairline. "You're not fine," Natalie said. She crouched beside him, ready to lift his arm over her shoulders. "Let me help you. We should get you to a medic." "No," Shawn said, shaking off her touch. The couple who had bumped into them stared down at them, faces pale underneath the lounge lights. "I'm so sorry," the guy said. "Let me grab someone." "That's a great idea," Natalie said, reaching again for Shawn. "No, I'm fine, really." Shawn ignored her outstretched hand and rose to one knee, grimacing in pain. "It's not a big deal," Natalie said. She glanced up at the couple. Those closest to them had stopped dancing, but the crowd was so thick that most were oblivious to the incident. "The staff should have radios to call for help." "No," Shawn repeated, his tone forceful and eyes dark with something she couldn't quite understand. Natalie blanched, the words like a slap. The couple seemed frozen, not sure whether to get help or not. "It's okay," Natalie said quietly. "Go back to dancing." "We're really sorry," the woman said in a soft voice. Shawn gave them a tight smile. "It's not a big deal, really. I just need a minute." The couple nodded and disappeared into the crowd. Shawn grit his teeth and pushed himself to his feet, gingerly setting weight on his bad leg. He was embarrassed, completely understandable given the circumstances, but Natalie could tell he was really hurt. She tried to shrug off his attitude and reached again for his waist. "Here, let me help you." "Please don't make a big deal about this," Shawn said quietly. He ignored her help and limped off the dance floor, his uneven gait more noticeable than ever. "I really am fine. These things happen." Natalie stayed right by his side. "You need ice or something. Did you sprain anything? Break it?" "No." The temperature in the room had dropped by at least 10 degrees since his fall. Tears pricked at her eyes, and she blinked them back quickly. She didn't know what had happened, what she had done wrong. "At least let me help you to your room." He stopped and turned to face her, his eyes blazing. "I said I'm fine, Natalie. I'm a grown man and I can take care of myself. Once I ice it, everything will be fine." The words stung like a whip. She froze, her entire body going cold. "Okay, then. See you tomorrow?" He gave a sharp nod and headed toward the lounge doors. Natalie stood in place, watching Shawn limp out of the room. He paused only long enough to speak briefly to a member of the crew before disappearing out the door. The crowd swirled around her, and Natalie's head pulsed painfully along with the beat of the music. What had just happened? A soft hand landed on her shoulder, and she stared up into the concerned face of Jace Larson, movie star extraordinaire. "Hey, is everything okay?" Tears filled Natalie's eyes, and she quickly wiped at them, not wanting Jace to see her cry. "I'm not sure." What happened?
She shook her head as another traitorous tear rolled down her cheek. I took your stupid advice, that's what. I don't know what I did wrong. Jace's arm landed around her shoulders, strong and comforting, as he urged her toward the lounge doors.
Let's go for a walk. You can tell me all about it.
A few minutes later found them strolling along the empty upper deck. It usually boasted at least a few joggers and speed walkers during daytime hours, but the setting sun and brisk chill that accompanied it had apparently sent everyone inside. Jace shoved his hands in his pockets and gave her a sympathetic smile. He looked Hollywood perfect with his crisp white shirt, black suspenders, and slicked back hair, but Natalie couldn't help thinking he wasn't 1/10 as attractive as Shawn. Why had Shawn treated her so coldly?
Now, what's got such a pretty woman crying on what should be an amazing vacation?
Jace asked. Natalie wiped underneath both eyes, making sure they were dry. It's totally stupid.
Not if it's making you cry.
I'm not crying.
Right, and I'm not on a cruise ship that will dock in Mexico tomorrow morning. I saw you dancing with Shawn.
Only because you told me to make a move, Natalie shot back. She folded her arms tightly, rubbing her hands up and down them to fight off the cold.
Yes, we've established that this is probably my fault.
Jace flashed her a grin, his teeth standing out against the darkening night sky.
So did Shawn say something to upset you?
Natalie's shoulders slumped as she replayed the disaster in her mind. She blew out a breath, deciding she had nothing to gain by refusing to tell Jace what had happened. Maybe he'd have some secret guy insight to the situation that would help Shawn's behavior make sense to her. It was more how he said it.
Jace chuckled. That's such a girl response.
Hey! Natalie slugged him in the arm and he laughed again. I'll tell you, but only if you play nice.
I'm listening.
She slowed her pace, and Jace shortened his stride to stay beside her. The dance played in her mind like a movie reel. He had asked if she had a boyfriend, pulled her close. They had been about to kiss when suddenly he was on the ground. I don't know, she said. Everything seemed to be going well, and then this couple bumped into us on the dance floor. Shawn fell to the ground, and the next thing I knew, he was giving me the cold shoulder and disappearing. I think he might be really hurt. He was limping pretty badly, but he wouldn't let me help.
Oh, that's easy.
Jace ran a hand through his hair, looking like the quintessential 1920s dandy. Someone in Hollywood should really get on that and cast him in a period film.
He was embarrassed.
Natalie let out a disbelieving laugh. What does that have to do with anything?
Isn't it obvious?
Jace glanced down at Natalie.
You're a beautiful woman that he's clearly attracted to. He fell and he feels like an idiot. No guy wants to look weak in front of the girl he's trying to impress.
She felt like her inner 16-year-old should be crying tears of joy that Jace Larson had called her beautiful, but she was too distracted by the possibility that Shawn had pushed her away because he was humiliated. But that's so stupid. It wasn't his fault he fell.
No, and he acted like a jerk. But Shawn seems like a good guy. I think he's worth giving a second chance.
Natalie chewed on her lip, her heart still bruised by the way he had pushed her aside. She had been pushed aside by so many men. It was exhausting.
I bet he'll apologize tomorrow,
Jace said, putting an arm around her shoulder and giving her a gentle squeeze.
Don't give up on him just yet. Honestly, I'm not sure I would have reacted any better if the tables were turned. He totally crashed and burned.
And I was trying to help him, Natalie said, her voice rising.
All I'm saying is talk to the guy once he's had a chance to cool down.
Jace dropped his arm and motioned to the Lido deck below them.
How about we go for a late-night swim? It'll get your mind off Shawn.
Thanks, but I think I'm just going to head back to my room. Natalie adjusted her headband, suddenly feeling exhausted. See you tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Jace agreed. I'll walk you back to your room.
Oh, you don't need to do that. Jace held up a hand.
Wait a minute. Now who's turning down help? There's no way I'm letting you walk back to your room alone. It's dark out.
He was right. She had turned down help, thinking she could handle something on her own. And she could, but that wasn't the point. Jace had offered to help, and so she should let him. Okay, thanks. Had Shawn made a snap decision like she'd just done? Back in her room, Natalie changed into her pajamas and collapsed into bed. She felt dizzy from the emotional whiplash of the last 2 days. Was this seriously only her second night on the cruise? 2 nights almost down and 5 left. A soft knock sounded at the door. "Room service," an accented voice said. Natalie sat up, confused. Kendra wouldn't be back until the dance was over, at least another hour or 2, and Natalie certainly hadn't ordered room service. She padded to the door and opened it, glancing up and down the hallway. But no one was there. Instead, a tray sat before the door with a plate of 3 chocolate chip cookies and a large glass of milk. Natalie bent down and picked up the tray, her heart pounding in her chest as she stared at the cookies and milk. Who had sent this? She set the tray on the small desk and picked up the card propped against the glass of milk, reading it quickly. "To the woman who deserves better, I'm sorry. Enjoy your milk and cookies. Tomorrow is a new day. Your Secret Santa." She dropped the note and picked up a cookie. It was still warm, like it had just been pulled from the oven. She took a bite, her eyes closing as she encountered soft cookie and gooey milk chocolate chips. Who had sent the note? Both Jace and Shawn had overheard her joking that she wanted cookies from her Secret Santa. It could have been from either of them. She pulled the glass of milk close and dunked her cookie in it, taking another large bite. Surely Jace wouldn't have had the time to send this to her room. He'd just left not 10 minutes ago. But Shawn had seemed too upset when he left. Well, if Shawn thought cookies and milk could pass as a poor excuse for an apology, he was wrong. Maybe Jace was right and Shawn had been embarrassed by falling, but that wasn't going to fly with her. Tomorrow she'd talk to Shawn and demand an explanation for what had happened tonight and an apology to boot. One way or the other, she was determined to get to the bottom of his behavior. Chapter 9. Shawn stumbled from the dream lounge and collapsed against a pillar. A large Christmas tree, trimmed in red and gold ornaments, would effectively hide him from view of anyone leaving the lounge. He closed his eyes, humiliation washing over him. His leg throbbed and he could feel his knee swelling, straining against the fabric of his pants, but it didn't hurt half as bad as his pride. That dance. He'd been totally enchanted by Natalie. She wasn't an especially great dancer, but she was enthusiastic and joyful, which more than made up for her lack of skill. For a moment, he'd forgotten that he was 11 years her senior, that he was a soon-to-be unemployed junior cruise director with no place to call home and a lackluster bank account. Flirting with Natalie was dangerous. He'd nearly kissed her tonight before that couple knocked him to the ground. And for what? She was leaving in less than a week, had dreams of traveling the world while he couldn't wait to put down roots. A door creaked open, and the music from the dream lounge momentarily filtered into the hallway before the door swung closed once more, muffling the sound. Shawn peeked from behind the artificial pine tree and saw Natalie walking away, the fringe on her dress swishing with each step. But she wasn't alone. Jace Larson was by her side. Shawn shrank back behind the tree, his idiocy washing over him once more. He'd been a total and complete jerk to Natalie. She had tried to help him and he pushed her away. And for what? Hurt pride? While they'd danced together, Shawn had forgotten about his broken dreams, his injured leg, the fact that he was 33 years old and just barely figuring out what he wanted out of life. With Natalie, he'd felt whole for the first time in more than a decade. And then, like a moron, he'd ruined everything, while famous Jace Larson was more than happy to comfort her. Shawn waited 5 minutes to be sure Jace and Natalie wouldn't return, then limped toward the elevator. His leg protested with every step, but Shawn walked determinedly back to his room and promptly collapsed on his bed. He was never leaving this room again. Couldn't show his face to Natalie. He really owed her an apology. Shawn let out a groan and grabbed a pillow, covering his eyes. Every heartbeat pulsed through his leg, telling him loudly that he had angered it and would pay the price for the next few days. He knew he needed to call down to room service and request a bucket of ice to try and combat the swelling, but he couldn't bring himself to roll over and reach for the phone. He had to find a way to tell her just how sorry he was. She'd pulled away at his harsh words, and her beautiful hazel eyes had darkened with hurt. An idea came to Shawn. He picked up the phone and dialed room service. He knew just how to apologize to Natalie tonight. His in-person apology would have to wait until after the ship set sail tomorrow evening, since he'd be spending most of his morning and afternoon preparing for the gift delivery to the orphanage school. Shawn spent a restless night filled with dreams of Natalie staring down at him, a scornful laugh on her lips as he insisted he hadn't meant to fall. He woke up the next morning feeling even more tired than when he had fallen asleep. At least the swelling had gone down significantly on his leg. A night of icing and elevating it had done wonders. He swallowed hard and sat up, groaning as his leg ached in protest. Would kids notice if Santa had a serious limp? He hoped not. Today was about brightening their holiday, not crushing their illusions of Santa. The Toujour guests would spend their day wandering around the coastal town or enjoying shore excursions, meaning Shawn mostly had the day to himself. Yesterday, he had been looking forward to it. Now, the pit that had lodged in his stomach when he fell wouldn't go away. Hopefully, Natalie had enjoyed his gift, but she deserved a real face-to-face apology, and he'd make sure she got one tonight. It was nearly 9 o'clock when a knock sounded at his door. The ship had pulled into port nearly 2 hours earlier, and Shawn knew there would be a long line of passengers waiting for the tender boats to take them to shore. Shawn dropped the present he had just finished wrapping and slid off his bed, unable to hold back a groan as his stiff legs screamed in protest. He headed to the door, wondering if someone had gotten the meeting time wrong. He wouldn't say no to company for the next hour and help wrapping the last few presents. Anything to get his mind off Natalie. He opened the door, expecting to see George or maybe Gage. Instead, he stared down into Natalie's unblinking hazel eyes. Shawn sucked in a breath, his palms suddenly clammy. She had pulled her hair up into a high ponytail today, and he loved the way it showed off the curve of her neck and shoulders. A light green cotton dress reached nearly to her ankles. Silver bracelets clinked on one arm as she placed her hands on her hips. "Hey," she said, and there was a bite to her tone that made him wince. "Has your pride settled down enough to allow a woman to ask how your leg's doing?" Shawn dropped his hand from the door, face heating with fresh humiliation. But he was glad she had tracked him down. He wanted to apologize. No, he needed to apologize, and it was better that he didn't have to stew about it until tonight. "I'm sorry about last night, Natalie. I was out of line." She glared, the gold around her irises flashing. "You bet you were, mister. That was totally uncool. I was just trying to help. How was I supposed to know you were some macho, independent type?" Her lips were pursed in displeasure, eyebrows raised as she waited for a reply. As Shawn faced down her fury, one word kept coming to mind. Adorable. He'd never been so attracted to someone chewing him out. But he liked that she called him on his bad behavior, that she didn't tiptoe around his accident or injury like everyone else he was close to. And yeah, that was because she didn't know about either, but he had a feeling that knowing wouldn't change her treatment of him, and he loved that. Shawn imagined gathering her up in his arms, pressing her against the wall, devouring her lips with his own. He would have kissed her last night if that couple hadn't run into them, and he had a feeling she would have let him. He took a step back, feeling more relaxed than he had since last night, and held the door open a little wider. "If you'd like to come in and yell at me, be my guest." She peered around his shoulder, still glaring. "Are you inviting me into your bedroom? Because let me tell you, I am not that kind of girl." He chuckled and motioned behind him. "And I'm not that kind of guy. It's a suite, one of the perks of being upper management. I promise I'll never ask you to go anywhere but the living room." "Oh, Her hands dropped to her sides. I guess that would be okay then. Shawn shut the door behind her, marveling that her fury had somehow made him feel okay about last night. He'd hated the idea of her babying him. After his accident, everyone had treated him like a child. He'd worried that falling would show her his weakness and make her treat him the same. But he had been so wrong. Here's my floating home. Shawn held out his hands, motioning to the cabin. It was barely 300 square feet, with a living room and kitchenette combo in the front half and doors leading to a cramped bathroom and bedroom in the back half. It's nice, Natalie said, moving her neck back and forth as she took in the space. It's definitely a step up from the crew quarters. Shawn sank into the armchair, his legs stiff and unbending, and motioned to the couch. Please, sit down. Natalie nodded and sank carefully onto the couch, her eyes never leaving his. I'm mad at you, she blurted. Shawn nodded, clasping his hands so she wouldn't see them trembling. I know. You really hurt my feelings last night. I was just trying to help and you were rude. I'm sorry. He hoped she could see the sincerity in his eyes. If I could go back in time and redo last night, I would. It was never my intention to hurt you. Do you forgive me? Her eyes fluttered downward, and her impossibly dark lashes created little half-moons on her cheeks. I just didn't understand what happened. Jace said that you were maybe, She lifted a shoulder in a shrug. Embarrassed or something. But I wasn't trying to insult you or anything. It seemed like you were really hurt, and I wanted to help. Shawn's neck heated, and he scratched the back of it. He'd been starting to like Jace, but didn't love that the movie star knew about his awkward fall and bad attitude. He didn't want anyone's sympathy. I don't like to look weak, Shawn said finally. Natalie folded her arms, still not meeting his gaze. That's silly. Everyone trips sometimes. I trip more often than most. Her eyelids fluttered to his stretched-out leg, then up to meet his. Her cheeks were a rosy pink that made him want to ravish her with kisses, but he stayed firmly in his chair. I've noticed that sometimes you limp. Is your leg... Shawn folded his arms, the old defensiveness rising up, but he tamped it back. She hadn't asked him for his social security number or blood type, just a simple question about an old injury. It shouldn't bother him so much. I hurt it 13 years ago in a car accident. My leg's more steel plates and rods than bones and tissue, and sometimes it seizes up and won't support my weight. I should have told you when you asked me to dance. He gave her a small smile. I guess I was too distracted by the beautiful woman in front of me. Her mouth formed a little O, and he loved the blush covering her neck. She scooted to the edge of the couch and reached forward, her warm hands wrapping around his clasped ones. And here I'd thought I'd hurt you the first time we met with my startling display of grace. That made him chuckle. He turned his hands over, taking her warm ones in both of his. No, that wasn't you. I'm so sorry, Shawn. Her words were completely sincere, her eyes open and trusting. I never meant to hurt you or humiliate you. If I'd known, I never would have asked you to dance. I'm glad you didn't know then. I was having a great time right up until I fell. She gave his hands one last squeeze, then released them. He was glad the tension had disappeared between them, replaced by the easy conversation he had come to expect with her. How's your leg today? Good enough, he said. Natalie gave him a stern glare. What did we just talk about? Stop being so dang prideful and stubborn and tell me the truth. He wasn't used to someone worrying about him. It was nice. Sore, but fine. The ice last night helped. Really, Natalie, don't worry about it. I just want to forget last night ever happened. She bit her lip. I don't want to forget all of last night. If he leaned forward, their foreheads would touch. Their lips would be within easy kissing distance. He inhaled a sharp breath, the electricity in the room unlike anything he had ever felt or experienced before. Me either. A sharp knock echoed through the room, making Natalie jump back. He missed her closeness instantly and fought the urge to draw her back to him. Instead, he stood, hating how awkward and ungraceful the movement was, and limped toward the door. George stood on the other side, grinning widely. His white teeth stood out sharply against his deeply tanned skin, and he wore a cheerful red Hawaiian shirt. "Hey, George." Shawn stepped aside, allowing the man to enter. "Thanks for helping out today." Natalie rose quickly, and George came to an abrupt halt at the sight of her. "Well, hello, Miss James," George said. She smiled at him, always so darn friendly. "Hi, George. I was just leaving. I'm sure you two have work to do or something." Shawn gently caught her arm as she moved to the door, pulling her to a stop. He wanted to spend the day with Natalie, wanted it with a fierce intensity that scared him, but also excited him.
"I wish you'd stay,"
he said quietly. Natalie raised an eyebrow and looked pointedly at George. "For a staff meeting? I'm not sure your boss would like that, and I don't want you to get in trouble."
"This isn't a staff meeting, Miss James," George said with a chuckle. "Mr. Erickson has arranged for us to take Christmas presents to an orphanage in the city."
Natalie turned back to Shawn, a soft smile on those kissable lips. "Really?"
"Really."
He couldn't help himself. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair away from her cheek. Her skin was just as soft as he'd imagined.
"I've even got a Santa suit I dress up in to bring the kids some Christmas cheer. I'd love it if you come with us today."
She glanced at George, then back at Shawn. "Are you sure?" He nodded.
"I mean, as long as you don't have other plans."
"Nothing very exciting. I'd love to come with you. Thanks for inviting me."
"My pleasure,"
Shawn said. He meant every word. Chapter 10. This so wasn't how Natalie had imagined today going. It was 1,000 times better. When she'd stormed to Shawn's cabin that morning, determined to give him a piece of her mind, she'd figured he'd get defensive and upset. Instead, he'd apologized multiple times. The tender boat, only half filled with employees from the Ocean Dream and a few tourists getting a late start to their day, skimmed along the glittering blue surface of the ocean. Natalie had never been to Mexico before, but she had a feeling she was going to love it. The sun shone brightly overhead, warming her skin. She could taste the salt water on her lips. A soft breeze ruffled her hair and the brim of her sun hat. The employees laughed and talked, clearly enjoying the break from the ship, while the tourists snapped pictures with their cameras. She glanced over at Shawn, unable to hold back a grin. He'd donned a Santa suit, complete with pillows to pad his stomach and a white beard and wig. It was adorable and hilarious, all rolled into one. Shawn caught her staring, and his mouth quirked up in a grin, making his beard hang at a funny angle.
"What?"
"Nothing, Santa Claus," Natalie teased. She was amazed at how comfortable she felt around him after the tension of just an hour earlier. They'd fought, but they'd also forgiven. "Are you dying of heat stroke yet?"
"Getting pretty close."
Shawn tugged at the furry collar of his Santa coat. She could see the tiny beads of perspiration forming along his forehead, just beneath the fur cuff of his hat.
"It's gotta be at least 80 degrees today."
Natalie nodded and brushed back her hair, enjoying the cooler sea air as they raced toward the dock. "Still feels like the holidays to me. I've never really related to a white Christmas." Shawn shifted, his arm brushing hers. Natalie tried to ignore the shivers racing up and down her side. They were all alone in their corner of the boat, the seats surrounding them empty. A swirl of unfamiliar languages combined into a gentle and soothing cadence, mingling with the clicks of cameras.
"Have you ever seen snow?"
Shawn asked. "A few times," Natalie admitted. "I try to go to as many of Wyatt's games as possible. The novelty of snow sort of wears off when you're freezing in a cold stadium seat." She expected him to comment on her brother. The guys she had dated in the past had never missed an opportunity to talk football. Not that she and Shawn were dating, but instead, Santa Shawn just nodded, the fluffy white pom-pom on the end of his hat bouncing up and down with the movement.
I imagine the appeal of snow wears off pretty quickly when you're shoveling it from your driveway. Have you always lived in a desert?
Natalie nodded. Born and raised in Arizona. To me, winter is whenever the temperature dips below 60 degrees.
Shawn chuckled. My first Christmas on the Ocean Dream, I couldn't get over how weird it was to be running around in shorts while doing my Christmas shopping at Ports.
Does it snow a lot in Sunset Plains? Natalie had always thought of Oklahoma as a warm, humid place.
Not often, but we get ice storms that knock out the power for days. We loved it as kids because they'd have to cancel school. It was like a mini vacation.
Natalie tried to imagine a 10-year-old Shawn eagerly watching a storm rage from his front window, hoping desperately he wouldn't have to go to school in the morning. What would you guys do without power?
Shawn shrugged. We'd all bundle up in about 1 billion layers of clothes, then play games in front of the wood-burning stove. Mama would make hot chocolate and sometimes read books to us while we played.
The picture he painted sounded so cozy. Natalie suddenly wanted to visit Sunset Plains and experience the warmth of a winter storm for herself. It sounds nice.
Oh, I'm pretty sure my mama hated it. Shawn chuckled, tugging again at the collar of his Santa suit. Me and Tanner used to cut the hair on Cassidy's dolls when we got bored. She'd go cry to our parents and we'd get in so much trouble.
Natalie adjusted her sunglasses, soaking in Shawn's presence. She wanted to discover his deepest secrets and figure out what made him tick. What are Tanner and Cassidy like?
They're great.
Shawn adjusted, stretching his bad leg out beneath the row of chairs in front of them, and Natalie wondered if it bothered him more than he let on.
Tanner is very logical and practical. He's in Texas right now, working on his master's in meteorology. And Cassidy...
A look of pain slashed across Shawn's face.
Well, she's had a hard year. Her fiancé left her at the altar in June, but I think she's doing better now. She's planning on opening a cupcake shop in downtown Sunset Plains soon.
That's awful. Being left at the altar, I mean. Poor Cassidy. Natalie's own boy trouble suddenly didn't seem so bad. Sure, guys had dated her to get closer to her brother, but at least none of them had done more than lie about their feelings.
She was pretty torn up for a while, I think, but she's doing better now.
The boat bumped against the dock, putting an end to their conversation. The Ocean Dream employees remained seated, letting the tourists disembark first. What now? Natalie asked as they waited for the cruisers to file off the boat.
I've hired a van to transport all the gifts,
Shawn said. She wondered if he realized he had swung an arm casually along the back of her chair. What would he do if she leaned into him?
But most of us will walk to St. Marguerite's. It's only a few blocks away.
The last of the tourists had disembarked, and the employees were now gathering up the various wrapped packages and handing them to those waiting on the dock. As Natalie and Shawn helped hand over the gifts, she worried about Shawn's ability to walk a few blocks. He didn't grimace with pain, but his gait was still more unsteady than she was used to. But maybe that was the sway of the tenderboat. She wasn't about to question his ability to take care of himself again, especially not in front of all of his coworkers.
I think that's it,
Shawn said, looking around. He gave a nod to the employees looking up at him with expectant smiles.
We can go ashore. George and Azumi will ride with the gifts to St. Marguerite's, and the rest of us will meet them there in a few minutes. The nuns said we could quietly bring in the gifts through the kitchen so the children don't see.
Heads bobbed up and down in understanding, then employees stepped onto the deck. Shawn took the single step up more carefully than the others, putting weight on his good leg. But when he turned around and held out a hand, there was no sign of distress on his face. Natalie carefully placed her hand in Shawn's, heart pounding furiously in her chest. His grip was steady and strong as he guided her up the stairs. When she stepped onto the dock, he didn't release her hand. His warm fingers wrapped around hers, urging her closer to his side. He held up their hands. His eyes, hidden behind the wire-rimmed spectacles of Santa Claus, were guarded and vulnerable.
Is this okay?
Yeah, Natalie breathed, giving his hand a soft squeeze. It was more than okay. George and Azumi jumped into the white box van that would carry them to St. Marguerite's. The rest of the employees followed on foot, with Shawn and Natalie bringing up the rear. Brightly colored buildings lined both sides of the streets, and the squawk of seagulls filled the air. Shawn kept a slow, steady pace, and they soon fell behind the rest of the Ocean Dream employees. "Sorry," Shawn said, and there was a vulnerability in his tone that Natalie had never heard before. "I'm afraid I don't move quite as fast as most." Natalie squeezed his hand and leaned into him. "I don't mind." She heard his soft intake of breath, then a slow release. "Okay." The street opened onto a town square bustling with tourists in knockoff sunglasses and locals dressed in colorful clothes. Pop-up shops filled with trinkets and postcards lined the streets, their proprietors shouting in broken English as Natalie and Shawn walked past. "I didn't expect Mexico to be so colorful," Natalie said. Shawn raised one eyebrow, setting the beard off-kilter again. She laughed and reached up to adjust it. "You've never been to Mexico?" he asked. "If Wyatt hasn't played there, I probably haven't visited." "I still can't believe you're Wyatt James's little sister." Shawn shook his head as though amazed. Some of the warmth left Natalie's body, and her hand felt suddenly cold and clammy in Shawn's. "He's not really any different than anyone else." "What's he like?" The cold was spreading to her chest, squeezing it painfully. Natalie swallowed hard. "He's my best friend. He was never an obnoxious big brother and always let me tag along with him and his friends to the movies or drove me and my friends to the mall." "He sounds great." Shawn gazed down at her. "I'd love to meet him someday. I'd love to meet your whole family." Natalie swallowed and looked away, pretending to be interested by a stand of postcards. She had been so certain there was chemistry between her and Shawn, but all her old insecurities came flooding back. "Maybe one day," she said, keeping her tone non-committal. "Santa Claus!" A group of shoeless kids with dark skin ran up to them, smiling broadly and pointing. "Santa Claus!" Shawn immediately dropped Natalie's hand and held up his arms. "Ho, ho, ho," he said, the timbre of his voice a few notes deeper than usual. "Feliz Navidad!" The kids laughed and ran away. Natalie glanced up at Shawn. "Wow, I've never been out on the town with Santa." He winked, making the beard twitch and his glasses slide down the bridge of his nose. "We'll keep it our little secret." Our little secret. Secret Santa. She wondered again if he'd sent the cookies. But if he hadn't, bringing up Jace seemed like a good way to ruin the afternoon, so she decided to keep quiet for now. "I thought after we're done at St. Marguerite's, maybe I could show you around the port," Shawn said. Natalie wrapped her arms around herself, conflicting emotions battling inside. Just because he liked football didn't mean he was only interested in her because of her brother. He'd grown up in Oklahoma, for heaven's sake. Wasn't football practically a religion there? "I'd like that." They rounded a corner, and Natalie recognized the white van up ahead. The rest of the Ocean Dream crew had already arrived and were pulling presents out of the van and carrying them inside. "That's the orphanage," Shawn said unnecessarily. "It's also a school, all run by Catholic nuns." "That's so sad," Natalie said quietly. She gazed up at the adobe bricks, noticing cutout snowflakes pasted in the upper windows. "It is," Shawn agreed. "I wish we could do more to help them." Natalie put a hand on his arm, waiting until he looked at her. "You're a good man, Shawn Erickson," she said softly. He rested his hand on hers for the briefest moment before dropping it. "Thanks for coming with me today, Natalie. It means a lot to me." "Thanks for asking me." Shawn cleared his throat and pointed around the side of the building. "Once we've got all the presents inside, I'll go around to the front door and ring the bell. The nuns know we're coming and have everything set up for Santa's visit. They're really excited." Natalie took the pile of presents George handed her and tiptoed through the back doors of the school. The kitchen's appliances were ancient, but the counters were spotless and everything was neat and tidy. They stacked the presents on the long counter as quietly as possible while the laughter of unsuspecting children floated to them. Once all the presents were stacked, Shawn said in a whisper, "I'm going to go around to the front now." George nudged Natalie in the back, smiling brightly. "Natalie should hand you the presents." Natalie's eyes widened. "Me?" George nodded. "It's easy. They're separated into different piles based on age." "Oh, I don't know." Natalie looked around self-consciously at the other cruise staff. "You've all been working for so long toward this day, and I just got here. One of you should hand Shawn the presents." "We get to watch the children's delight as they open them," Azumi said. "That is more than enough payment for our time. We'll make sure you give the right gifts to the right child." Shawn's warm hand rested briefly on Natalie's cheek, the touch so fleeting she wondered if she'd imagined it. "I'd love for you to help me." She swallowed hard, then nodded. "Okay. I'll see you in a second." Shawn flashed her a grin, then disappeared through the back door. Natalie glanced around at the other employees, but none of them seemed to resent her presence. Instead, they were all smiling, their eyes bright as they listened to the children playing in the other room. A loud knock echoed through the building, then the front door opened and Natalie heard a distant ho ho ho. Everything went completely silent before loud squealing filled the building. "Santa Claus! Santa Claus!" The kitchen door quietly opened, and a nun peeked inside, her head covered with a habit. She stood aside and motioned with one hand for them to hurry. Natalie picked up a stack of presents and followed the others into what seemed like a living room of some sort. A scraggly Christmas tree with homemade ornaments sat near a faded armchair with a large rip in one arm from which the stuffing fell out. A bright rag rug covered the wood floor, and 2 couches were angled toward the tree. Colorful pictures decorated the walls. They were obviously drawn by the children and featured Christmas trees, reindeer, snowflakes, nativities, and other Christmas themes. Natalie worked with the cruise ship employees to quickly stack the presents beside the armchair, careful to keep them grouped together by age. She could still hear Shawn in the front entryway, talking in Spanish to the excited children. She hadn't known he spoke a foreign language. There was so much she didn't know about Shawn, but she wanted to learn about every facet of his character. She thought he might feel the same way about her. They had just finished stacking the last present when Shawn entered the room, surrounded by nearly 24 children. The boys wore white-collared shirts and navy pants, while the girls wore plaid jumpers, obviously school uniforms. They ranged in age from maybe 6 or 7 to perhaps 15, but the sparkle in the older children's eyes said they were just as excited as the little kids. Shawn continued speaking in Spanish. Natalie couldn't understand a single word he said, but he sank into the armchair and children began excitedly crowding around him. A nun with a wrinkled face clapped her hands and said something, and the kids began lining up, the older ones at the back and the younger ones at the front. Shawn sank into the armchair and motioned the first child forward, a little girl with expressive brown eyes and a toothless grin. Shawn began talking to her, obviously asking a question. Her hands flew about animatedly as she spoke. He listened patiently, and a minute or two later he held out a hand to Natalie. She stared at it, then sprung forward. "Oh, a present! Sorry, I don't speak Spanish." Shawn smiled and said something to the little girl which made her laugh. "I told her my elf was distracted by all the beautiful drawings posted on the wall," he said. Natalie placed a square box in Shawn's hands and smiled at the beautiful little girl. "Yes, that's right. You are all very talented artists. You've made this room beautiful." Shawn repeated her words to the little girl, who giggled and wrapped her arms around Shawn's neck, then pranced over to a nun with a kind face and began rapidly speaking. For over an hour, Natalie handed out presents as Shawn spent time with each child. He didn't rush them through their stories, and by the time the last gift was handed out, all the adults in the room were blinking back tears. This was what Christmas was all about, and as Natalie watched Shawn brighten the lives of these children who had lost so much, she knew her heart was in trouble, because she was definitely falling for him. Shawn rose and waved a hand in farewell. Natalie hugged the children and said adios, pretty much the only Spanish word she knew, before following the rest of the employees out of the room. Outside, the cruise staff shared hugs and thanked each other for their hard work. Natalie looked around for Shawn, but didn't see him anywhere. When he finally appeared a few minutes later, he wore khaki-colored shorts, a blue t-shirt, and sunglasses. His hair was tousled from the Santa hat, but she thought she had never seen a more handsome man.
Ready to go?
Shawn asked. Natalie adjusted her floppy sun hat and nodded. Definitely ready.
Okay, then.
Shawn took her hand in his and pulled her down the street.
Let's go. There are so many amazing sights I want to show you, and we've only got a few hours to see them.
Chapter 11. Shawn took in a deep breath of fresh air, relishing the breeze on his skin after the suffocating heat of the Santa suit. It had been more than worth any discomfort, though, to see the smiles on those kids' faces. And having Natalie share the experience with him had been icing on the cake. He glanced down at his large hand enveloping her smaller one. The fact that he hadn't even known Natalie 4 days ago and now he was holding her hand seemed unbelievable. The attraction raging between them was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. The loneliness that had been his constant companion for years disappeared completely in her presence. The rented van was gone and the staff had disappeared. Their 2 hours of shore leave didn't allow for much exploring, and most of them would be heading straight back to the tender boats. But Toujour didn't have any activities planned until the ship set sail once more, and Shawn had a few hours of free time today. He intended to spend every minute with Natalie if she'd let him. Slowly, they walked up the sidewalk and away from St. Marguerite's. "That was amazing," Natalie said quietly. They passed by a narrow alleyway, and Shawn caught a glimpse of kids kicking a soccer ball as he tugged her toward a stand with the most amazing tacos.
Thank you for coming with me.
A lump formed in Shawn's throat, and he quickly swallowed it back.
It meant a lot.
She squeezed his hand, letting him know with her gentle touch that she understood his emotion. "I'm glad you invited me along." Shawn cleared his throat, uncomfortable with the emotions that clogged it. He pointed across the street at a taco stand with a small line of people.
Are you hungry? The tacos at that stand are to die for. We can eat while we walk to the basilica I want to show you. It's a bit of a hike, but it's beautiful.
He just hoped his leg would hold up reasonably well. If Natalie hadn't come, he would have gone back to the ship with the other employees, but he wanted to share this experience with her, watch her eyes alight with wonder as he showed her new sights. "I could eat," Natalie said. "I read about the basilica online. It attracts 50,000 visitors a year." Shawn looked both ways, then led her across the street, where they took their place in line.
I'm not surprised. It was built in like 1621 or something and has been very well preserved.
1618, Natalie said. Then her cheeks glowed pink. "Sorry, I was going over my notes last night. I didn't want to miss anything." They stepped up to the front of the taco stand and the man asked, "¿Qué quiere?" Natalie stared back blankly and Shawn fought the urge to kiss her cheek. She was so adorable. What did he say?" Natalie asked.
He's asking what we want,
Shawn said. Natalie smiled, resting a hand briefly on his arm. "I trust your judgment." Shawn nodded and placed their order. The weight of her trust settled over him, but he found it oddly comforting, a responsibility he wanted to take seriously. With their food in hand, they slowly began to climb toward the basilica. Shawn's leg ached and he knew he'd need to ice it again tonight, but Natalie seemed content with her slower pace and didn't try to push him faster than was comfortable. Natalie held her taco delicately, making sure no food fell to the ground, and took a careful bite. Her eyes widened. "This is delicious." Shawn smiled and took his own bite.
I'm glad you like it.
"So you've been to Arenas Blancas before?" Shawn nodded.
The Ocean Dream has been doing cruises in the Mexican Riviera for about 2 years now. Before that, we were in the Caribbean, and before that, the Baltic.
"Wow, I didn't realize cruise ships get around so much."
They tend to change locations every few years so that customers have different ship options if they're frequent visitors.
That's so interesting.
Natalie swallowed her last bite of taco, and they both threw the wrappers in a trash can as they walked past it.
Do you always bring Christmas for a school in a port, or is that something new?
No, this is the 5th year I've organized it. Sometimes feeling the Christmas spirit is a little hard when you're far from home. Doing this every year helps.
Natalie nodded, her eyes hooded. It must be hard to spend the holidays without your family.
It is,
Shawn said.
Her shoulder brushed against his, but she didn't apologize, didn't move away. He swallowed hard. Talking about the accident was something he generally avoided, but something about Natalie wanted him to show her the most vulnerable parts of his soul. But it reminds me of the accident, too.
She glanced quickly at his leg, then back up at him. The one where you hurt your leg?
Shawn nodded. It was Christmas Eve. I was hanging out with some friends and hit a patch of black ice on the way back to the ranch.
Oh, Shawn.
Her voice was soft and comforting, without holding pity.
I'm so sorry.
I don't remember much about the actual accident. The doctors kept saying how lucky I was to still have my leg, but all I could think about was how the Navy would never take me now. Let's just say it wasn't a very merry Christmas.
He shot her a sideways glance, gauging her reaction. You wanted to be in the military?
She prodded. Shawn nodded. I'd just finished up my last year of community college. I'd wanted to be a Navy SEAL for as long as I could remember. Was planning on enlisting just after the new year. But after the accident, I knew it was impossible. It was almost a year before I could walk again without help.
He gave a harsh laugh.
Took me another 2 years of physical therapy beyond that before I accepted I'd never be a SEAL, though. I knew they wouldn't want a soldier with more hardware than a store.
Is that why you joined Ocean Dream? Natalie asked. Her voice was soft and soothing. He reached blindly for her hand and found it.
Yes, I kept living at home and going to school online. I couldn't drive for a long time, so my mom drove me to physical therapy 3 times a week in Tulsa. But once I graduated, there just didn't seem a point in sticking around.
I can't even imagine how hard that must have been for you, Natalie said. She stretched out her own leg as though imagining the accident and subsequent years of physical therapy.
Shawn gave her hand a squeeze. Thanks. I know now how incredibly lucky I was. No one died and I didn't lose my leg, but it still took me a long time to come to terms with things. I figured if I couldn't be in the military, I could at least be at sea.
And you've been on the Ocean Dream ever since?
Shawn nodded. It hasn't been a bad life, but I'm ready to get back on land. I miss my family.
And he wanted one of his own. They walked in silence the rest of the way to the Basilica. Shawn loved the easy companionship he always experienced with Natalie. They never seemed to run out of things to talk about, but he was also perfectly happy just being with her and enjoying the silence. For the next few hours, they explored Arenas Blancas together. Shawn loved playing tour guide and showing Natalie all his favorite spots in the town. She was impressed by everything, and her awe made a town he had visited dozens of times seem exciting and new. Before heading back to shore, they wandered through the tourist shops in the town square right near the dock. I never would have pegged you as a shopper, Shawn said, watching as Natalie crouched down to examine something on a low shelf. She laughed and straightened up. I'm not really, unless you count tourist traps. I love looking at souvenirs.
Convenient, since you'll be doing a lot of traveling soon.
She laughed and paused to admire a display of Christmas ornaments. Yeah, I guess so. It might be fun to collect something from every destination I visit. A few minutes later, Natalie left to use the restroom before they headed back to the ship. Shawn searched the display of ornaments until he found the perfect one. After he paid for it, he tucked it into one of the pockets of his cargo shorts. On the tender boat back to the ship, Natalie leaned her head on his shoulder. Shawn wrapped an arm around her shoulders, loving the way her body seemed to fit perfectly against his. All too soon, they were back on the ship and outside Natalie's room. She paused in front of the still locked door and looked up at him. Today has been absolutely wonderful, she said.
I'm so glad I came to your room to chew you out this morning. He couldn't help himself. He reached out and brushed a strand of hair behind one ear. I'm glad you chewed me out, too. Arenas Blancas is everything I hoped it would be. Did you get some good information for your article? I think so, but my favorite part of today was definitely watching you with the kids. Her hand rested lightly on his chest, sending pinpricks of delicious fire through his body. You were so great with them. They're never going to forget this Christmas. He put his hand over hers, capturing it against his chest. I'm never going to forget today either. She licked her lips, leaning back against the door and staring up at him with those luminous green eyes. The hallway was empty, leaving the two of them in a private cocoon. Well? Shawn took a step closer, loving the way her eyes darkened with want. Well? He whispered. Her hand curled against his chest as she stared at him. I shouldn't like you, Shawn. His heart leapt as her words confirmed the chemistry between them wasn't imagined. He reached out, gently caressing her cheek with his fingers. And I shouldn't like you, yet here we are. Here we are, she breathed. She bit her lip, driving him mad. We'll be back in Long Beach in less than 5 days. He put his hands on both sides of her head, trapping her against the door. Not that she looked like she had any intention of moving. True. You'll get your business loan and move to Oklahoma, and I'll be traveling the world as a journalist. That is the plan, Shawn murmured. So... Natalie drew out the word for 2 heartbeats. A relationship between them was absolutely pointless. Natalie wanted to explore the world. Shawn had already done his exploring and wanted to settle down. But his eyes drifted to her lips as she pulled the bottom one in with her teeth. And he couldn't help himself. He was powerless to fight the attraction between them. So I guess we'd better make the best of these 5 days, Shawn said as he slowly lowered his head toward hers. He moved slowly, giving her ample time to pull away or ask him to stop. But she didn't do either of those things. Instead, she inhaled softly, the sound nearly undoing his careful control. Her hands spread flat across his chest and her eyes drifted closed. That was all the invitation he needed. Shawn bridged the last few centimeters between them, allowing his lips to finally cover hers. They were softer than he had dreamed they could be. She let out a soft sigh, her body seeming to melt into his. Shawn pressed her back against the door, his hand at her waist to steady them as his other cupped her jaw. Natalie's hands traveled up his chest and clasped behind his neck as Shawn deepened the kiss. And he knew he was lost. There would be no going back from this moment. There would only be Natalie. A few minutes later, he forced himself to pull away before they both did something they might regret. He rested his forehead against Natalie's, loving the flush to her neck and the way she couldn't seem to steady her breathing, loving that he had that effect on her. I want to take you out on a real date tomorrow, he whispered. She chuckled, tracing his lips with her index finger and making him shiver. What do you call today? He brushed a kiss against her jaw, then placed another on her collarbone. A very happy but unplanned outing. My mama raised a gentleman, though, and I want to do this proper. Natalie laughed, her fingers tracing circles on his back. I wouldn't want to upset your mama, but don't you have to work tomorrow? Toujour has the ice show after dinner. Yes, but I won't really have to work during it. I'd love it if you came to the show as my date. Natalie smiled. In that case, you've got yourself a date. Chapter 12. Natalie leaned against her door, imagining Shawn walking away on the other side. She let out a happy sigh. That kiss. Wow. She hadn't known such a simple act could feel so powerful.
Natalie had kissed her fair share of men in the past, but she had never experienced anything close to what had just happened in the hallway with Shawn. The bathroom door opened and Kendra walked out, making Natalie jump. "Hey," Kendra said, sinking onto her bed with a groan. Natalie put a hand to her chest. "You scared me. I didn't realize you were here." "Sorry." Kendra slipped out of her shoes with a sigh of relief. "It feels so good to sit down. Brooke and I led a couple's scavenger hunt in Arenas Blancas. It was a lot of fun, but my feet are killing me." "That does sound fun," Natalie said. She knew she should regret the missed opportunity, but she could still feel Shawn's lips on hers. "What did you end up doing today?" Kendra asked. She grabbed an elastic off her nightstand and pulled her hair up in a ponytail. "I thought maybe you'd come on the scavenger hunt." Natalie couldn't stop the grin from splitting her face. "I was planning on it, but something else came up." "Wait." Kendra stopped massaging her foot and dropped it back to the ground. "I know that look." "What look?" Natalie asked innocently. "The I'm falling for a guy look?" Natalie pretended to pick at the pills on her dress. Today had been perfect. She'd relished the feel of Shawn's strong hand holding her dainty one as though it were the most valuable jewel in the world. But somehow, talking about today with Kendra would make it feel all too real. "I don't know what you're talking about." Kendra rolled her eyes. "You know watching people fall in love is kind of my entire job, right?" Natalie dropped her hands into her lap, feeling suddenly cold. "That's totally not what's happening here. Shawn just invited me along to deliver Christmas presents to an orphanage in town, then he offered to show me around the city. I went along for purely altruistic reasons." Kendra rolled her eyes. "Sure you did. This is VIP coordinator Shawn you're talking about, right?" Slowly, Natalie nodded, some of her earlier happiness fading. Kendra pursed her lips as though thinking, then gave a firm nod. "Yes, I can see why the two of you would be drawn together. It makes sense." Natalie leaned forward, shaking her head. "That's the thing, though. It doesn't make sense. We'll be back in California in 4 days." Kendra was eyeing Natalie with what she had come to regard as the matchmaker look. All the matchmakers had the same shrewd, calculating stare when they were trying to determine if a match was a good one. "It's true that long-distance relationships are never ideal, but they don't have to be doomed to failure. I've personally helped match 6 couples who ended up doing long-distance for a time. One of them ended up breaking up, but 3 are married and the other 2 are engaged. Location doesn't matter as much as commitment." "Commitment? Who said anything about commitment?" Natalie's heart beat uncomfortably hard in her chest. Shawn had seemed interested in her, had been a perfect gentleman all day. But he had also mentioned Wyatt, a love of football, a desire to meet her family. Maybe he was only interested in playoff tickets like her ex, and Natalie definitely wasn't interested in a relationship. In 5 months, she'd be graduating from Arizona State and joining World Traveler magazine. For the next few years, her life would be that of a vagabond. She'd never stay in the same place for long. Kendra shrugged, slipping her shoes back on. "I thought you were interested in him, but I guess I was wrong." Natalie ran a shaking hand through her hair. "I am interested in him, but this can never go anywhere beyond the cruise. He's an attractive man who asked me on a date. There's nothing more to this." "If you say so." A sharp knock sounded at the door. Natalie stared at it, then scrambled to her feet. What if Shawn had returned for some reason? She sent a glare at Kendra. "Don't you say a thing about our conversation." Kendra pantomimed, zipping her lips. "This is your relationship, not mine, and you aren't a client, so I won't interfere. But I do know a thing or two about love, you know." "Love is for people interested in commitment," Natalie hissed, "and that person isn't me. I'm too young for that." But Shawn wasn't young. He was 11 years older than her. Maybe commitment was exactly what he wanted. Her stomach swirled and writhed, but this time it felt like it was filled with snakes instead of butterflies. She swung open the door, but no one was in the hallway. Instead, a package once again rested on the floor. Natalie crouched down and picked up the small box, slowly bringing it inside. "Who was it?" Kendra asked. "I don't know." Natalie slowly opened the box and gasped. Kendra peered over Natalie's shoulder, then let out a small ooh of admiration. Natalie lifted the ornament out of the box, unable to stop smiling. It was a small Santa figurine made out of seashells. Arenas Blancas was hand-painted in black calligraphy on the base of the ornament, the letters a little uneven. "It's so cute," Kendra said. She laughed, pointing to the little seashell puppy by Santa's feet. Natalie carefully set down the ornament and pulled the card out of the bottom of the box. She slid her nail underneath the envelope and drew out the card. "To the woman who deserves a house filled with memories of her travels, I hope you'll always remember Arenas Blancas with particular fondness. I know I will. Your secret Santa." Natalie held the note to her chest and blinked back tears. This was too much, too soon. Her feelings were too intense. She didn't know how to process them or handle them or how to move forward. "Everything okay?" Kendra asked. Natalie nodded and forced a smile, but she didn't know if her heart would survive the next 4 days. Chapter 13. Shawn straightened his suit jacket, then took a deep breath and knocked on Natalie's cabin door. Today had been filled with non-stop work, and he'd only caught glimpses of Natalie in between heading off another meltdown from Sky, moving tables and chairs into place for each activity in the banquet hall, and juggling a change in activities when more people than planned signed up for the miniature golf course on one of the upper decks. But he had thought of Natalie all day. When he saw her sitting near a Christmas tree in one of the alcoves overlooking the promenade, typing away furiously at her keyboard, he wondered if her writing was as clever and funny as she was. He'd bet so. At lunch, he had watched her talk with Jace, hands moving animatedly as she told him a story, and felt a pang of jealousy that had been hard to ignore. During miniature golf, he had watched as she talked with the Toujour clients and wondered what questions she asked them. Light footfalls echoed from the other side of the door, and it swung open to reveal Natalie. Shawn's mouth went dry as he slowly took in the electric blue lace dress that hugged her body. "Wow," Shawn said. "You look amazing." Her cheeks glowed that soft pink color he loved as she pulled the door shut behind her. "Thank you. You clean up pretty well yourself." Shawn grinned, leaning down to brush a quick kiss across one cheek. She'd worn heels tonight and was nearly at eye level. He loved that she was tall enough to kiss without much effort. But after the whirlwind of yesterday and distance of today, he wasn't sure where they stood and didn't want to push for too much too soon. "Are you ready to go?" Natalie nodded, slipping her hand into the crook of his arm. "I can't wait to see the ice show tonight. Did you know that the Ocean Dream is one of only 8 cruise ships in the world with an ice skating rink on board?" Shawn chuckled, pulling her toward the elevator. "I did know that, actually." There was that blush again. It took all his effort not to nibble at her neck. "Of course you know. Duh." "Did you have a good day?" Shawn asked. "I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to you, really." "I had a great day." The elevator doors dinged open, and Shawn guided Natalie inside. As the doors slid closed, she turned to him, biting one lip. "Thank you for the Christmas ornament. It was absolutely perfect." Shawn held her hand loosely in his, pleased that she had liked it. "I thought it would be a good reminder of Arenas Blancas." "I loved it," Natalie said. She brushed a strand of hair behind one ear. She had curled her hair so that it hung about her shoulders in soft waves, but all Shawn could think about was messing it up by pressing her against the glass wall of the elevator and running his hands through it. "And thank you for the cookies, too." Shawn grinned. "I wasn't sure if you'd know those were from me." "I didn't at first, but when I got the ornament, I knew the cookies must have been you." Her hazel eyes were so beautiful. Shawn felt himself swaying toward her,
But then the elevator doors dinged open. He cleared his throat and led her into the hallway. A rumble of noise already echoed from the ice rink. Shawn knew most of the Toujour guests would already be seated, but he had told George to save 2 seats near the top. Natalie squeezed his hand and leaned into him. "I'm so excited for this show. The brochure makes it sound amazing." "It is pretty amazing," Shawn agreed. The doors were open to the rink, letting the rumble of excited guests spill out into the hallway. "I'm always impressed at how they manage to stay upright despite the ship swaying. A few months ago, we hit the tail end of a tropical storm and the waves were pretty choppy, but not a single skater fell in the performance." "That's impressive." Natalie paused at the top of the stairs, looking down at the skating rink. The stadium wasn't huge, barely enough to hold all of Toujour, but that meant there wasn't a bad seat in the house. "I had George save us seats right over there." Shawn pointed to the back row where 2 empty seats sat with reserved signs. He hadn't wanted to steal a front row seat from a paying customer. "This is amazing," Natalie said, following him to their seats. He set the plastic sign tents that rested on the backs of the seats on the ground and sat beside her. The seats had empty spots on either side for wheelchairs, so they were relatively alone. Spotlights created a patterned design across the thin sheen of ice. Natalie shivered, wrapping her arms around herself as she gazed down at the empty rink. "Cold?" Shawn rose, shrugging out of his jacket. He gently draped it around her shoulders. "Oh." Natalie pulled the jacket closer around her, burrowing into it. She smiled. "Thanks. I guess I should have realized it would be chilly in here, the ice and all." "I imagine you didn't ice skate much in Arizona." Natalie chuckled. "Not at all, actually. I'm excited to try it out tomorrow when Toujour has the rink again." A lump formed in Shawn's throat. It would be so amazing to skate along the ice with Natalie tomorrow, her hand held in his. He'd gone ice skating a few times before his accident, and always loved the icy breeze that floated up from the rink, the gentle swish of skates against ice, the tiny shavings of ice that his skates kicked up. But skating with Natalie would be impossible with his leg. Natalie lifted her shoulders, indicating his jacket. "Won't you be cold without this?" Shawn shook his head and placed an arm around her shoulder. "You'll keep me warm." She laughed, snuggling against his side. "Works for me." The lights dimmed then, and they both fell silent as the show began. It was spectacular, done by 6 ice skaters who seemed immune to the gentle rocking of the boat. But Shawn barely noticed. He kept glancing over at Natalie, loving the excitement and wonder that flashed across her face with each perfectly executed triple lutz and toe loop. He was completely enchanted by this woman, and while he knew that falling for her was possibly the stupidest thing he had ever done, he couldn't seem to help himself. The ice dancers took their final bow, and the overhead lights flipped on. Shawn blinked as his eyes adjusted to the suddenly bright lights, but Natalie didn't make a move to rise. She seemed content to let others fight the crowds while they waited for them to thin out. "Well, you definitely didn't disappoint," Natalie said, turning in her chair so that her body was angled toward his. "That show was every bit as good as you promised it would be." "It's pretty great," Shawn agreed. "I've seen it at least a dozen times now, but it doesn't get old." Natalie sighed, pulling his jacket closer around her. At some point she had pushed her arms through the sleeves. The jacket hung on her like a child wearing her mother's clothes, and Shawn loved it. "I wish I could interview the ice dancers and write about them," Natalie said. "I'm so grateful Brooke let me come on this cruise, but asking singles about their budding relationships isn't exactly what I had in mind when I sent my application to World Traveler." Shawn took her hand gently in his, running his thumb over her knuckles. "What did you have in mind?" "I don't know. Writing about the destinations, I guess. I want to write articles where the destination tells the story." "And you don't feel like the Toujour cruise does that?" Natalie raised an eyebrow. "Do you? The whole thing feels a bit like a fairy tale, you have to admit. Hop on a singles cruise, leave a week later with your happily ever after.
I can't help wondering if any of these relationships will survive once we reach shore.
Shawn had experienced similar thoughts when he first started working with Brooke on the itinerary for the cruise, but since meeting Natalie, his opinions had slowly started to shift. I think the relationships could survive if the couples want them to, he said.
Maybe.
Natalie pulled away and stood.
I guess we should go now.
Shawn nodded and rose as well. I've got about an hour before my nightly staff meeting with the crew. Want to grab some dessert before I walk you back to your cabin?
Her eyes brightened and she nodded. The chocolate buffet is tonight. I've heard it's a can't-miss part of the cruise.
Definitely, Shawn said. Let's go.
The buffet was crowded with hungry cruisers satisfying their sweet tooths. Natalie's eyes widened as she took in the 5 chocolate fountains and trays of chocolate desserts. This is like a baker's paradise, she said, tugging him toward the end of the line. Shawn laughed, stumbling after her. She didn't seem to notice his awkward gait, though, for which he was grateful.
You like to bake?
Oh, I love it. The enthusiasm in her voice was unmistakable. I don't do it much in Arizona. My apartment's kitchen is tiny, but Wyatt has this amazing kitchen at his new house in California. I've got lots of baking planned for the next couple of weeks. She loved to bake. There was so much he didn't know about Natalie, but with each facet of information he uncovered, his attraction to her grew. He tapped her nose lightly with one finger.
I bet you look adorable in an apron.
She laughed. Wyatt and my parents don't tend to comment on my wardrobe choices while baking. They're too busy stuffing their faces with the food. I'm pretty sure Wyatt's nutritionist hates it when I come around.
Shawn dropped a brownie on his plate. I guess I never thought about that. Does he have a nutritionist year-round or just during the season?
Year-round. Was it his imagination, or did Natalie's voice suddenly sound cool? I think my plate's holding as much as it can.
Mine too, Shawn said. Let's go sit down.
At the table, Natalie picked up her fork and took a small bite of cake.
How is it?
Shawn asked. She scrunched her nose, then nodded. A little heavy on the flour, but nice and moist. I like my cake a little lighter, but this is good.
I'll take your word for it.
He took his own bite and swallowed.
I never cooked much growing up, and there hasn't been a need to since I moved onto the Ocean Dream.
Are you excited to move home soon? Shawn nodded. He missed everything about Sunset Plains. The lightning bugs that winked in the dark on warm summer nights, the family-owned pharmacy with its soda counter and jars of homemade lollipops.
It'll be a nice change of scenery.
She slowly dragged her fork tines through the frosting on her cake, not looking at him. Won't you miss traveling so much?
Maybe a little, but mostly I'm looking forward to the stability and permanence of Sunset Plains.
I guess that makes sense. And this time her tone was teasing. You are in your 30s.
Practically an old man, he agreed. What about you? Won't you miss home when you're flying to a new exotic destination every week?
She took a bite of cake, taking her time chewing. I'm sure it will be hard at first, but I can't wait to get out there and see the world. There's so much I want to see and explore.
And I can't wait to go home,
he said softly. Her eyes glistened and she blinked quickly. We should hurry and finish eating. Don't you have that staff meeting soon? 20 minutes later found Shawn and Natalie once again in front of her cabin door. She placed a hand lightly on his chest, her eyes open and inviting. Tonight was wonderful, she said. I had a great time. He pressed his hand over hers, leaning in.
Thank you for coming with me.
She bit her lip, moving her hand slowly until it rested behind his neck. Her fingers started playing with the short hairs just above his collar, and he let out a groan.
What are you doing to me, Natalie?
He whispered. She let her other hand trail up his chest, driving him wild. I think I'm doing the same thing to you that you're doing to me. Slowly, he lowered his head towards hers. She rose up on her toes, meeting his kiss without hesitation. Shawn drank her in, his fingers digging into her waist as he pulled her closer. He rested his forehead against hers, breathing heavily. "What are we doing?" Shawn asked. Natalie bit her lip, hands still locked behind his neck. "I don't know. I'm leaving in barely 3 days." "To travel the world," he said softly. "Yes, and you want to put down roots." Shawn brushed a strand of hair behind one of her ears, loving the feel of the silky locks. "I do." "So I guess we do nothing," Natalie whispered. "On Saturday, you'll go on your merry way, and I'll go on mine."
3 days,
Shawn breathed. 3 days, she agreed. "I don't want to waste them talking about what happens after that. Let's just enjoy what time we have." He nodded, lowering his head to hers for one last goodnight kiss. He intended to make every hour count. Chapter 14. Shawn stared at the email, disbelief making the words blurry. He'd woken up extra early that morning to get in an hour at the gym before heading back to his room to get ready for Toujour's first event of the day, a couple's towel folding demonstration. But just as he had been ready to walk out of the room, his email had dinged. "I just found out that someone else has been looking at the property on Main Street," his real estate agent had written. "If you're serious about making an offer, I think we better do it sooner rather than later." Shawn ran a frustrated hand through his hair. He couldn't make an offer now because he didn't have enough money saved up for the down payment yet. In order to have that money, he needed to focus on making this cruise spectacular for Toujour so that they'd decide to use Ocean Dream for future cruises. But instead, he was flirting with Natalie, taking her to shows, eating cake at the chocolate buffet when he should be keeping Brooke happy so that he could get that bonus and go home. What was he doing? This was his chance, and he was ignoring it for a few dates with a girl who would be gone in a matter of days. Brooke was already at the ice rink when Shawn arrived, the baby on her hip and Luke nearby. Shawn mentally kicked himself as he greeted the couple. He should have been the first to arrive at the rink. "Wasn't that show last night fantastic?" Brooke asked, her eyes bright. "Very cool. I think it was a big hit with the clients."
"I'm so glad," Shawn said smoothly. "We can definitely make that a permanent part of the itinerary going forward. I know you'd spoken before about perhaps making changes to the itinerary for the next cruise."
"Yes, I think we should definitely include that next time." Brooke turned to Luke. "What do you think, sweetie?"
"Definitely,"
Luke agreed, taking the baby from her arms. He wiggled his eyebrows up and down.
"I'm a big fan of ice skating. My best ever Toujour date just happened to take place at an ice skating rink."
Brooke swatted at his arm. "You would bring that up."
"Hey, you were the one who set me up with Andy."
Brooke rolled her eyes, but there was an affection in her gaze that was undeniable. "My biggest concern at this point is that I see some potential love triangles forming between couples. I'm not sure how to avoid that on future cruises. If everyone only has one match on the ship, what happens if they don't end up connecting? But having multiple matches for everyone seems to be a source of conflict too."
Luke placed an arm around Brooke's shoulders, pulling her close. "It's just been a few couples that you've had problems with."
Brooke sighed, then lowered her voice and took a step closer. "Skye has fixated on Declan, but he's interested in someone else. There was nearly an incident at the show last night, but thankfully Kendra was able to defuse the situation before a scene occurred." An incident, while he was cozying up to Natalie. He swallowed.
"I'm sorry to hear that."
Brooke sighed, running a hand through her hair. She was bundled up in a red coat with some sort of belt at the waist, and silver Christmas tree earrings hung from her lobes. "Maybe the cruise wasn't such a good idea after all. Charlotte was against the idea from the beginning, but I swore this would be great for Toujour." Panic made Shawn's palms clammy. "You're just stressed from last night," Luke said. "The cruise is a great idea. Look at how many couples are finding each other."
"It's natural that there will be some growing pains with this type of venture," Shawn said quickly. After this cruise is over, we can brainstorm ways to avoid some of those pitfalls on future cruises."
"I suppose you're right," Brooke said. "My matchmakers and I should be able to come up with something to help avoid this in the future." But the tension didn't leave Shawn as the room began filling with people. He directed guests to the shoe counter, where an employee handed out skates in the proper size. Shawn knew the moment Natalie entered the room. They were like two planets drawn together by a gravitational force he didn't understand. All his worries about Toujour and the bonus disappeared when he saw her. Today she wore leggings and some sort of top that seemed to double as a dress. It was striped like a candy cane and reached nearly mid-thigh, with a thick belt accentuating her narrow waist. She was talking to Skye, whose hands were moving animatedly. He glanced over at George, who was motioning the Zamboni off the rink. Shawn knew he should check in on the celebrity clients, make sure they had enough skates in the proper sizes, maybe check the trash cans to make sure they had been emptied. But instead, he stuck his hands in his pockets and walked toward Natalie, who was talking and laughing with Skye. "I'm so glad you had a great day yesterday," Natalie said to Skye. "It was fabulous. At first, I wasn't too excited about the ice show, but those skaters were so talented. And the men on this cruise?" Skye smacked her lips. "Positively yummy. I'd love to sink my teeth into Declan, but that man is so shy." Shawn wasn't sure the men of Toujour, and especially Declan, would appreciate being regarded as a piece of meat, but maybe Skye behaved herself better when on actual dates. Or maybe the men were so enamored by her star power that they let the objectification slide. During his 10 years on the Ocean Dream, Shawn had certainly seen his fair share of men and women lower their standards for the chance to date a celebrity. He walked up to Skye and Natalie, putting his best cruise director smile on.
"Skye, it's so nice to see you again,"
he said. Her eyes brightened and she trilled a laugh, resting a hand on his arm. "You as well!" She squeezed his bicep. "I don't suppose I can talk you into skating with me, can I?" Shawn glanced at Natalie, who appeared to be trying to hold back a laugh.
"Unfortunately, my leg doesn't allow me to skate," Shawn said. "But let me show you to the shoe counter. I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding a fine man willing to help you out on the rink. The sea's pretty calm today, so skating shouldn't be too difficult."
When he found Natalie again a few minutes later, she had a wide grin on her face. "Thanks for saving me," she whispered.
"Anytime,"
Shawn said. He wondered if she could see how much he meant it. Natalie flipped her hair over one shoulder and he caught a whiff of her fruity shampoo. How was he supposed to focus on Toujour with Natalie constantly distracting him? "So, can you really not skate?" Natalie asked. She nodded toward his leg. "I'm guessing it wouldn't be a great idea for you to try with that leg." Shawn flexed his fingers, resisting the urge to brush them along her cheek.
"Believe me, I would love to skate around the rink with you."
She rested a hand softly on his arm. "It's okay, Shawn. I get it." He gritted his teeth and hung his head.
"Sometimes the accident shows up and hits me in the face when I'm least expecting it."
"Hey." She put her hands on his cheeks and he stared into her soft hazel green eyes. "It's not a big deal. Some men can't watch chick flicks without cringing. You can't skate. All things considered, I think you're doing just fine." He laughed, pulling her hand to his lips and placing a light kiss in the center of her palm.
"You always know just what to say to make me feel better."
"I do what I can." The ice rink began to fill with couples making careful loops, laughing as they struggled to remain upright. The cruise ship was sailing smoothly today, but while the rocking motion was almost imperceptible while walking, Shawn had learned it became a lot more obvious to those skating. He saw what Luke meant about couples forming. A lot of the skaters seemed rather cozy. Shawn looked away. It didn't matter that he couldn't skate with Natalie, because soon she'd be returning to her life in Arizona, and he'd be returning to his on the Ocean Dream. And without that bonus, he'd be stuck here another year, maybe longer. Skates swished against ice, and Jace came to a perfect stop at the side of the rink, sending a spray of ice upward. Natalie leaned on the rail while Jace grinned down at her. Shawn's blood instantly began to warm. Natalie had said she didn't want anything serious, didn't want to worry about anything beyond the cruise. Was it because of Jace? The two of them seemed awfully chummy.
"What are you doing on the sidelines?"
Jace grabbed Natalie's hand and began tugging.
"I'm a total third wheel out here. Grab some skates and come save me."
Natalie laughed and pulled her hand free. "I thought you were too busy showing off to notice that you were the odd man out. Where did you learn to skate like that?"
"A movie. What else?"
Jace shrugged as though it were no big deal.
"Come on, Nat. Seriously."
"Nat?" The blood in Shawn's veins heated to a boil. He could see the internal war in Natalie's expression, her desire to skate and have fun, competing with guilt at leaving Shawn behind. He had seen that same look in his friend's eyes right after the accident. Eventually, they'd grown tired of the battle and stopped coming around. Natalie had said yesterday how much she was looking forward to this activity. She had never been skating before and deserved to have a good time with someone young and active. Someone like Jace, not an old man with a bum leg who would never do anything but slow her down.
"Go."
Shawn motioned with his head toward the skate counter.
"How many people can say they've skated on a cruise ship? You don't want to give up that claim to fame."
Natalie bit her lip. "Are you sure?" Shawn nodded, forcing a smile he didn't feel.
"Yes, I've got work to do anyway. I need to go check on the Lido deck and make sure everything's ready for the pool party this afternoon."
"Okay then, if you're sure." Shawn gave an emphatic nod.
"I am."
"All right." Natalie shot a smile at Jace. "Meet you on the rink in a minute." "Perfect." Jace pushed off, making a show of waving as he skated backward. Natalie placed a hand on Shawn's chest. "Are you sure it's okay? I won't go if you don't want me to." He knew it was unprofessional, that he was working right now and shouldn't give in to public displays of affection, but he couldn't help himself. He placed his arms on either side of Natalie, trapping her against the railing.
"You're here to experience the cruise and have fun,"
he said.
"That's your job. My job is to make sure there are enough lounge chairs on the Lido deck to keep everyone happy."
"Thank you." She rose on her tiptoes, brushing a soft kiss across his lips. "I'll talk to you later?" He nodded and watched as she pranced off to the skate counter, her hips swaying with each step. A few minutes later, she took her first shaky steps onto the rink. Jace was by her side in a moment, and the two of them skated off, laughing. Shawn glanced down at his leg. The swelling had mostly disappeared, but the aching stiffness never went away completely. 1,000 years of physical therapy would never help him regain the mobility he had lost in that car accident. Some things, like ice skating, weren't in his future. Natalie stumbled, and Jace reached out, his hands catching underneath her arms just before her rear end hit the ice. She laughed, struggling to get her skates back underneath her as he helped her stand. Shawn walked away from the rink, his spine stiffening as another laugh burst from Natalie. He had work to do on the Lido deck, and getting distracted by a beautiful woman wasn't part of the plan. Chapter 15. Natalie tapped a finger against her keyboard, trying to bring the words to describe the Toujour cruise to mind. It wasn't easy with the pool party in full swing. A beach ball bounced around on the surface of the water while two couples engaged in a chicken fight at one end of the pool. She stretched out in her lounge chair, the warm Mexican sun caressing her too pale skin. She'd spent way too much time inside studying last semester, and it showed in her pasty complexion. She doubted her last semester would be any less chaotic. But once she graduated, she could spend all her workdays like this. That is, if she ever finished the darn article. She glanced at the notes she had made over the past 5 days. She had filled nearly an entire spiral notebook with her observations of Toujour guests. By all accounts, there were more than a few couples falling head-first in love. Natalie shook her head, reading over her conversations with one couple in particular who seemed to be on a one-way train straight to a chapel. An image filled her mind of Shawn dressed in a black tuxedo, a smile on his face as he waited at the end of a long aisle. Sunset Plains was a small southern town. She imagined they had a picturesque chapel in the town square. "This is stupid," Natalie muttered. She tapped another nail against the keyboard. The air crackles with chemistry as flirtatious couples bat about a beach ball. Ugh, that was almost as bad as her other 10 attempts at starting a new paragraph. She quickly backspaced, staring again at the blinking cursor. What was it that made these relationships so accelerated? Was it simply the magic of the cruise, the fear of spending another Christmas single? Or was it simply that each person entered the relationship with a determination and commitment to do everything in their power to make that relationship work? Someone sank into the chair beside her, water dripping from his suit and onto the deck. Natalie glanced over and smiled at Jace. "Hey," she said. "Hey." He motioned to her computer. "How's the writing going?" Natalie groaned and shut the lid on her laptop. She adjusted her sunglasses and leaned back against the chair. "Not great. I can't seem to wrap my head around the whole concept of this cruise, and it's making writing about it a beast. I got off to a great start when it was all setting the scene and talking about couples flirting, but I can't seem to find a way to believably write about how fast people seem to be falling in love." "Maybe you need to stop focusing on all the couples and instead focus on just one." Jace raised his eyes suggestively. Natalie glared. "Stop it. You and Shawn seem to be getting along pretty well today." "Stop!" Jace held up his hands. Okay. What specifically is hanging you up with the writing?" Natalie tapped a finger against her laptop lid, trying to collect her thoughts. "I guess I'm not sure why people are falling for each other so quickly. Is it because both partners are actively searching for a committed, long-term relationship, or is it a byproduct of dating through a service?" "Maybe it's both," Jace said. "They're dating through the service because they want the committed, long-term relationship." "Yeah, maybe." Natalie leaned forward, bracing her arms on her knees. Nearby, Declan cannonballed into the water, making the ladies squeal. Natalie was pretty sure she saw Sky give him a disgusted glare, but Natalie's laptop was safely outside the splash zone. "What's dating like in Hollywood?" Jace blinked, pulling sunglasses down to shade his eyes. That was kind of a subject change." Natalie lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "I'm just trying to figure out how Toujour compares to other unusual forms of dating. I imagine dating celebrities creates unique conflicts in a relationship. Is that why no one can stay together for more than a few years?" Jace cleared his throat, looking a little uncomfortable. "I think a lot of it is jealousy between the couples. They're competing for success in the same industry." "Yeah, I guess that makes sense." "It's hard to date when everyone you meet seems to want something from you. I never know if someone is interested in me, my money, or my connections." "Exactly." Natalie thrust out a hand and Jace raised an eyebrow. "I mean, I understand. The last few guys I've dated have all only been interested in Wyatt's career." "Ah, that explains it." "Explains what?" Natalie demanded. "Why you're so hot and cold with Shawn. He seems like a good guy, Natalie, and I think he's really into you." She bit the end of her thumbnail, her stomach writhing uncomfortably. "But how can I ever be sure?" Another splash sounded from the pool. In the corner, a musician played the steel drums, making Natalie's head pound. Jace leaned forward, turning sideways on his lounge chair to face her. "You can't. At some point, you've just got to trust that he's with you for the right reasons." She blew out a breath, making her bangs puff out. "That so isn't helpful." "I know. And if I ever figure out how to successfully follow my own advice, maybe I'll find a woman of my own to fall for." "He scares me," Natalie admitted. "I've never felt so strongly for someone so fast. What are we supposed to do when the ship gets back to California?" "I don't know, but you've got less than 3 days to figure it out." For a moment, Natalie imagined telling Shawn she wanted to continue their relationship beyond the cruise, thought about bringing him home to meet her family, introducing him as her boyfriend. And it all felt so impossibly wonderful, but hazy too, like a dream she knew couldn't happen in real life. As though summoned by their conversation, Shawn entered the Lido deck then, the breeze blowing his loose polo shirt against his chest. Natalie licked her lips, suddenly feeling parched. "Speaking of the devil," Jace said with a grin. Natalie swatted his arm. "You are so bad." "Looks like he's coming this way." Shawn was indeed heading straight for them. Natalie's fingers curled around the edge of her laptop, heart hammering in her chest. He came to a stop near the end of her lounge chair. "Hey," she said, and her voice sounded embarrassingly breathy. "Hey." Shawn gave her a warm smile that made her insides turn to goo, then nodded at Jace. "Are you guys enjoying the party?" "It's great," Jace said. "I'm heading back in the pool in just a few minutes. At first I wasn't too sure about the salt water, but now I kind of like it. It's a lot easier to maintain than a freshwater pool, especially on the ship," Shawn said. "I'll have to look into it if I ever decide to get a pool," Jace said. "My place in California is pretty small. I spend most of my time on location filming." "That makes sense." Shawn grabbed a chair and pulled it close, sitting down. Natalie resisted the urge to reach across the space between them and grab his hands with hers. Shawn's eyes were so warm as they stared at her. "Aren't you going to swim, Natalie?" She laughed. No. Can't swim, remember?" "It's only 5 feet deep. The salt water makes it a little more buoyant, too." Panic crept up her spine as she considered climbing into the water. It would nearly cover her shoulders. She shook her head vigorously. "It's still a nope from me." "Fair enough," Shawn said. He stretched out his leg, the scar just visible beneath the hemline of his shorts. "I'm not a very strong swimmer anymore, but it helps when my leg hurts especially bad." "Does it hurt a lot?" Natalie asked. Shawn gave a small shake of his head. "It's not too bad anymore." But she had a feeling he was downplaying the pain. Jace rolled his eyes behind Shawn's back, then mouthed, "Figure out what you want from him." Natalie glared, then quickly smiled when Shawn raised an eyebrow at her. Jace rose. "I think I'll get back in the pool now. It was nice talking to you again, Shawn." "You too," Shawn said. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to make this vacation better." Jace clapped a hand on Shawn's shoulder, leaving the wet imprint of his hand on the fabric. "It's been a pretty good trip so far, but I'll let you know." Shawn nodded, and Jace jumped into the pool. He turned back to Natalie, his eyes uncertain and unsure. "I should get back to work." "Wait!" The word was out of Natalie's mouth before she considered what she was saying. Slowly, Shawn sank back into his chair. "Okay." Natalie gulped, brushing a strand of hair behind one ear as she scrambled for something to say. She didn't want Shawn to leave, but she had no reason to make him stick around. Wasn't even sure what she should want him to do. "Perla Del Mar," Natalie blurted out. It was the cruise's private island, where they'd spend their last 2 days before sailing back to California. "We should be there later tonight," Shawn said, "about 2 hours after dinner time." "I read in the brochure that there's a Mayan temple on the island." "Yeah, it's pretty spectacular. You should definitely visit it tomorrow." Natalie closed her eyes, gathering all her courage. "I was wondering if you'd like to visit the temple with me." Shawn's eyes softened. He leaned forward, cupping her face with his hand. "I'd love to. How about we leave the ship around 11 o'clock? I've got a few hours free then." "Perfect," Natalie said. Shawn glanced around, then quickly dropped a peck on her lips. "I'll pick you up at your cabin. I'd better get back to work." "Bye," Natalie said as Shawn walked away. She pressed her fingers to her own tingling lips. She wasn't sure if she and Shawn had a chance of making things work once they arrived in port. She wasn't even sure if he'd want to try. But she also wasn't sure she could let him walk out of her life for good. Chapter 16. Shawn rested an arm around Natalie's shoulders as the open-air bus made its way over the uneven dirt road to the Mayan ruins hidden deep in the jungle on the southern end of Perla del Mar. "It's so beautiful." Natalie pulled out her phone and pressed her cheek against Shawn's. "Smile." Shawn tightened his hold on her and did as she asked. She held out the phone, showing him the image of the two of them together, framed by the dense tropical trees in the background. He loved the way Natalie fit perfectly against his side, her creamy skin and sandy blonde hair a sharp contrast to his own deep tan and dark buzz cut. "Cute," Natalie said, sticking her phone back in her pocket. "I'm so excited to see these ruins. Is it true that they're the most northwestern site that's been found?"
"Yes," Shawn said. "No one but the locals even realized they were there until the crews bought this island about a decade ago and started clearing away the jungle."
Natalie bounced in her seat, craning her neck to see through the trees. "I can't wait." Shawn laughed, loving her infectious sense of adventure. Every seat in the bus was filled with cruisers eager to visit the ancient temple. The air was muggy and humid, but the late December breeze made the temperature tolerable. He couldn't believe Christmas was only 5 days away, or that Natalie would be leaving him in 2. "It's got to be close." Natalie glanced up at him for confirmation, her eyes hidden behind her dark sunglasses.
"Maybe another 5 minutes,"
Shawn agreed. "I had no idea Perla del Mar was so big."
"It is pretty big, and the cruise is only built up about half of it. The natives have a village about a mile from the ruins."
"And the north end of the island is where the amenities are?"
Shawn nodded. "There's the most beautiful sandy white beach you've ever seen, with enough space for 5,000 guests to spread out without tripping over each other. The water is crystal clear, perfect for snorkeling."
Natalie shuddered. "No thanks."
Shawn placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "You don't have to do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. I'll reserve a cabana for tomorrow afternoon, and we can enjoy the ocean from the warm sand."
Their last day together. A lump lodged in his throat at the very thought. "Sounds perfect," Natalie said. "But are you sure you can get away from the ship again?"
"The Toujour group has free time then, so it'll be fine."
At least, Shawn hoped it would be fine. He'd received another email from his real estate agent that morning, confirming the other interested party did indeed plan on putting in an offer on the storefront on Main Street. But the agent also said their offer was low, and Shawn might still have a chance if he put in a full price offer within the week. He fought back the pit of worry that chided him for spending time with Natalie when he should be working to make sure everything was perfect for Toujour's couples beach volleyball tournament later that afternoon. His crew had everything well in hand. All the Toujour guests had free time right now anyway, so all Shawn would be doing was helping set up the nets. Brooke and her matchmakers had wanted to organize the game brackets based on client profiles, whatever that entailed, so he was off the hook there. The bus hurtled over one last pothole, sending jolts of pain through Shawn's leg, then burst through the trees and into a clearing. Natalie let out a gasp. The Maya temple rose majestically less than 100 yards away, its gray stones standing out sharply against the green foliage and blue sky. Natalie rose from her seat, holding onto the bar above her head as she tried to get a better look. "It's amazing." Shawn laughed, tugging her back down next to him.
"It's even more amazing up close."
The bus pulled to a stop at the end of the clearing, and passengers streamed out onto the soft, mossy grass, spreading out in every direction. Natalie turned in a slow circle, taking in the entire clearing. The boisterous laughter Shawn had come to expect from this particular group of tourists had turned to hushed whispers as they snapped pictures of the ancient edifice. Natalie grabbed Shawn's hand, pulling him across the clearing. "It's smaller than I expected it to be."
"I went to Tikal a few years ago when I had a day off while the ship was in port. The temples there were a lot bigger."
"I need a picture." Natalie paused, pulling her phone from the messenger bag slung over one shoulder.
"Here." Shawn held out a hand. "Let me take one with you in it."
"Okay." She handed over the camera. Shawn waited for Natalie to walk a few paces away. She turned around, arms above her head, and smile wide as she posed. Shawn took the picture, staring at her. The joy on her face was impossible to miss. She loved this, the adventure of seeing new places. He could see why she was drawn to travel reporting, because experiencing new things seemed to fill her soul. "Did you get it?" Natalie asked, arms still raised. Shawn nodded and dropped his arms. "Yeah. You want to go inside?" Natalie grabbed her phone, eyes guarded. "We can stay down here if you'd rather." Shawn put a finger underneath her chin, forcing her eyes up to his. "Do you want to go inside?" he asked simply. Reluctantly, Natalie nodded. "But if you can't," he leaned down, silencing her with a kiss. The curves of her body fit against his like the missing pieces of a puzzle, and he ran his fingers through her hair. When they finally broke apart, he leaned his forehead against hers. "I might not be the world's fastest climber, but I can make it to the top of that temple. Let's go look inside." A smile blossomed across her lips, and he knew seeing her excitement when they reached the top would be worth a night spent icing his swollen knee any day. The temple was a traditional Mayan design, a boxy pyramid with shallow steps running up the center, leading to a door at the top. Shawn's pace was slow and steady. Other tourists quickly passed by them, but Natalie never complained and kept up a running commentary of the information she had learned about the ruins while researching online before the cruise. Halfway up the temple, Shawn's leg began to ache and burn, just as he had known it would, but the excitement on Natalie's face kept him moving. There had to be close to 300 steps to the top. They were nearly at the top when Natalie pulled him off to the side of the steps and motioned to one of the wide walls, which made a perfect bench. "Let's take a break for a minute. I'm exhausted." Shawn rolled his eyes. "Liar." She tugged him down to the seat beside her and didn't release his hand. "There's nothing wrong with admitting you need a minute." He sighed, pulling her to his side and kissing the top of her head. "Thank you. Sometimes I forget that. I don't like appearing weak." She rested a hand briefly on his cheek. "No one would ever accuse you of that, Shawn Erickson." I could spend the rest of my life with this woman. The thought came out of left field and blindsided him, making his breathing rapid and uneven. He didn't look at Natalie, hoping she'd attribute it to their climb. "Wow." Natalie grabbed a water bottle from her bag and took a sip, then handed it to him. "This view is incredible." Shawn took the water, staring at Natalie. The sunlight made her hair look like spun gold. He loved that floppy sun hat she seemed to wear everywhere, the sunglasses that took up half her face. "Beautiful," he agreed. And she was leaving in a day and a half. What would he do without her? The thought of not seeing her every day made his heart physically hurt. He handed Natalie back her water, and she stored it in her bag. "Have you ever been up here before?" Shawn shook his head, finally admiring the view. Natalie was right. It was incredible. The trees rose to meet the blue sky, peppered with fluffy white clouds. Below, tourists scurried about like tiny ants. Shawn could almost see over the treetops from here. Definitely worth the climb. "I've always meant to, but something seems to come up every time we're in Perla del Mar." Natalie rested her head on her hand, staring off into the distance. "I guess living on a cruise ship probably only sounds wonderful in theory. It's got to be exhausting to constantly be making sure everyone else is having a good vacation. But you never really get one, do you?" "Not very often," he admitted. "There isn't a lot of downtime on the ship, but I go exploring in ports whenever I can." Natalie sighed, stretching her legs out. "Sometimes I wonder if writing for World Traveler will be like that. Nice in theory, but kind of exhausting in practice. I wouldn't really be visiting the places I want to see. It'll be all about what the magazine wants. And what if they send me somewhere really boring and I hate writing about it?" Shawn stared at Natalie, a seed of hope growing. Was she second-guessing the job with World Traveler? It certainly sounded like it. Maybe she didn't actually want to spend every week of the year in a different country. Shawn had certainly done it long enough to confirm it wasn't as glamorous as it sounded. Take this vacation, for instance, Natalie continued. I must have stared at my computer for 3 hours yesterday, and I barely wrote a paragraph. I just can't make this story come together in my mind.
You mean like writer's block?
She lifted a shoulder in a shrug. I guess. But I'd better figure it out soon because I promised I'd have the story turned in before Christmas Eve. I was really hoping to finish it tomorrow so I could enjoy Wyatt's massive kitchen when I got back to port.
You'll figure it out.
Shawn rose, his leg protesting loudly at the movement. He ignored it and held out a hand to Natalie.
Race you to the top.
She laughed, allowing him to pull her up. Maybe we should just take things slow. The break had given Shawn's leg enough of a rest that he was able to push his way up the last 30 or so steps to the top. Natalie held his hand the entire time, encouraging him without words to keep going. Somehow, she didn't make him feel weak or like a burden. Instead, he felt like they were partners who could conquer this obstacle together. Natalie leaned into him, and he wrapped his arm around her waist as they gazed out at the bird's-eye view of the island. From here, they could see over the treetops to the sand-white beaches at the north end of the island. He could even make out a few of the shops the cruise line had built, the ones that weren't hidden by the trees at least. Thank you for climbing to the top with me, Natalie said, turning in his arms. It's even better than I imagined.
I'm glad we did it together,
Shawn said, tightening his hold on her waist. His leg burned from the effort, but Natalie made it all worth it. She made him want to push his boundaries and see what he could accomplish. Me too. Her warm eyes tugged at his soul, teasing him to envision a future he'd never considered. Never having a permanent address, never having roots, might not be so bad with Natalie by his side. Shawn leaned down, touching his lips softly to hers. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her body fitting perfectly against his. Soft fingers brushed along his shoulders as his fingers tangled in her hair, deepening the kiss. Natalie was unlike anyone he had ever met, and the thought of letting her go tore his soul into shreds. He rested his forehead against hers, breathing heavily.
Natalie,
he whispered.
I think maybe.
Her eyes grew wide and panicked. She rested a soft finger against his lips, shaking her head back and forth. Don't say it. His chest heaved as his heart twisted.
Say what?
You know what. Once the words are out, you can't take them back. He pulled her closer, groaning.
Maybe I don't want to take them back.
She dropped her hand back to his shoulder, and he could see the fear in her eyes. It's only been 6 days. Shawn pressed a soft kiss to her temple.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
I can't. Her chest heaved, and she pushed him gently away. Let's just enjoy our last 2 days together. We'd better go look inside the temple, then get back to the bus. The volleyball tournament starts in 2 hours. Shawn nodded, letting the subject drop. But as they climbed back down the ancient ruins 15 minutes later, he knew that he didn't want 2 days with Natalie. He wanted months and years and decades to explore every facet of her personality. Now he just had to convince Natalie to give them a chance. Chapter 17. Natalie stretched out underneath the cabana, smiling at Shawn as he handed her a glass with a frozen drink. He looked beyond handsome today in board shorts and a cotton gray t-shirt, with sunglasses obscuring his gunmetal blue eyes. Her chest tightened as she thought about saying goodbye to him in less than 24 hours. Tears filled her eyes, and she blinked quickly, focusing on taking a drink of her fruity beverage. Thank you, Natalie said, setting the glass on the small table between them.
You're welcome.
Shawn sank into his chair, careful to keep his legs stretched out straight. His knee was swollen today, almost twice its normal size.
Natalie had been horrified when she saw it, but Shawn had assured her it was fine and just needed a day or two to recover from their hike up the Mayan temple yesterday. That hadn't stopped her from feeling guilty. Her adventurous attitude had cost him more than she had realized in the heat of the moment. "How did the article come along today?" Shawn asked. They had spent most of the day apart as he focused on Toujour and she focused on writing. Natalie sighed, grabbing one of the chocolate-covered strawberries from the tray on the table. "It's done. I'm not sure how good it is, though." The words hadn't come any easier while watching the sandcastle building contest than they had while sitting by the pool on the Lido deck of the ship, and she couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was off about the article. She had mentioned the sights in Mexico, the amenities on the ship, and the specific activities Toujour added to the experience. She'd included quotes from the couples she had interviewed, including one from Skye, who seemed to have gotten over Declan since he had splashed her with water at the pool party. "I'm sure it's great." Shawn's voice was soft and soothing, his southern drawl wrapping around her like a warm blanket. She'd miss hearing that drawl every day. "I hope so." She watched the waves lap gently at the white sands, only a few yards from their cabana. The beach was littered with the semi-permanent structures. The rough-hewn wood floor was practically covered by sand, and the white canvas sides had been tied back to allow the breeze to filter through. At the far end of the beach, she could see the dock for the tenderboats, and off in the distance the ship anchored at sea. The dock was mostly empty right now, though. The ship wouldn't depart until 7 o'clock, and 12 hours later they'd be back in California. "I'd love to read your article," Shawn said. "I'd love to read anything you've written." Natalie sent him a teasing smile. "Buy a copy of World Traveler magazine, and you will." He laughed, setting his full lips on the rim of his glass and taking a long sip. She looked away, focusing on her own drink. Part of her wanted to throw herself at Shawn and spend the last few hours together wrapped in each other's embrace. But another part of her wanted to pull back and put some distance between them to lessen the hurt she knew was coming. "Maybe I will," Shawn said. He gasped, pointing out to sea. "Did you just see that dolphin jump into the air?" Natalie leaned forward in her chair, adjusting her sunglasses as she followed the direction of Shawn's finger. A moment later, she saw it, a dolphin breaching the water for just a moment before disappearing once more beneath the surf. "It's so beautiful," Natalie breathed. She slid her feet off the edge of the wood deck and plunged them into the warm sand with a sigh. The sun hung nearly directly overhead, glittering brilliantly with each sway of the ocean. "I'm going to miss this." Shawn reached across the space separating them and wrapped her hand in his own. "I'm going to miss you." Natalie blinked quickly, a lump rising in her throat. "Don't," she choked out. Shawn scooted his chair closer so that their knees nearly touched. She glanced again at his swollen one. Shawn was 33. He had done the drifter with no place to call home thing for a decade now. He was ready to settle down in a small town and start a family, and she was ready to, what, travel the world alone? "Don't what?" Shawn asked quietly, running his thumb across her knuckles and sending shivers up her spine. A tear slid down her cheek, and she quickly swiped it away. "Don't start saying goodbye. I'll start blubbering like an idiot. I just want to enjoy our last 16 hours together." "Natalie." He took off his sunglasses, setting them on the table, and took both her hands in his. Her breath caught in her throat as she looked into those expressive blue eyes. They reached out and grabbed her by the heart, refusing to let go. "What?" she whispered. "I don't want to say goodbye." She pulled her hands away with a shaky sigh. "You live on a ship. I want to travel the world. All good things must come to an end." The thought of leaving him made her heart split in two. But what was the alternative? They barely knew each other. Shawn scooted forward on his chair, eyes suddenly earnest. "But what if it doesn't have to end?" "It does," Natalie said forcefully. "No, it doesn't. I'm falling in love with you, Natalie." His voice sounded strangled, and her heart beat erratically in her chest. "I want to see if we can be more than a Christmas vacation fling. I think we can work out in reality, where we have to cook our own meals and battle rush hour traffic and go grocery shopping." Natalie rose, shaking her head. The ocean breeze, which moments before had felt so soft and soothing, suddenly stung like a whip. "That's not what this is supposed to be." Shawn rose as well, his eyes suddenly alight with a fire she had never seen in them before. "Are you listening to me, Natalie? I said I'm falling in love with you. I want us to be together. We can figure this out." Her mind swirled with too many emotions to pin down or name. The sun was too bright, reflecting shards of light from the ocean. It was giving her a headache. He took another step forward and she held up her hands, fending him off. "This was supposed to be a fling," Natalie choked out. Shawn shook his head, still advancing. "It might have started out that way, but it's become so much more to me." He took her by the hand, reeling her in. Natalie let him. Could he hear her heart pounding so hard she worried it might burst? Somehow her hands were flat on his chest, feeling the sharp planes of his muscles as she trailed her way to his shoulders. "We could date," Shawn said quietly, his head lowering toward hers. "Talk on the phone every day, go out to eat at nice restaurants, spend quiet evenings watching TV together." "You live on a ship," Natalie whispered. He inclined his head to the side. "Maybe for now, but not for much longer." "We barely know each other." His fingers reached up, tracing her lips and sending pinpricks of anticipation down her arms. "I might not know what your favorite color is, or what you eat for breakfast each day, or whether you make your bed every morning, but I know who you are, Natalie. I know the kind of woman you are." She rose on her tiptoes, pressing herself closer to him. "I'm scared," she whispered. "Me too," he said, "but maybe that's kind of the point." His mouth covered hers, and she clung to him with a desperation that had her entire body shaking. Shawn trailed soft kisses across her jawbone, up her cheeks, over her eyelids, and Natalie knew she wanted him every bit as much as he wanted her. She ran her hands up his neck, across his face, giving herself over to the moment. His leg buckled beneath their weight, and he dropped into a chair, pulling Natalie into his lap. She kept kissing him, letting herself dream of a future where they actually worked. "I can't lose you," Shawn whispered. "I know we can make this work. I want to read your articles and see where you go to school and go to football games together and meet your entire family, your parents and your brother and—" The words were like a slap in the face. It always came back to Wyatt. But she wasn't about to let another man stomp on her heart. Natalie pushed herself off Shawn's lap, anger making her entire body clammy. "Why are you doing this?" she demanded. She clenched her hands into fists, willing the tears not to fall. "This was like the perfect Christmas vacation, the perfect fling. You were perfect, but now you're ruining everything." Shawn struggled to his feet, leaning heavily on his good leg. "Natalie," she pushed his hand away, holding up her own. "No, I'm done. We're done." Tears made her vision blurry, and Natalie stumbled off the cabana's wood floor and into the sand. "Natalie, wait!" Shawn grabbed her hand, but she shrugged it off. "Let's talk about this," Shawn said. "I know you're scared. I'm scared too, but I think we're worth fighting for." Natalie let out a hollow laugh. She'd heard that before, but Shawn didn't mean it any more than Cole had. She quickened her pace, knowing Shawn couldn't run, at least not today. "Natalie!" he yelled. She increased her speed, putting more distance between them. Tiny billows of sand kicked up with each step, but she didn't care. Her heart was shredded, torn, broken. Shawn's voice grew distant as she raced across the sand, heading toward the docks.
If she could just get back on the ship, everything would be okay. She could lock herself in her room until they reached California in the morning. Then she'd leave Shawn behind and never see him again. Her chest heaved with exertion and suppressed tears. She never should have let Shawn kiss her, never should have so much as entertained the idea of a fling with him. The dock was just ahead. She saw one of the tender boats loading the last of the customers. Natalie picked up her pace, desperate to get on that boat, but she could already see it pulling away. "Wait!" Natalie called, her foot hitting the dock. But the sound of the engine drowned out her cry. Her foot hit a patch of water on the dock. She let out a yelp, her arms pinwheeling as she slid across the surface. Then suddenly she was falling, and her head was covered with water. Natalie choked, gulping in seawater. Seaweed and silt flowed around her as she frantically kicked. Her head broke the surface of the water. She gasped and coughed before going under once more. A fish swam by, seemingly completely unconcerned by her distress. Panic tightened Natalie's chest, robbing her of the last of her oxygen. She screamed, releasing a stream of bubbles as she tried once more to kick for the surface. This couldn't be happening. Suddenly, she was 4 years old again, trapped in the deep end of the pool while her mother was inside making lunch. Her lungs burned and ached. She'd pushed Shawn away. He'd said he loved her, something no man had ever told her before, and she had pushed him away out of fear. So stupid, so short-sighted. Life was so fragile and short, and she wanted to spend hers with Shawn. She loved him. Loved him. Natalie gave one last violent push toward the surface, finding only more water. Then her eyes closed, and she felt nothing more. Chapter 18. Shawn watched in horror as Natalie slipped off the edge of the dock and disappeared. "Natalie!" he yelled, pushing himself to run. His legs screamed in protest, buckling with each step. Shawn stumbled, willing himself to go faster. The dock was empty, the beach around it free of people. No one had seen Natalie go under but him, and no one was close enough to run and help. No, 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 his mind screamed on repeat as he dashed toward the dock. But his movements were sluggish and slow, his leg uncooperative. The water was at least 12 feet deep right there. She couldn't swim. Blood roared in his ears as her head broke the water for a brief moment before disappearing underneath once more. His foot hit the dock. Shawn gritted his teeth and pushed himself forward the last few feet, then leapt into the water. Cool water rushed over his head, sending pinpricks of pain up his leg. The salt water stung his eyes as he searched for Natalie. He found her almost immediately, drifting toward the bottom of the ocean, eyes closed. Thank heaven the water was so clear so he didn't have to search for her. Shawn pushed himself downward, his good leg giving a mighty kick while his injured one gave a weak imitation. He drug his hands through the water, lungs burning as he pushed toward her. She'd reached the ocean floor now. Shawn wrapped his arms around her waist. Summoning all his strength, he pushed off the sand with both feet, propelling them to the top. Their heads burst out of the water. Natalie's face was pale, her lips blue. "Natalie," Shawn said, pushing them toward the shore. "Natalie!" Her head fell limply against his shoulder. Shawn struggled to keep them afloat as he pushed toward shore. It was only a few yards away, but it felt like miles. His feet touched sand. Shawn dragged them out of the ocean. Natalie's face was a ghastly shade of blue. He put his cheek next to her mouth. No air brushed his cheek. "You are not going to die on me," Shawn muttered. He lifted her chin, checked the airway, and then started compressions. "Help! Somebody, help!" Shawn focused on compressions, the weight of them forcing water from her lungs. Sobs rose in his own throat, but he forced himself to stay calm and focus on Natalie. He had done this to her. She never would have run away if he hadn't pushed too hard too soon. She was only 22. At that age, settling down had been the furthest thing from Shawn's mind.
He shouldn't have tried to force her into a committed relationship when she was barely starting to explore the world. Shawn leaned down, covering her mouth and nose with his own, blowing life-giving air into her lungs, then started compressions again. Natalie choked, then began coughing. Shawn let out a sob and turned her onto one side as she vomited seawater. Footsteps sounded behind him, and someone asked, "What happened?" Shawn barely glanced at the woman in a sky-blue employee polo shirt. "Call the ship and have them send a boat back immediately," Shawn said. "Someone from medical needs to meet us as soon as we get on board." "Of course," the woman said, her eyes wide as she reached for her radio. He recognized her vaguely, but didn't waste energy trying to place her face. Natalie coughed again, her entire body convulsing. Shawn rested a hand on her back, whispering soothing words. "It's okay," he said. "You're okay. Everything is going to be okay." But he knew his words were a lie. He'd selfishly tried to claim Natalie as his own, and in the process she had nearly died. She was right. They would never work in the real world. Natalie deserved to travel the globe and not be tied down by a man who couldn't even run across the sand to rescue her. Natalie deserved better than him, and Shawn would make sure she got it. Natalie started shivering, and Shawn wished he had a blanket to put over her, but his own clothes were soaking and would only add to her chills. "Shawn," she croaked, reaching for his face. He grabbed her icy hand, rubbing it roughly between both of his in an attempt to warm it. The waters surrounding Perla del Mar weren't freezing, but they weren't exactly warm in December either. The purr of a boat motor filled the air, accompanied by the thump-thump-thump of a steer slapping against the water as it raced toward the dock. Two men jumped from the boat as it neared, a stretcher between them. Shawn recognized them immediately as members of the medical team, and relief made his shoulders sag. "What happened here?" one of them asked as they dropped the stretcher to the sand. "I think she slipped on the dock," Shawn said. "Somehow she fell into the water. She doesn't know how to swim." "Let's get her to the boat," the second man said, going to Natalie's head. "On 3. The two men lifted Natalie onto the stretcher and quickly strapped her down. Natalie reached a shaking hand toward Shawn's. Her teeth were chattering now, her face pale. "Don't," she whispered. A sob caught in Shawn's throat. "Don't leave? Don't hurt her anymore?" Minutes later, they were back on board the ship and wheeling Natalie to the ship's small infirmary. Chrissy, one of the nurses, pulled a curtain around Natalie, and Shawn could hear muffled sounds as they helped Natalie out of her wet clothes and into a gown. "I'm so sorry," Shawn whispered as the nurse took her vitals. Dr. Stein glanced over at Shawn. He was Shawn's favorite of the two onboard doctors and had checked him over a few times when he had overdone it. "You'd better let me look at that leg when we're done here. Looks like you might have injured it." Tears burned at Shawn's eyes, but he just shook his head. "It's just my old injury. It's been swollen like this all day." An hour later, Dr. Stein declared that Natalie would make a full and rapid recovery. Her lungs were clear, her oxygen levels reasonably good, and this would become nothing more than another traumatic footnote to her life. She'd fallen asleep sometime during the doctor's administrations. Her hair hung limp and damp around her thin shoulders. The hat and sunglasses Shawn had loved so much were probably halfway out to sea by now. Dr. Stein and Chrissy left the room, leaving Shawn alone with Natalie. The soft beep of the heart monitor combined with the hiss of the cannula feeding oxygen to her nose. The cruise was always leery of a lawsuit, so Natalie would be monitored for the next few hours, although the doctor had assured Shawn that Natalie was fine. His heart throbbed in his chest, a gaping wound he didn't know how to heal. She'd almost been most definitely not fine. She'd almost been dead, and it would have been all Shawn's fault. Natalie coughed, and Shawn quickly brought a glass of water to her mouth. She took a slow sip, then sank back against the pillow, clearly exhausted. "How are you feeling?" Shawn asked quietly. Natalie gave him a tired smile. "Okay, thanks for saving me." He gave a hollow laugh, burying his face in his hands. "It's my fault you're here." She struggled to sit up, her voice scratchy and weak. "No, I shouldn't have freaked out like that and run away.
I was stupid and naive and scared.
No, you were right. The words sounded stiff and unnatural in his mouth, but he pressed on. We're worlds apart from each other, Natalie. I'm old and boring and crippled. You're young and beautiful and deserve adventure.
She shook her head, grabbing for his hands. Hers were cold and clammy, her grip weak. I was wrong. We deserve a chance. I think I'm falling in love with you too, Shawn. I want you. Her words sent a delicious sort of pain through his chest. He wanted so badly to hear them just a few hours earlier, but he knew now that dating Natalie would only end in heartbreak. He'd hold her back. She'd end up resenting him for it. Shawn swallowed hard, giving her hand a gentle squeeze.
Let's just remember this for what it was, okay? Tomorrow we can both go our separate ways and move on with our lives.
The tears filling her eyes were nearly his undoing. I've never felt like this before. I know it's complicated. There are a lot of details that need to be worked out, and long distance is hard, but I want to try. Slowly, Shawn pulled his hand away from hers. He watched as the hope disappeared and her eyes grew dull.
We're not compatible,
he said quietly.
You're so much younger than me. You deserve a man who's young and strong and isn't trying to restart his career in his 30s. I don't want to travel the world anymore. I want to go home to Oklahoma and settle down.
I can't believe you're doing this. Her voice broke on the last word. Shawn took a deep breath and closed his eyes.
It's already done. Go travel the world. Have your adventures. Be happy.
So this was all some game to you? The words cut him straight to the heart.
Of course not.
Then I guess I'm just not worth the effort. She angrily swiped underneath her eyes, motioning wildly with one hand. Fine then. What are you waiting for? Go. Leave. It's what you want, right? I was just another girl to pass the time with.
You know that's not true,
he said quietly. Then why are you doing this? He didn't want to hurt her, but he had made his decision. Slowly, he rose.
Goodbye, Natalie.
She blinked, sending a cascade of tears down her cheeks. Everything in Shawn screamed to pull her into his arms and kiss away the pain, to apologize, let her know he was a fool, and promise that he'd do whatever it took to make their relationship work. But instead, he walked away, his leg aching and his limp more pronounced than ever. Natalie deserved a whole man, someone who could protect her and take care of her and who wouldn't slow her down. She'd get over him soon enough and move on to someone new. But as he walked away, a part of his soul died, and he knew that he would never, ever get over her. Chapter 19. Natalie gave Kendra a tight hug, wiping away the tears that couldn't seem to stop. The Ocean Dream had officially docked back in Long Beach. Her bags were packed and waiting by the cabin door, and this trip was officially over. She looked around the tiny cabin, remembering the excited butterflies that had filled her stomach when Shawn picked her up for their first official date. She couldn't believe their fling was really over. Kendra rubbed Natalie's back, giving her a sympathetic smile. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Yeah, of course. Natalie waved a hand through the air. It's been a stressful 24 hours. I'll be fine. Kendra raised a skeptical eyebrow. I'm not so sure. Did something happen with Shawn? I still can't believe he didn't bring you back to your room last night. The kind nurse named Chrissy had done that, wheeling Natalie to her cabin where Kendra had panicked and demanded to know what happened. Natalie had told her she tripped and fell off the dock, but hadn't mentioned why she was running in the first place. If she'd just kissed Shawn and said she wanted to be his girlfriend, like she'd wanted to, none of this would ever have happened. But maybe it was better things happened this way. Shawn had turned from hot to cold so suddenly. Shawn was just a fling, Natalie said quietly, playing with the strap on her messenger bag.
Her hat was somewhere at the bottom of the ocean probably, and she felt naked without it.
Thank you so much for everything, Kendra. I hope we keep in touch. We will, Kendra assured her. Good luck on your article. I can't wait to read it. Thank you. And if you ever need a matchmaker, give me a call.
Natalie laughed, hiking her purse higher on her shoulder. I think you're more likely to see pigs fly, but I appreciate the offer. They said their last goodbyes and Natalie left the room, this time dragging her suitcase behind her. The ship had offered to take any guest luggage back to the terminal where it could be picked up at baggage claim, but Natalie wasn't in the mood for fighting the crowds. The hallways were crowded with guests waiting to disembark the ship. The crews had staggered departure times by room numbers, but it seemed to have only marginally helped with the traffic jam. A finger tapped lightly on her shoulder, and she turned to see Jace right beside her. Hey, he said. She tried to smile, but was sure it came off weak. Hey. He gently took her suitcase and they moved forward in the line. I heard you got into a bit of trouble last night. I was worried about you. Oh, you know, she said in her best airy voice. Just almost drowned. I didn't, though, so everything is fine. Except that Shawn was gone and she had woken up gasping after a long night of bad dreams. Jace shook his head as though unable to believe what he had heard. I'm glad you're all right. That's scary stuff. How did you escape? She looked down, twisting the strap of her bag. It was hard to breathe and tears clouded her vision. Shawn saved me. Hey. Jace wrapped an arm around her shoulder and she leaned into him. Talk to me. What happened? As they made their way toward the ship's exit, Natalie caught Jace up on the highlights of yesterday. I don't know what happened, she finished. One minute he's begging me to make things work, and the next he's telling me we're better off apart. Jace pursed his lips, brow furrowed. I don't know. Maybe watching you almost drown freaked him out or something. He had to be scared you would die. Natalie shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. So he was scared of losing me and decided to what, break up with me instead? That makes no sense. I don't think feelings are supposed to. They showed their room cards to the attendant for the last time, then made their way down the gangway and onto dry land. Jace pulled Natalie close in a quick hug. She felt tears pricking her eyes again and buried her face in Jace's chest, allowing herself to be weak for just a moment. I hope you and Shawn can work things out, Jace said. He pulled a business card from his pocket and tucked it into Natalie's messenger bag. That's my private cell number. Don't be handing that out to groupies or anything. Natalie laughed, wiping underneath her eyes. I won't. Stay in touch, okay? She nodded, giving him one last hug. Good luck with your movie. And good luck with your article. You'll be able to find your car okay? Natalie nodded, reclaiming the handle of her bag. Wyatt was probably already waiting for her in the parking lot. Go get your baggage. Okay, we'll talk soon. Jace lifted a hand in a wave, walking slowly backward, then disappeared into the crowd. The parking lot was crowded. Vehicles with sunshades covering their windows said clearly they had been parked for a week, while a long line of cars idled along the curb in the passenger pickup line. Natalie rose on her tiptoes, looking for her brother's blue four-door truck. She saw it parked a few cars back in the line and strode toward it. Her limbs still felt heavy and ached from her struggle in the water last night, but her voice was back to normal, and she knew there'd be no long-term effects from yesterday's near miss. The driver's side door opened, and a tall man with broad shoulders emerged, a baseball hat pulled down low over his face. Natalie quickened her pace. She hadn't realized how much she missed her big brother until this moment. Wyatt held open his arms and she went into them willingly, giving him a tight hug. Hey, little sis, Wyatt said, his low voice making her eyes prick with tears. How was the cruise? Great, Natalie lied. She wondered if Shawn had watched from the upper deck as she disembarked the ship. Did he even care that she was gone? Let's get out of here. Wyatt raised an eyebrow, but nodded. He hoisted her suitcase into the back seat of the truck like it weighed nothing, and soon they were pulling out of the parking lot and heading toward the interstate. Where's Tamara?
Natalie asked. Since Wyatt and Tamara had started dating, they'd practically been attached at the hip. Things had only gotten worse since their engagement 3 months ago.
She's on set today.
Wyatt looked anxiously over his shoulder, then changed lanes. He had told her many times that the worst part of living in California was having to drive in its insane traffic.
Tamara should hopefully be by later tonight. It's the last day of filming and she wasn't sure how long it would take.
Sounds good. Tamara had her own apartment, but she seemed to do little more than sleep there these days. Every time Natalie called Wyatt, it seemed like he was with his fiancée. And Mom and Dad are coming in a few days?
Tomorrow,
Wyatt confirmed.
Just in time for Christmas Eve. My first one in my new house. I'm really excited to celebrate. I'm glad everyone could come.
When Wyatt suggested they celebrate Christmas at his house a few months ago, Natalie had jumped at the chance. She had been dreaming of things to bake in his chef's kitchen for a solid month. But now she just stared out the truck window, watching as cars cut through narrow spaces and honked at each other. Tall buildings rose on both sides of the road, and she caught a flash of a billboard advertising the Los Angeles Coyotes with Wyatt's face emblazoned across it.
Are you okay, Nat?
Wyatt asked.
I thought you'd be chatty Cathy after a solid week on vacation. Didn't you get the information you needed for your article?
The article is written, Natalie said. The ports were beautiful, the cruise ship very nice, and the Toujour clients interesting. I guess I'm just exhausted and need a nap or something.
Well, I had the housekeeper make up your room, and Tamara made a casserole that we can pop into the oven.
Natalie couldn't help but wrinkle up her nose at that. The thought of Tamara's cooking was almost enough to make her forget about Shawn for a moment. Almost.
Wyatt laughed. Hey, don't judge her too harshly. She's actually gotten a lot better in the last few months.
Natalie inclined her head. It's not that she's a bad cook. It's just that she isn't a great one.
Well, maybe you can teach her a thing or two over the break. She doesn't start a new project until January, and the team's only got the minimum necessary practices and one home game during the holidays this year. We're all pretty excited about it.
Natalie had told Shawn about how excited she was to spend Christmas at Wyatt's house, how they all planned on watching the home game he'd play on Christmas Eve from premium seats at the 50-yard line. Maybe that's why Shawn had declared his love, only to take it back mere hours later. He'd wanted to see the game up close and personal, then decided she wasn't worth the trouble. Sounds fun, Natalie said. She had been so excited about this Christmas until 2 days ago, when Shawn had to go and break her heart. The big idiot. Or maybe she was the idiot, since she kept letting guys do this to her.
Nat, you're kind of worrying me,
Wyatt said, glancing over at her.
What happened on that cruise? Did something go wrong? Were Brooke and Luke rude or anything?
No, Natalie said quickly, straightening. Nothing like that. The entire Toujour staff was incredibly gracious and kind.
Okay, so what is it?
The tears were back. Natalie angrily wiped at her eyes and said, It's a guy, okay? I was a naive idiot who had a fling with another stupid guy. And I thought all I wanted was a fling, but then I almost drowned.
Whoa!
Wyatt cut in.
Back up. What do you mean you almost drowned?
It was like the dam had been opened. For the rest of the drive home, Natalie spilled everything that had happened on the cruise with Shawn. I feel so dumb, she finished. I'm the one who told him I was only interested in a fling, and I thought that was all I wanted. But then I had to get my emotions involved or whatever, and now... She let out a sigh. I guess my heart's a little bruised.
Oh, Nat.
Wyatt pulled into his driveway and cut the engine, then turned to face her.
I'm so sorry.
Me too.
Want me to track him down and beat him up?
She laughed, wiping away more tears. I think I'm good, but thanks for the offer.
Well, it's a standing one,
Wyatt said gruffly. He pulled her suitcase out of the truck and they headed inside.
Let me know if you change your mind.
I won't, Natalie said with certainty, just like Shawn wouldn't change his mind about her. Up in Wyatt's guest room, Natalie slowly unpacked her suitcase. She wouldn't be returning to Arizona for almost 2 weeks, until right before the new semester began. Tamara had asked for help with wedding plans, and Natalie had happily agreed. Her hand hit something hard, and Natalie slowly pulled out the box holding the Christmas ornament. She stared at it, heart thumping in her chest. She'd forgotten she had placed this in her bag earlier in the week. Natalie stared at the box. She should throw the ornament away. The last thing she needed was a painful reminder of this trip. But instead, she reached forward and slowly lifted off the lid. The seashell Santa stared up at her, and memories of that day in Arenas Blancas came rushing back. Tears fell down Natalie's cheeks as she dropped to the bed, holding the ornament in her hand. She could still see the happiness in Shawn's expressive blue eyes as he played Santa for the kids at the orphanage. Slowly, warmth began flowing over Natalie, replacing the icy cold she had been feeling since yesterday. The man who organized a Christmas drive for underprivileged kids would never date her for her family connections. He'd never even consider it. Something had happened when she fell into that water. Something that made Shawn run scared, just like she had. He had chased after her. Didn't she owe him the same courtesy? Natalie set the ornament on her nightstand and pulled out her laptop, turning it on. She knew what was wrong with her article, and she knew how to fix it. Chapter 20. Shawn stared at the email from his real estate agent, informing him that someone else had placed an offer on the property in Sunset Plains and it had been accepted. He'd expected this news to devastate him, but he was too numb to feel any distress. What did it matter whether or not he moved home to Sunset Plains? Natalie was gone. He'd let her go. She must be back on shore by now. All but the guests in the executive suite should be off the boat. He hoped she was feeling better today. It had taken all his powers of self-control not to check on her this morning. Shawn shut the lid on his laptop and rose. His knee had been so swollen this morning that he had had to wear shorts since he couldn't fit his pant leg over it. He grabbed the cane he kept on hand for just such occasions and hobbled toward the presidential suite for his final meeting with Brooke. Yesterday he had hoped she'd commit to doing another cruise on the Ocean Dream. Today he couldn't bring himself to care one way or the other. He knocked quietly on the suite door, leaning heavily on his cane. The door swung open and Luke gave him a broad grin. "Hey, Shawn," Luke said, holding the door wide open. "Come in, please. Brooke's just changing the baby. She'll be right in." "Thank you." Shawn followed Luke to the same couch he had sat on 8 days ago. Had it really only been a week since he had met Natalie? It felt like a lifetime. Already he missed her with a fierce intensity that ached worse than his leg ever had. Brooke entered the room, holding Grace on her shoulder. The baby was swaddled tightly in a blanket and sucked a pacifier while her eyes drooped close. "Sorry about that." Brooke sank onto the couch and smiled at Shawn. "I know they're going to kick us off this boat any minute now so they can get it ready for the next cruise, so I'm going to keep this brief." "We'd never kick you off," Shawn said. A total lie. He knew for a fact that a European prince was staying in this cabin for the next cruise. Shawn wouldn't be working with him, however. He was in charge of 2 smaller groups for the next cruise, both extended families spending the holiday on board. One family apparently loved food, and Shawn had arranged quite a few baking and cooking activities for them. Natalie would have loved them. "All in all, I think this cruise went better than I could have dreamed," Brooke said. Her smile was bright and excited. "You were perfect, Shawn. Any hiccups during this cruise fall entirely on mine and my matchmaker's shoulders, but we've already got some ideas on how we can improve things for the next cruise." Next cruise. Shawn knew the word should send a thrill through his heart, but he felt nothing. Sure, he'd earned his bonus. Mike would be thrilled, but what did it matter? Shawn had lost the property in Sunset Plains, and while he could find another one, it would mean nothing without Natalie. "It seemed like the cruise was very successful," Shawn said. "I noticed quite a few couples disembark this morning." "Oh, yes," Brooke nodded enthusiastically, patting the baby's back. "I've already had 25 couples request to put their files on hold, and I think we'll have another dozen follow suit in the next few days. That's not a bad success rate for only a week's work." Shawn had no idea what putting a file on hold meant, but from the sparkle in Brooke's eyes, he guessed it was a good thing.
At least someone had found love on this cruise, even if it wasn't him. That's great news. Brooke rose, and Shawn took her cue and limped his way to the door.
I'm thinking Valentine's Day would be the perfect time to hold another cruise, Brooke said. That's another holiday that's always tough for individuals who are looking for a relationship. I know that doesn't give us much time to prepare, but I feel like we've got a pretty good itinerary already. What do you think? Would Valentine's Day be possible?
I'll check with the booking office and get back to you,
Shawn said. Maybe Natalie's article will come out before then to help with publicity.
The name sent a slice of pain across Shawn's chest, and he gingerly rubbed at the hole. Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll have to watch the magazine and see.
Brooke's eyes narrowed into a shrewd expression. You mean she won't tell you when it's published?
Shawn leaned on his cane, feeling suddenly exhausted. The cruise is over. I don't think we'll probably talk to each other again.
Brooke chewed on her lip, casting a sideways glance at Luke.
Brooke,
he said warningly, folding his arms. Brooke widened her eyes innocently, shifting the baby from her shoulder to her arms. What?
Don't interfere,
Luke said. Shawn glanced back and forth between the pair, not sure what was happening. I'm not interfering, I'm helping. Brooke flipped her hair over one shoulder, her eyes zeroing in on Shawn. He felt trapped, as though he had suddenly been tied to the couch. I thought you and Natalie were getting along rather well during the trip. Shawn coughed, pounding his chest.
Excuse me?
Oh, please, anyone with half a brain could see the chemistry between the two of you, and I'm trained to recognize that sort of thing. It's literally my job to help couples find their happily ever after.
Brooke, he's not a Toujour client.
But Luke's tone was resigned, as though he knew there was no point in trying to talk her out of whatever insane conversation she was apparently determined to have.
Not everyone appreciates you butting into their love life.
I'm a professional matchmaker who's been with Toujour for 7 years. Who wouldn't want my free advice? She handed the baby over to Luke, and Shawn had a feeling that was a sign that Brooke meant business. Now, why don't you tell me what happened? Then maybe we can figure out a way to fix it. Shawn absently massaged his sore leg, remembering the terror as he had run toward Natalie, the fear that he wouldn't reach her in time.
I'm not sure that there's a relationship to talk about.
There's always something to talk about. Brooke pointed to the couch. Luke paced back and forth behind it, Grace stirring against his shoulder. We've got 30 minutes before they kick us out of here. What happened between you and Natalie? I've been watching you the entire cruise, you know. The two of you seemed to be doing just fine, and then she nearly drowned and everything changed. Shawn reluctantly made his way back to the couch. He didn't want to talk about this with Brooke, but if he didn't share with someone, he might explode. And who better to talk about relationship troubles with than a professional matchmaker? He'd seen with his own eyes the way she had brought people together over the last week. For the first time since watching Natalie walk away, Shawn saw a flicker of hope.
Yesterday, I told Natalie that I loved her.
He felt the back of his neck grow hot, and Brooke seemed unfazed by the confession. And?
And she said that we were just a fling and it would never work between us. I kept pushing, but she ran away.
He swallowed hard, looking down at his hands.
That's when she fell off the dock.
Luke grunted, still pacing behind Brooke with the baby.
I've been there. Brooke about lost her mind when I told her I loved her.
Brooke glared at her husband, then turned her attention back to Shawn. That's because I was scared by how much I loved Luke. He was a total playboy, and I was worried he wasn't ready for a relationship. I expect something in Natalie's past gave her a similar reaction, but I can tell there's more to the story. Shawn sighed, playing with the handle on his cane.
She changed her mind. Last night in the infirmary, she told me she was scared and shouldn't have run away.
But by then, you'd freaked out, Brooke said. How did she know these things? It was almost freaky how insightful she was.
Natalie's more than a decade younger than me.
Age is just a number, Brooke countered.
Shawn ground his teeth in frustration. She almost died because I couldn't get to her in time yesterday. She wants to travel the world and chase the next adventure. I can't keep up with her. I want to settle down and move on with my life. If we were together, I'd only hold her back."
Every relationship requires compromises, Brooke said. She wants to travel the world. You want to settle down. So what? Buy a house in the country and spend your summers backpacking around Europe. As far as relationship hurdles go, that one's pretty tame.
It's not that easy.
Shawn leaned forward, wanting Brooke to understand.
Natalie might think she doesn't care that I'd slow her down, but she'd end up resenting me in the end. I can't do that to her.
Brooke blew out a breath, making her cheeks puff out. When will you men realize that you don't get to decide what's best for a woman? Natalie is an intelligent adult capable of making her own decisions. If she says she's interested in you and wants to see where things go, and you feel the same way, then you owe her the courtesy of honoring that request. Maybe you'll crash and burn, but maybe you'll end up happily married with a baby.
Luke lifted Grace into the air. She's right, you know. We almost never got together because of worrying about things outside of our control. No one can predict the future, but it's stupid to not give it a chance just because of what might go wrong.
Brooke nodded emphatically, giving Luke a warm smile. Exactly. You aren't her dad, Shawn. Stop dictating her decisions.
Shawn blinked, stunned.
He'd thought he was loving Natalie by letting her go. Her life had flashed before his eyes, and the future had stretched before him, a blank canvas that he was terrified to draw on.
I never thought about it like that. Am I really taking away her choices?
Well, yeah, if you want to be with her too. Don't be too hard on yourself, though. It's some caveman instinct men can't seem to overcome without a little help. Last night's conversation with Natalie played over in his mind once more. She'd asked for a relationship, begged him to give them a chance, and he had wanted to, but he had already decided she would be better off without him, so he'd pushed her away and broken both their hearts.
Wow,
Shawn said. Luke smirked.
She's good, huh?
Shawn just nodded, the weight of this revelation weighing on him. What had he done? There's still time to fix this, Brooke said. You've got to make the grand gesture, so to speak. Do something that proves to her you were an idiot, but now you're ready to take things to the next level. She patted him on the shoulder and rose. You'll figure it out. Give me a call if you ever need anything, okay? And let me know about the availabilities for that Valentine's Day cruise. Shawn left the presidential suite, hope making him dizzy. He stumbled to Mike's room, knowing the cruise director would be enjoying a few minutes of quiet in his cabin before the next cruise began. Shawn rapped sharply on the door, and Mike opened it a few moments later.
Hey, Mike said, how did the last meeting go with Toujour? Is Mrs. Ryder ready to book the next cruise?
Oh, yeah. Shawn had almost forgotten about that piece of news.
She's hoping to do one over Valentine's Day. Excellent. Come in.
Mike held open the door and walked over to his computer.
Let me call over to booking and we can check availabilities right now. I want to get this locked down before they change their mind. There's a big bonus in this for you when they book, Shawn. You really came through.
And that's when Shawn knew what he needed to do. It didn't matter whether or not he got the bonus, or what properties were or were not available in Sunset Plains, or where Natalie would be living after graduation. He had to take the leap of faith, whatever the outcome, because Natalie was worth it.
Hey, Mike,
Shawn said. Mike paused, looking up from his computer.
Yeah?
I quit.
What?
Mike rose, his face turning red.
You can't quit. We've got 2 groups you're supposed to take care of this week.
Shawn swallowed, guilt welling up. He'd never meant to leave Mike in a lurch, had always planned to give plenty of notice before leaving the ship, but Natalie had changed everything.
George is more than equipped to handle them, Shawn said. He's ready for a promotion, Mike, and it's time for me to move on. I'm sorry.
Shawn turned, limping to the door, but Mike's voice stopped him cold.
If you walk out that door, you can kiss your bonus goodbye. The Ocean Dream doesn't reward employees who leave us in a lurch.
Shawn knew that the thought of losing the paycheck he had worked so hard for should make him physically ill. It was a lot of money to give up. But he also knew that the more time he spent apart from Natalie, the less chance there was that she would take him back.
He wasn't willing to risk their future for any dollar amount. "I understand," Shawn said, and he walked out the door with no regrets, letting it swing softly shut behind him. Chapter 21. Tamara flopped onto the couch beside Natalie, giving her a sympathetic smile. It was Christmas Eve. Wyatt's early afternoon game had ended hours earlier. The Coyotes had won 23-20, and the energy was still high. Christmas music filtered in from the kitchen, where Natalie could hear her parents laughing with Wyatt. But Natalie wasn't feeling much Christmas cheer. She missed Shawn. Why hadn't she asked for his stupid phone number? She'd spent most of the morning trying to track it down, but to no avail. "Would you like to book a cruise?" the representative had asked. "No, I'm trying to track down an employee on the Ocean Dream." "I'm sorry, Miss James, but we don't give out that kind of personal information." Natalie had tried to get the frustratingly polite customer service representative to put her through to the concierge desk aboard the ship. When that hadn't worked, she had hung up and called back, only to speak to a different representative with the same results. Not that it would have mattered. She had looked up the ship's itinerary online and knew they'd be out to sea today, where the phone lines probably didn't work anyway. "Are you okay?" Tamara asked. Her dark hair, usually cut in a short, edgy bob, had been replaced by extensions reaching nearly to the middle of Tamara's back for the movie she had just wrapped up filming. But her big blue eyes were the same. "I don't know." Tears pressed against Natalie's eyes for what felt like the millionth time. "This is so stupid. I only knew him for 8 days, you know?" Tamara lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "Sometimes falling in love happens slowly, like a marathon, and sometimes it's a sprint." Natalie pulled the blanket closer around her, not meeting Tamara's eyes. "I don't even have his phone number. I spent all morning trying to get in contact with him, but no one will put me through to the ship." "I'm sorry, Nat." Tamara patted Natalie's leg. "What about the article? Have you heard back from the magazine yet?" Natalie had spent most of yesterday rewriting the article and sent it in late last night. It had taken losing Shawn to make her realize what she needed to write about. Them. She had taken a new angle on the article, talking about how skeptical she had been of the probability of falling in love in only 8 days, only to end the trip having fallen in love with Shawn. She hoped he'd read the article, believe every word was from the heart, but she wasn't giving up. If she couldn't reach Shawn by the time the ship docked on Sunday, she'd drive down to the port and demand they let her aboard. "Natalie?" Tamara prodded. She blinked. "Oh, sorry. The magazine got back to me this morning. They offered me a job." "What?" Tamara shrieked. The talking quieted in the kitchen, and Tamara lowered her voice. "Why didn't you say something earlier? That's amazing! Congratulations!" Natalie played with the edge of the blanket. "I turned them down." Tamara's eyes widened. "That job is all you've been talking about for months. Why did you turn it down? Was the pay really awful or something?" "It was a great package," Natalie said, "but I don't want it anymore." "Wow." Tamara sat back against the couch, shaking her head. "You've got to walk me through this one. I'm totally confused." Natalie thought back to when she had received the email. She had just gotten dressed for the day and was dragging a comb through her wet hair when her phone had beeped with a notification. Natalie held out her arms, making the blanket fall to her lap, as though she could somehow describe the feelings that had rushed through her. "I don't know," Natalie admitted. "I saw the email and I felt nothing. No joy, no excitement. Just this sick pit in my stomach as I thought about spending the next few years on airplanes, hopping from one place to the next. It didn't seem exciting anymore. Instead of an adventure, it felt like a chore." "Is this because of Shawn?" Tamara demanded. "Because if you are throwing away your dreams for a stupid boy who wouldn't know a good thing if it smacked him upside the face, I'm going to kill him." Natalie laughed, brushing away the tears that seemed in endless supply. "I guess spending time with Shawn made me realize that adventures don't mean much if you can't share them with the people you love." Tamara pursed her lips, then grunted.
Okay, that was a pretty good line. And Wyatt's going to throw a party when he hears you're sticking around. But seriously, Nat, I've never seen you like this. I know. Natalie lifted her shoulder in a shrug. I guess it's because I've never been in love before. Tamara gave her a tight side hug. He better be worth it. Trust me, he is. Natalie, Wyatt hollered from the kitchen. Mom is ruining the fudge. Come and save it. I am not, Mom called back. Wyatt's laughter filtered into the living room, followed closely by Dad's. She's not putting in enough butter, Wyatt argued. That's because your nutritionist told you to behave, Mom shot back. Come on, Tamara rose, offering a hand. Let's go help. It's Christmas Eve. No more sad faces. With Wyatt's help, Natalie saved the fudge. They were discussing what to bake next, sugar cookies or gingerbread cookies, when the doorbell rang. Wyatt looked at Tamara, one eyebrow raised. Are you expecting anyone? She shook her head, heading to the door. Not unless my parents decided to come at the last minute. They swore they were staying in Texas with Katie. I guess they could have decided to surprise us, but I doubt it. Natalie turned back to the cookbook, pointing to the sugar cookie recipe. I think we should do these. They taste better than the gingerbread cookies. But gingerbread makes the house smell like Christmas, Wyatt said with a pout. Natalie rolled her eyes, barely paying attention to the rumbling voices coming from the front entryway. Okay, I'll make both of them. Wyatt grinned, dropping a kiss on her cheek. You're the best sister. She swatted at him, pushing him away. Yeah. Natalie? Tamara's voice filtered in from the entryway. I think you'd better come here. Natalie frowned, heading to the door. She didn't know anyone in California except the people in this house. Well, and maybe Jace. She supposed he lived somewhere nearby, but they weren't close enough to visit each other on holidays. Natalie rounded the doorway, still trying to figure out what Tamara could want, and froze. Shawn stood in the doorway, his hands shoved deep in his cargo shorts and a Santa hat perched atop his head. He leaned heavily on a cane, his knee wrapped in some sort of brace. She put her hand to her heart, feeling its erratic beat. Merry Christmas, he said softly. Natalie took a step toward Shawn, barely aware when Tamara slipped away. Her eyes drank him in, memorizing every detail. What are you doing here? I thought you'd be somewhere in the Pacific. Shawn gave her a pained smile. I should be. Mike was pretty mad when I quit without notice, but George will do a great job with the group I was supposed to host this week. Natalie's eyes widened. Her entire body leaned toward him, two magnets that couldn't be kept apart. You quit? Shawn nodded. I would have come yesterday, but there were some things I wanted to take care of first. Natalie wanted to throw herself at him, but memories of their last encounter had her folding her arms. Why are you here, Shawn? He took a careful step toward her, leaning heavily on the cane. Someone made me realize how selfish it was to make decisions for you. She blinked, curling her fingers into her palms to avoid running her hands up his chest. She had spent most of the past 2 days dreaming of this moment, but now that it was here, a panicked voice inside urged caution. What does that mean? It means I was an idiot to tell you that we'd never work. Shawn reached out, brushing a strand of her hair behind one ear. She shivered, biting her lip. When you said you wanted to try, Nat, I wanted to shout for joy. But after you almost drowned, he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. I thought you deserved someone better than me. Someone stronger, younger, someone who isn't injured. Something broke inside Natalie. She could feel the walls she had built around her heart tumbling down as she stared into the blue eyes she had fallen in love with. The vulnerability there tore at her soul, and she had to let him know it was okay. Slowly, she trailed her hands up his chest. She could feel his heart pounding against her palm as he inhaled sharply. I don't want someone stronger and younger and uninjured, Natalie said. I want you. I love you. The cane clattered to the floor. Shawn's arms went around her back and he crushed her to him. Natalie rose on her tiptoes and met his lips eagerly with her own. She pushed the Santa hat to the floor and ran her fingers over the tight buzz cut of his hair, loving the way it softly pricked her palm. Shawn's hand went to her face, cupping her cheeks as his mouth ravished hers. "I'm sorry," Shawn whispered over and over. "I love you. I'm sorry." "I'm sorry too," she whispered back, and her heart soared. When they finally pulled back a few minutes later, both were breathing heavily. Natalie rested her head against his chest, loving the way she fit in the hollow of his neck. "I got you a present," Shawn said, bending down. For the first time, Natalie noticed a wrapped package on the ground. "Wow, I feel silly," Natalie joked, sliding a nail underneath the tape. "I didn't get you anything." "You gave me you," Shawn said, kissing her cheek. "That's more than enough." Natalie tossed the paper to the ground, covering Shawn's cane. She would ask him about that later, make him sit down and elevate his knee, but she knew bringing it up now would ruin the moment. She lifted the lid on the box, staring at the contents inside. He'd given her a paper? Slowly, Natalie lifted the note, staring at the words on the page. It looked like a domain name for Shawn's travel agency. She glanced up at him, uncertain. "I don't understand." Shawn grinned, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Read the back." She flipped it over and saw a note. "To the woman who will always be my home. Travel agents can work from anywhere. I will gladly follow you around the world. I love you. Your Secret Santa." Natalie gasped, her eyes flying up to Shawn's. "You didn't get the bonus?" "Mike said if I quit, he wouldn't give it to me. I said I understood, but that you were worth more than any paycheck." Shawn grabbed his cane from the floor, supporting his weight on his good leg. "The property I wanted in Sunset Plains went under contract, and my agent told me this morning that the buyer pulled out. But even if I had the money for the down payment, I don't want it anymore. Sunset Plains means nothing to me compared to you. I will follow you anywhere your job takes you. It's you I need, Natalie. Not a place. A person." Tears filled Natalie's eyes, and she threw her arms around Shawn's neck. He stumbled backward, and she laughed, catching them both. "Sorry," she breathed. "You should really sit down or something. Did the swim hurt your leg that badly?" Shawn shook his head, his eyes hooded. "Sometimes it just acts up." He lifted the cane. "Does it bother you?" She kissed his chin. "It only bothers me that you're in pain." His arm tightened around her waist. "I'm not in pain when I'm with you. And I promise, I won't slow you down on your travels. If something is too hard for us to do together, I'll wait while you go on the adventure alone." Natalie put a finger to his lips, cutting him off. "I turned down the job." His eyes widened. "You what?" She laughed and nodded. "I realize the only adventures I want are the ones we go on together." "So we're both unemployed?" She laughed again. "I think technically I can still claim student status until May." He leaned down, brushing another kiss across her mouth. "Then we'll figure out where to go next together. I'm going to give this relationship 100%, and that means no long distance." Natalie laughed, leading him into the kitchen. "We can talk about that later. Right now, there are some people I want you to meet." Later that night, once everyone else had gone to bed, Natalie sat beside Shawn on the couch, the glow of the Christmas tree their only light. "I can't believe I fell in love in 8 days," Natalie whispered. Shawn's leg was elevated on a chair, the ice pack she'd insisted he use wrapped around it. Her hand rested lightly on his chest, their fingers linked. He chuckled, the low sound reverberating against her ear. "It's a Christmas miracle," Shawn said. "No, it's a Toujour miracle," Natalie countered. And it really was. Epilogue. 2 months later. Natalie laughed as Shawn tugged her down the beach on Perla del Mar. The soft white sands shifted under her feet as she stumbled after him. "What's the hurry?" Natalie asked. "The ship isn't going anywhere until tomorrow night."
"You'll see,"
Shawn said, pulling her forward. His leg was strong today, the limp barely visible. She knew it would probably act up again eventually, but for now she was appreciating the increased mobility Shawn was experiencing. Wyatt had recommended a physical therapist in Arizona who had had a lot of success with knee injuries, and Natalie had convinced Shawn to give him a try. It seemed to be helping, and she loved watching Shawn's confidence blossom as he attempted tasks he'd avoided for more than a decade. Soon she hoped they could give ice skating a try. The warm February air caressed her cheeks as she followed him toward a cabana in the distance. Natalie gasped, pointing to it. "Is that?" Shawn nodded, grinning.
"Yeah, it's the same cabana from last time."
She laughed, quickening her pace. The memories of the painful words they had said to each other that day 2 months ago had faded, allowing the good ones to shine through. The last 2 months had been blissful. Shawn had moved to Arizona. While losing the bonus had been unfortunate, without the overhead of buying a storefront, he'd had more than enough saved to get his online travel agency up and running. He had launched last month with an endorsement from Toujour, which had made business explode, and he was now the official agent for all Toujour-related vacations and trips. Natalie had no doubt that Erickson Travel Agency would only continue to grow. Last month had been a big month for Natalie, too. Her article had been published in World Traveler magazine and gone viral. Everyone loved the story of the cruise ship employee and journalist student who fell in love in 8 days. A few magazines and newspapers had offered her jobs when she graduated in May, but Natalie was considering starting her own blog instead. Shawn loved the idea, and both Tamara and Wyatt, as well as Brooke, had promised to help her publicize it any way they could, just like they had done with Shawn's travel agency. Natalie stepped up into the cabana with a gasp. The rough-hewn wood planks had been swept free of sand. Christmas lights had been wrapped around the rafters and down the poles, twinkling softly in the growing darkness. Someone had set the table. Silver-domed lids covered the 2 plates of food. A plate of gooey chocolate chip cookies sat in the middle of the table, with 2 large glasses of milk beside it, condensation on the outside of the glasses. "Shawn!" Natalie gasped. "How did you get this all arranged? I thought the cruise employees were still mad at you for ditching them." He chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist.
"They owed me a few favors. Happy Valentine's Day."
Natalie laughed, turning around and giving him a kiss. Brooke had asked Shawn to come along on one last Toujour cruise while he trained George, his replacement. It hadn't been hard to convince them to come. Both Natalie and Shawn had cleared their schedules for a chance to reconnect on the ship where they had first met. Mike hadn't been thrilled, but Brooke had pushed the issue until the cruise director gave in.
"I thought it was time we make better memories in this spot,"
Shawn said, holding out a chair for Natalie. She laughed and let him help her sit down. "I concur."
"I thought we'd eat dessert first."
"Naturally," Natalie cut in.
"And then follow it up with dinner."
Shawn lifted the silver lid off her plate with a flourish. Natalie laughed, clapping her hands. "All the foods I pelted you with when we first met?"
"Of course," Shawn said. "What else?"
Natalie and Shawn enjoyed their dinner as the sun dipped lower in the sky. The brilliant oranges and pinks of a Mexican sunset painted the horizon, while the ocean glittered in the fading light. "It's perfect," Natalie declared, gazing out across the water.
"Not quite."
Shawn reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a small box wrapped in red and white striped paper with a green bow on top. Natalie accepted the present. "From my secret Santa?" she teased.
"Maybe,"
Shawn said. The box was similar in size to the one he had given her with the seashell Santa ornament, and she eagerly tore away the paper. One day she hoped to have a tree filled with the adventures they had experienced together. She'd seen a beautiful blown glass cruise ship in the gift shop on the island. It would be perfect for their collection. The paper fell away, and she lifted the lid. Natalie gasped, her heart suddenly pounding in her chest as she removed a small velvet box. "Shawn," she said, her eyes flying up to meet his. But he was no longer sitting across from her. Instead, he knelt in front of her, his bad legs stretched in front of him instead of bent. Tears filled Natalie's eyes as she pushed back from the table and dropped to the floor beside him. "Shawn," she whispered again, this time with more emotion. He grinned, taking the box from her hand and slowly opening it to reveal an emerald-cut diamond set in a simple gold band. "I know we haven't been dating very long," Shawn said, his voice low and husky. "Some people would say that even considering marriage after only knowing each other for 2 months is insane." Natalie laughed, taking his face between her hands. "Those same people would probably say falling in love in 8 days is impossible." He leaned his forehead against hers. "Then they're idiots. I love you, Natalie, with my entire soul, and I don't want to wait another day to start our lives together. I can't promise that things will always be easy, but I can promise to always work through things together." "I love you so much," Natalie said, kissing him. "Yes, yes!" He grinned. "I haven't asked the question yet." She laughed, looping her hands around the back of his neck. "Get on with it, then." "Natalie James, will you marry me?" "Absolutely." Shawn removed the ring from the box and slipped it onto her shaking ring finger. It slid into place easily, as though it was meant to be there. Natalie threw her arms around Shawn's neck, pressing herself close as she lost herself in his kiss. She didn't know where they'd live after graduation, Arizona or California or Oklahoma. She didn't know which magazine she'd accept a job offer with, if any of them. She didn't know how long it would take to make Shawn's travel agency successful. But none of that mattered. With Shawn, it wasn't about the destination. It was about the journey. About the author. Lindzee Armstrong is the USA Today best-selling author of the No Match for Love series, Kiss Me series, and Chasing Tomorrow series. In case it wasn't obvious, she's always had a soft spot for love stories. In 3rd grade, she started secretly reading romance novels, hiding the covers so no one would know because, hello, embarrassing, and dreaming of her own Prince Charming. Lindsay met her true love while at college, where she graduated with a bachelor's in history education. They are now happily married and raising twin boys in the Rocky Mountains. Like any true romantic, Lindsay loves chick flicks, ice cream, and chocolate. She believes in sigh-worthy kisses and happily ever afters and loves expressing that through her writing. To find out more about Lindsay, you can find her on Facebook, BookBub, or at her website, lindsayarmstrong.com. For more information on the narrator, Tiffany Williams, look for her on Facebook, Twitter, and at tiffanywilliamsvo.com and airbendingmediaproductions.com. This has been Match Me by Christmas, No Match for Love, Book 8. Written by Lindzee Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. Produced by Airbending Media Productions, LLC. Copyright 2018 by Lindzee Armstrong. Production copyright by Lindzee Armstrong. Blessed is the season which engages the whole world in a conspiracy of love. Hamilton Wright Mabie.